Chapter 1645. Many people who knew him felt bitter in their hearts. After 300 years, not even the bloodstained marks of a supreme being could stop Yi Fan. Not only had he survived, but he had also become the quasi-emperor. That figure was getting further and further away. How could they chase after him? Not so long ago, they were the opponents of the holy physique Yi Fan. They had fought with him for supremacy, and some of them even had a higher cultivation level than him. They had looked down on this newcomer on the ancient Starry Sky Road. However, as time went on, everything was slowly changing. The rise of the holy physique was unstoppable. Brother Ye's path can be considered a miracle. You survived the battle with the Stone Emperor and the Reincarnation Supreme Being, and you even reached a higher level. It is admirable, Yao Guang said. He showed a rare trace of seriousness, which was different from his usual gentleness. This was a man with a heavenly talent. His cultivation path had always been smooth. Along the way, few people could compete with him. Even now, no one knew how strong Yao Guang was. Everyone stared at him, Yin Tianda, and the divine being, because Yi Fan's last words were directed at the three of them. Vaguely, everyone at the scene also respected their strength. Everyone was waiting for them to express their stance. The scene suddenly became extremely quiet. The divine being's expression was indifferent, and he did not say anything. Yin Tianda was also silent and did not say anything. Only Yao Guang walked forward alone. Every inch of Yao Guang's body was overflowing with brilliance. He was like a god who was walking out of the dazzling sun. He was full of astonishing brilliance. No matter where he was, people like him would inevitably be the center of attention. Even if he did not speak or move, people could not ignore him. He would become the center of the whole world. Because he was so outstanding, this was innate. He transcended the mortal world as if he was the main character of this era. The sun, moon, and stars all revolved around him. Speaking of which, it seems that there is no great hatred between us, Yao Guang said. His smile was like the spring wind, making people feel as brilliant as the warm sun. Indeed, there is no great enmity between us. However, you have killed many people, and you have always been thinking about me, Yi Fan said calmly. He did not have any great enmity with this person. He just wanted to put an end to this. Two mysterious beams of light shot out from Yao Guang's eyes, as if he could see through Yi Fan's source. His aura was rising, and he said, I've been looking forward to this battle for a long time, but you've advanced a bit too quickly. It's somewhat beyond my expectations. Chains of order appeared around him, and a black vase of the great path floated above his head, making him look even more extraordinary. The divine chains were phoenix feather robes, and the precious bottle was his weapon. The Alcade now had an additional killing intent. He was about to make his move. Everyone was stunned, and expressions of shock appeared on their faces. Just how powerful was a light-shaking realm cultivator to actually fight against a quasi-emperor? Had he also reached this realm? After today, there might not be any light-shaking realm cultivators left in this world, but we still have to fight, he said calmly, a warm smile on his face. It had to be said that the Alcade was a very charismatic man. Even in the face of a life-and-death battle, he still gave off a refreshing feeling. He had almost entered the quasi-emperor realm, and he had already taken one step in. In a few more years, or even a few more months, he would be able to completely succeed. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, they could all feel how powerful a light-shaking realm cultivator was. Why force yourself? I'll give you a chance to fight today, Yi Fan said. I've been suppressing myself too harshly. I didn't expect you to show up today. However, I don't want to cower either. We must fight today, the Alcade said as he shook his head. Yi Fan didn't say anything else. He stared intently at the man in front of him. Everyone was stunned. A light-shaking realm cultivator was destined to enter the quasi-emperor realm. However, he had been suppressing himself too harshly, and he wanted to make a breakthrough. And today, he wasn't going to avoid the battle. Was he going to borrow Yi Fan's hand to undergo an ultimate transformation? Or was it because of his strong nature that he wasn't willing to cower? No matter what, The Alcade was extremely dazzling at this moment. He was someone who was destined to become the Quasi-Emperor, and yet he was willing to fight under these kinds of adverse circumstances. That was quite admirable. Let's begin. The black vase above his head floated up and down. Tens of thousands of divine chains of order descended like phoenix feathers, making him look like a black phoenix. There was a type of sharpness within his otherworldly aura. His aura had changed. Yifan's heart trembled. This was the heaven-swallowing demonic art. It was a peerless technique, a truly flawless ancient technique that had originated from Emperor Vicious. However, for some reason, he sensed that something was off. This kind of technique seemed somewhat out of place when compared to the Alcade's original aura. Since you've noticed, then let's fight. I'll either borrow your strength to ascend, or I'll borrow your hand to free myself. As he spoke, he slammed out with his palm. It was calm and peaceful, and it wasn't the heaven-swallowing demonic art. Rather, it was a technique that he had created himself. Brilliant light erupted, dazzling everyone's eyes. The lightning palm was similar to his aura. It illuminated the entire universe, making him seem like a deity. The Alcade's hair, which had been dyed with divine light, danced in the wind. He seemed to have transcended this world as he attacked with all his might. After his aura reached its peak, his body trembled, as if he had broken through some kind of forbidden shackles. The Quasi-Emperor's aura. It's actually the magic power of the Quasi-Emperor level. How'd he do this? No wonder he dared to fight against the divine physique Yifan. He has broken through to the Quasi-Emperor realm, but he hasn't transcended his tribulation yet. He has truly reached this realm. Everyone was stunned, and expressions of shock appeared on their faces. The Alcade's performance was too shocking. He wanted to use the peak of the great sage to fight against the Quasi-Emperor, but in the end, he had ascended. Tens of thousands of divine rings submerged him. That palm was as fast as lightning, just like its name. The power it possessed was enough to shake the world, causing everyone to tremble. The heavens fell and earth split apart. Time and space were destroyed. The Alcade displayed how terrifying he was. There was nothing he couldn't break through. The Quasi-Emperor's fighting strength was completely displayed. Many people didn't understand how he did this. Just now, he was still the great sage. So how did he break through to this cultivation realm? Yifan took action. When faced with the lightning palm, he didn't look down on it. His expression was calm. His right hand struck out, facing it head-on. Time and space became chaotic. All of Imperial Pass lit up. This was stimulated by the Quasi-Emperor's aura. The formation patterns revived, carrying out protection. Otherwise, the city and heaven-rushing tower might be damaged. A collision at the Quasi-Emperor level. Everyone was stupefied. This was the first time a confrontation of this level had happened on the Emperor's path, so it naturally carried epic-making significance. The Alcade was greatly shaken, backing up. There were a few people who saw blood splash out, while most others didn't see anything. However, the Alcade quickly stabilized his figure, and then he rushed up again. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Golden light released in tens of thousands of streaks. His lightning palm displayed world-shocking might, powerful and unmatched. Yifan took action, his right hand striking out. Waves of rumbling sounds erupted, making every cultivator's soul tremble. The Alcade's lightning palm was truly unmatched. Dao sounds were like thunder, radiance covering the sun, making him look like a heavenly deity, able to crush all things. Unfortunately, he encountered the current Yifan, still a bit lacking in the end. He coughed out blood from his mouth. Many people saw the result of this great confrontation. Blood flowed out from the corners of the Alcade's lips. Under his otherworldly temperament, the bloodstains were a bit shocking. In the end, he still isn't the true Quasi-Emperor, unable to face the divine body. Even if he temporarily stands in that cultivation realm, it still won't be enough. What a pity for the Alcade. He most likely won't be able to live today. Everyone seemed to have already seen the result. It was difficult to change it. Boom! When another attack landed, Yifan's expression was calm. The Alcade was blasted flying, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. Everyone was shocked to see that there was actually a shattered heart mixed with blood flowing out. It seems like the result has already been decided. Are there no more Alkaid today? He wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and laughed self-mockingly. His elegant demeanor was still as outstanding as ever. The Alkaid stood in place. The black bottle above his head suddenly surged with boundless light, and his body began to glow as well. He was undergoing a terrifying transformation. All kinds of figures appeared behind him. It was obvious that they were all outstanding individuals. They were all heroes of their respective races, and their auras were oppressive. God race, sacred spirit, heaven-splitting beast, winged demon. Heavens, there are too many. Did so many people die at his hands? Everyone was shocked. In the past, there were many experts who were once geniuses whose names shook the heavens, but they had mysteriously disappeared and became unsolved cases. No one expected that the truth would be revealed today. They were all killed by the Alkaid. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted. The great Tao bottle shattered, entering Alkaid's body. Meanwhile, those people's figures also exploded, turning into waves of the most foundational aura that merged into his flesh. At this moment, even though Alkaid's expression was still normal, from time to time, his brows furrowed, revealing the pain he was enduring. This type of transformation was extremely terrifying. The foundational energy of countless heroes entered his body, merging with him, unexpectedly making his body undergo a mysterious transformation. Strand after strand of chaotic energy seeped out. What? The chaotic body was artificially created? Everyone was startled, all of them revealing looks of shock. The final battle. Freedom or transcendence. It will all be decided in this final battle. Alkaid's expression was calm as he spoke. More and more chaotic energy appeared. This time, his entire being erupted, his aura even more powerful than before. The true Quasi-Emperor's battle intent surged into the clouds. When he took a step out, even Imperial Pass trembled 3 times. Break through the shackles. Break through the heaven-swallowing demonic arts restrictions. Step on my unique path. He spoke quietly, his expression dignified and respectful. He walked forward, every movement containing chaotic energy. His fighting strength was terrifying to the extreme. The most terrifying battle happened. Alkaid was like a chaotic body, plucking stars and capturing moons with a raise of his hand, his bravery unrivaled under the heavens. There was even a type of divine radiance surrounding him, making him stand out from the masses. One strike, beams of light rushed into the heavens, breaking through buildings. Moons fell from the sky. The second strike, the starry domain trembled, everything growing dim. Countless stars turned into powder. 3 strikes. The 2 fought their way into the starry sky, leaving Imperial Pass. The terrifying fluctuations produced were too shocking, the destructive force leaving many people stupefied. In everyone's perception, Alkaid and Yifan would most likely fight until the starry domain collapsed, heaven splitting and earth collapsing, perhaps continuing for several days and nights. However, things were outside of everyone's expectations. This type of terrifying, great battle came quickly, and it ended quickly as well. After the 9th strike ended, everything came to an end. Alkaid staggered backwards, blood continuously flowing out from his mouth. A few pieces of his inner organs even rushed out, making him look extremely terrifying. Only after a long time had passed did he stabilize his figure. He wiped away the traces of blood, a type of special brilliance appearing on his face. I also had a day like this. Did I finally reach this step? He said softly. His face still carried a smile, looking incomparably brilliant and otherworldly. Something's not right. What about the imperishable heaven art? Why didn't he display it? Moreover, the heaven-swallowing demonic art isn't used much either. Ascension force not even displayed. Is he trying his best to break free? The Black Emperor was incredibly bewildered. Alkaid should be silent. This heaven-swallowing demonic art, this demonic body, has too many restrictions. Only brother ye can break free. Alcade seemed to be crying, yet also smiling, yet not smiling. There was sadness, but also happiness, his expression extremely complicated. In the end, he put away his sadness, revealing a radiant smile. He waved towards everyone, and then his body exploded with a PU sound. Alcade's final expression, that type of brilliance, seemed especially bewitching under the bloody radiance. Chapter 1646. The light-shaking realm was a heaven-defying existence that had almost reached the quasi-emperor realm. No matter the time, he was always radiant, as if he were a shining god. Even his hair was dyed golden, making people feel as if they were bathing in a spring breeze. But at this moment, he had exploded. Even before he died, he was still waving at everyone. That kind of brilliant smile was forever frozen in the air, leaving a deep impression on everyone. Dead. Dead. He died just like that. I don't believe it. That was the light-shaking realm. How could he have died? He wasn't a quasi-emperor, but he already had the mystical abilities of a quasi-emperor. Even the large black dog was confused. He didn't dare believe this result, and his face was filled with shock. However, the truth was right in front of them. That tall, slender body had shattered, and five-color blood splattered everywhere. The light was dazzling, but it was also very tragic. As the light-shaking realm's physical body disintegrated, the chaotic aura that enveloped his body suddenly split into tens of thousands of strands, each strand containing a unique Tao. In the end, this physical body that only Yi Fan, who possessed the saint physique, could not destroy was completely destroyed. It shattered inch by inch and turned into a bloody mist. Not even a single piece of white bone remained. It was easy to imagine just how intense the battle just then had been. There's origin chi that can't be destroyed. Everyone revealed expressions of confusion. Thousands of strands of light shot out from the bloody mist, merging with the strands of chaotic aura. Every strand of origin chi contained a Tao, and one could even faintly make out a body. Those were the great Tao of origin, the geniuses that had been devoured by the heaven-devouring demonic technique. Everyone's hearts trembled. How many different physiques did this person possess? Even someone as powerful as the light-shaking realm had managed to merge all kinds of physique origin chi. He was about to form a chaotic body. 1, 2. Someone counted carefully and discovered that there were exactly 6,400 types of origin chi. This was simply too shocking, and everyone was speechless. Most of them weren't killed by him. Most of them are corpses that are covered in a deathly aura. A small portion of them were killed by him. It seems like his heart isn't as cruel as we thought. Everyone felt a bit of pity for the dazzling emperor star of the light-shaking realm. It was a pity that such a talented genius had passed away just like that. They noticed that there were 10,000 strands of chaotic aura in total, while there were only 6,400 strands of origin chi left. The fusion of the two was not complete yet, and there were 3,600 strands missing. In other words, the true chaotic body requires the fusion of at least 10,000 types of source of the great path to be born. Everyone gasped. This was such a shocking fact. It was too terrifying, and the light-shaking realm had progressed quite a bit on this path. His physique had already transformed into an unrivaled one. At the moment, only Yi Fan, who had a sage physique, could shatter his physical shell. He's too powerful. Just how powerful is a true primordial realm cultivator? Just how powerful will the light-shaking realm be? Chun as chaotic, he as shaking saint, as origin chun, realm is was as could. Li Tian and Yenishi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It was that big bearded man. He had returned and was commenting on this battle. Chun raging, shaking realm has already discovered that if he continues down this path, it will no longer be him controlling the Tao, but rather the Tao controlling him. This kind of technique has shackled him, and the heaven-devouring demonic art has become the master. Unless he takes an even more powerful step and transcends, he can transform and break free, the big bearded man said with a serious expression. His eyes were blazing with flames as he saw through the truth. Light-shaking realm cultivators need to walk their own path and shatter their demonic body. They don't need this chaotic body anymore. Unfortunately, they have already fallen the other side. The 10,000 strands of chaotic aura collided, and 6,400 strands of origin chi fused together. In that instant, multicolored light illuminated the entire universe as a figure appeared. Everyone was stunned. The light-shaking realm had reappeared. He had actually appeared again. 6,400 strands of origin chi merged into one, forming a new figure that possessed a peerless elegance. I knew it. How could he die so easily? The indestructible heavens' art hasn't even appeared yet. Is this its manifestation? Did a demonic body transform into a divine embryo? The Black Emperor muttered to himself with a serious expression on his face. Everyone was stunned. Wasn't this the end? Was this just the beginning? How shocking. However, reality once again exceeded their expectations. The light-shaking realm appeared once again, and his aura was peerless. As he stared at everyone, he exploded with a bang, turning into 6,400 strands of light that shot out into the universe. Everything was completely unexpected. Every strand of essence, chi, shot towards a different location. After a brilliant flash, they completely disappeared, leaving nothing behind. Everyone was stunned and petrified. The starry sky dimmed. Yi Fan had returned to the city. However, the bearded man had disappeared again. He had already left. Li Tian and Yin Ishi were about to go crazy. They felt completely helpless. This mysterious bearded man was truly difficult to deal with. Quite a few people had disappeared from the city. When Yi Fan and the light-shaking realm had entered the universe, a few of the apprehensive emperor contenders had fled, afraid that they would be dealt with. A cold smile appeared on Yi Fan's face as he shook his head. He had no desire to make a move, so he allowed those people to flee. Unexpectedly, Yin Tianda was still there and hadn't left. He was still standing in the same spot, showing no signs of leaving. The Divine Venerable was also there. His expression was indifferent, and he hadn't fled. I haven't even made a move yet. Isn't it useless to leave just like that? Even though this isn't a good time for a showdown, I can't just leave like that, Yin Tianda said with a hint of self-mockery. He wasn't very majestic, but he had a natural aura about him. He was like an ancient emperor that had descended into the mortal world. There was a sharp aura hidden within his otherworldly aura that made others revere him. In the Ziwei system, his younger brother, Yin Tianji, had provoked Yi Fan and was killed. After that, he and Yi Fan had fought over the ancient god scriptures. This person had even killed his sworn brother's father for the ancient god scriptures. It could be said that he was vicious and merciless. Furthermore, he had even come into contact with the divine prohibition domain. This was the first person that Yi Fan had encountered with a divine prohibition domain. How many people were there in the entire universe? Yin Tianda was about to make a move, which caused a heated discussion among the crowd. This was a person with terrifying strength. Ever since he had stepped onto the Emperor's path, no one had been able to challenge him. He stepped into the starry sky. Violet chi spread out for thousands of kilometers, shaking the universe. He turned around to look at Yi Fan, preparing himself for battle. Yi Fan didn't say anything. He directly flew into the sky. What's the point? He's about to enter the quasi-emperor realm at any moment. Why would he choose to fight now? Waiting for a bit longer would be the best time. Many people revealed suspicious expressions. Wasn't the Yao Guang realm enough to make him feel apprehensive? If he still wanted to fight, there could only be one result: death. Roar! Yin Tianda let out a loud roar, causing the stars to tremble chaotically. His body that wasn't all that tall and sturdy was even more terrifying than a giant. 3 streams of clear energy rushed out from the top of his head, and 3 figures that looked exactly like him charged forward. This was a supreme divine technique that could instantly increase one's battle prowess. 3 Dao cells that looked exactly the same as one's true body would appear, and once they joined the battle, they could instantly turn the tide of the battle. Yin Tianda had used his trump card right from the start. Naturally, He viewed Yi Fan as his most powerful opponent. The three Entiendas rushed over at the same time. One formed the heavenly celestial being Precious Seal, one held the Tao's sovereign precious vase, and the last brandished the Emperor's fist, releasing supreme Tao laws as they charged forward. The three of them attacked with great power. That kind of aura, that kind of power that made one's blood boil, shook the starry sky, making everyone's mind feel like it was being torn apart. What a powerful Entienda! What terrifying battle prowess! This was what everyone was thinking in their hearts. They were all incomparably shocked. This was the true strength of his Emperor's path. Just like the Yaoguang realm, he had 1 foot in the Quasi-Emperor realm. He could truly undergo a tribulation at any time and become a supreme Quasi-Emperor, overlooking the universe. The one who held the celestial being Precious Seal had a dignified appearance, suppressing all evils and eradicating all enemies in the world, making all Tao bow down to him. The one who held the Emperor's fist was incomparably dignified. The immortal bottle in his hand could store all things in this world, and it was going to refine the enemy in front of it. The one who brandished the Emperor's fist was extremely righteous, as if an immortal flame was burning. Raging flames curled around his body, and the universe seemed to collapse because of him. Any type of power was exceptional, enough to make other great sages nurse a grievance. This was a supreme expert that touched upon the Quasi-Emperor realm, and no one else could match him. However, it was precisely these 3 powerful Tao bodies that couldn't display their power at this moment. They were stopped. Yi Fan took action. A palm tore through the everlasting and resplendent beams of light illuminated heaven and earth. It was simple and ordinary, transforming the rotten into the miraculous. When his right hand descended, the 3 Tao bodies broke apart inch by inch, and then they exploded. Blood and bones flew everywhere, leaving everyone in despair. Even Entienda's powerful attack was useless, broken apart by a single palm. Suddenly, a wave of terrifying aura erupted, shocking the universe, shaking up the starry sky where the 5th Imperial Pass was, making everyone's souls tremble endlessly. Quasi-Emperor! It's another Quasi-Emperor! Many people cried out in alarm. They looked forward, searching for a figure. They were all stupefied. It was actually Entienda's true body. At this moment, incomparable power was being released. How could this be? How did he suddenly become the Quasi-Emperor? Many people didn't dare believe this. No, it isn't the true Quasi-Emperor, but he seems to have that type of strength. It's a divine restriction. The Black Emperor was shocked. He spoke the truth. Every single person who possessed a divine restriction would definitely become a supreme expert whose might shook the universe. This type of person, in the end, even if they couldn't be said to be unmatched in the heavens above and earth below, it would still be close. Entienda was precisely this type of person. Just now, he had time to escape, but he didn't, instead silently operating a mysterious technique, activating the divine restriction. Only when he succeeded did he come to fight. It was because he wasn't willing to back off just like that. He wanted to prove that he could defy fate and fight against the Quasi-Emperor, that he was the most powerful person in the universe at his level. An intense, great battle erupted. 2 figures rushed towards each other. One's Tao technique was boundless, covering heaven and earth. Divine chains of order drowned out the starry sky, causing many stars to explode. The other had an unparalleled physical body, using his body to prove eternity, tearing apart all obstacles and destroying all Tao. Spheres of light erupted one after another, and stars turned into fine powder one after another. This was a catastrophic battle. The 2 clashed fiercely. Everyone was stupefied. What kind of situation was this? Was the rise of a great sage. He actually wanted to use a divine restriction to resist the Quasi-Emperor's body. The Saint Physique Yi Fan also has a divine restriction. If he were to display it, someone spoke of this fact. Just the thought of it was terrifying. What a pity, Entienda still couldn't become the Quasi-Emperor in the end. It's hard for him to defy the heavens. Within a wave of resplendent radiance, Tienda's entire body was covered in blood as he flew outwards. Even though he had a divine restriction and could theoretically attack the Quasi-Emperor, in the end, he still wasn't a match in a true battle. He was almost beaten into smithereens. His entire body collapsed, and he used divine techniques with great difficulty to recover his injured body. Yi Fan followed up to kill this person. With a Hong sound, an expanse of purple radiance suddenly erupted. That was a purple gourd that was sparkling and translucent. Its entire body swirled with purple light, bright and glistening. It possessed the power to devour the heavens. It was actually a Quasi-Emperor artifact. Yi Fan's eyes flickered with radiance. This was the first time he used the Heavenly Emperor Fist here. It shook the heavens, erupting with the most powerful battle intent. With a bow sound, the purple gourd exploded. This result made everyone's blood run cold. All of their fine hair stood on end, and their scalps went numb. They were all incomparably terrified. That was a Quasi-Emperor artifact. It was blasted apart by a single fist just like that. Chapter 1647. Little does Z wants to fight, but he doesn't want to die either. He gave up a Quasi-Emperor artifact to leave a path of retreat. He really is generous. The Black Emperor wiped away his saliva. Otherwise, his drool would have almost fallen off. Specks of purple fragments danced about like a brilliant rain of light, sprinkling over the cosmos. These were the fragments of the Quasi-Emperor artifact. Even though they were beautiful and flawless, every single one of them could kill the great sage. Everyone dodged out of fear of being touched. If they did, a bloody hole would definitely appear, and then the Quasi-Emperor's Tao patterns would grind them into a bloody paste. Not being able to fight at the same cultivation realm is truly regretful. Let's fight in the future. This was Tienda's voice. He disappeared from a Tao gate covered in symbols. It was completely different from the other realm gates. Using a Quasi-Emperor artifact to cover his retreat was truly too extravagant. Meanwhile, he only used it for this battle. Outsiders might think that he was extravagant, but he himself felt that it was worth it. This was a true collision. He grasped the pulse of Yi Fan's Tao laws, and he had a type of understanding. When he reached the Quasi-Emperor realm, a great divine restriction battle would begin. The only thing that made him sigh was that Yi Fan didn't use the Celestial Emperor's fist against him and the Alcade. He only used it when attacking the Quasi-Emperor artifact. Quite a few people let out a sigh of relief. Tienda was someone who possessed divine restrictions. If he couldn't fight at the same cultivation realm, then it would truly be regretful for him to die like this. That was because Yi Fan was too powerful and displayed an unstoppable will. Right now, everyone hoped that a few of the seated participants could survive so that they could keep him in check in the future, or perhaps slightly obstruct his footsteps. Otherwise, he would seem to be unrivaled and no longer have any opponents. Under his triumphant advance, what emperor path? What heroes of all races? They would all become a joke. That light gate disappeared, and all kinds of Quasi-Emperor's symbols dimmed and were obliterated. Yi Fan scooped out with his hand. The purple crystal rain that filled the sky converged and appeared in his palm. It was extremely translucent and resplendent as it was refined into a purple gourd. He stared in the direction where Tienda disappeared, feeling a bit surprised. It was actually the Quasi-Emperor's symbol gate, severing all connections, isolating himself from the space-time. I'll give you a chance. There's no harm in fighting in the future. I'll wait for your return. Yi Fan wasn't worried at all. He had never been afraid of anyone in his generation. Even the Heavenly Prince, who had the best talent and bloodline in the world, had been killed. It was no longer possible to suppress him with talent alone, and he had nothing to fear in terms of personal cultivation. Everyone was shocked. Yi Fan really was unmatched, the most powerful individuals in the Fifth Imperial Pass, not even his opponent. Who could contend against him? The rise of the sacred physique could no longer be stopped. There wasn't the slightest sound in the city during this type of great battle. Everyone was trembling inwardly, absolutely silent. Everyone's emotions were extremely complicated. This was a path that left them in despair. This was Imperial Pass. They fought their way here, fought bloody battles along the way. Others fought for so many years. But in the end, Yifan only made one trip, and it directly made people disheartened. His appearance made everyone unable to see any hope. Many people trembled inwardly. After 300 years of struggle, 300 years of being crippled, he actually defied the heavens and survived, becoming quasi-emperor. Yifan entered the city again. The streets were so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. What else could the remaining heroes say? They could only sigh. How were they supposed to resist? This was especially the case for some people. For example, Divine Court Emperor Lord's youngest son, Nine Tribulations Taoist, and the others. Their faces all turned pale. When they thought about their previous mockery and ridicule, it now seemed like they were purely courting death. Di Tian, Shen Lan, Great Demonic God, Fairy Qing Shi, and the others became even more silent. They were old acquaintances, yet now they couldn't match him, couldn't catch up to that person's footsteps. Right now, what everyone had to consider wasn't how to contend against Yifan, but rather whether there was anyone in this world who could stop him in the slightest. The light-shaking realm suffered a great defeat. Tienda fled, and even the two most powerful individuals weren't a match. So who dared go up? Unexpectedly, the divine being on Sky Rushing Tower was still there, still not leaving, his face expressionless. He still hasn't left. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that he was going to fight against Yifan? The divine race was very powerful. According to the legends and past battle records, there weren't many races in the universe that could be compared to them, let alone the supreme being of their race. But according to what everyone knew, the divine being shouldn't have become the quasi-emperor yet. Was he trying to defy the heavens? Did he also want to fight with his life on the line? Do you also want to make a move? Li Heishui raised his eyes and shouted. The divine being glanced at him coldly and didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Yifan. There was no fear in his eyes, only coldness. There's nothing much to say. Let my mother, who has just achieved some small success, come back, said Yifan. Ji Chengdao clenched his fists tightly, his face full of excitement. So many years had passed, and he hadn't stopped thinking about his mother, hoping to rescue her. Now that his uncle had returned and was so powerful, he finally saw hope. To be honest, he really wanted to beat up his uncle in name, but he also knew that he was no match for him at the moment. She's my sister, so of course I won't let her suffer. However, I'm not the only one who has the final say in the divine race. There's still the Supreme Elder Council above me, the divine being said indifferently, still expressionless. If that's the case, then I'll have to personally go to the divine race. Yifan's eyes suddenly brightened, startling many great sage so much that they took a step back, all of them trembling in fear. Up to you. The divine being was still very calm. Pangbo was so angry that he laughed. You're still very strong-willed. Do you want to fight against Yi, or do you want to show off your pride? I've suppressed myself too much, so I don't want to fight right now, the divine being said straightforwardly. Everyone was dumbstruck. Previously, when he arrived on the dragon chariot, his divine might was so shocking that it instilled fear in everyone. It was as if he was a supreme being that had descended into the world, giving everyone a preconceived impression that he was the type of person who would rather die in battle than take a step back. Who would have thought that he would declare his position so straightforwardly at this time? It was somewhat disappointing. However, many people saw that the divine being was very calm. There was not the slightest fluctuation in his emotions, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. If you don't want to fight, then why aren't you running? The Black Emperor said maliciously. He stared at him to see if there were any treasures worth robbing. Why should I run? He's the quasi-emperor. I admit that even if I exhausted all of my methods, I still wouldn't be able to defeat him one realm higher. Meanwhile, I'll enter the quasi-emperor realm in a few years at most. At that time, I'll ask for a fair battle, he said calmly. Many people were astonished, and some were even more moved. He really wasn't affected at all. His Tao heart was like a stone, calm and steady, unshakable even by the north, south, east, and west winds. This was truly a terrifying person, An expert of the same generation as the Quasi-Emperor was standing in front of him, but he didn't care at all. He was still full of confidence. Yi Fan laughed. He was very relaxed as he walked forward and said, "There are some people I gave a chance to fight in the future, but there are some people I don't like, so I don't mind killing on the spot." When he said these words, he was very calm and had a strong smile on his face. However, it made everyone's scalps go numb, and a chill ran down their spines. Many people regretted not running away just now. This was a demonic star. Bang! Yi Fan lightly brushed it, but the force of his finger was more than 10,000 caddies. The divine being flew out horizontally, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock at Yi Fan's unrivaled technique. Even the divine being was powerless to contend against him. They were also shocked at the divine being's tyrannical body. That was a strike from the Quasi-Emperor, yet his body didn't shatter and his bones didn't explode. It's fine that you made Brother Haoyue suffer for hundreds of years, but it's unforgivable that you made a child lose his mother for so many years. Yi Fan's voice turned cold, and everyone felt a wave of murderous intent. The divine being stood up with his body perfectly straight. He wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth with an indifferent expression. He didn't say anything. "Dao brother, please stop." Shenlong revealed a terrified expression. She was afraid that Yi Fan would kill the divine being, so she rushed forward and said, "My mother was our biological sister. My brother loved her the most and never tortured her. He was just unhappy that Ji Haoyue didn't want to stay in the god race." Yi Fan didn't pay attention to her. He opened his palm, and a hurricane formed in this area. The divine being couldn't control himself and rushed over, but he was suppressed by Yi Fan's palm. Everyone was shocked. Didn't Yi Fan have no cultivation? How did he create this black hurricane? After breaking through, he still had this kind of technique. One had to know that this was the divine being. If En Tienda, who had the divine restriction, fought with him, it would be hard to say who was stronger and who was weaker. But now, he was like a scarecrow being detained by Yi Fan. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. They felt cold all over and couldn't say anything. "Qingdao, how do you want to deal with him?" Yi Fan asked Qingdao. "I actually want to beat him up." Qingdao hated the divine being so much that he wanted to cut him into 1,000 pieces. But now that it was time to deal with him, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Yi Fan smiled and said, "Then go ahead and beat him up." He gently waved his hand, and the divine being's blood froze. He couldn't move, and he stood there with his back straight. Ji Qingdao walked forward and circled around the divine being. This was the only true path's peerless character. Usually, no one dared to disrespect him, but today he lost his freedom. Logically speaking, I should call you uncle, but you are too despicable. This punch is for my father. With a bang, Ji Qingdao raised his fist and smashed it into the divine being's right eye. Immediately, it turned purple and became a panda's eye. Shenlong covered her face. She was too embarrassed to watch. It was rare for a nephew to hit his uncle. Moreover, it did not look like he was serious. He was just making fun of the Divine Lord. Shenlong felt embarrassed for the Divine Lord. "This punch is for my mother." With a bang, the divine being's left eye wasn't spared either. It was beaten black and blue. The two purple eyes were very symmetrical, like the reincarnation of a giant panda. "I don't want to hit you. It's my parents who want to, so I'm doing it for them. It's not disrespectful," Ji Qingdao said. Everyone was dizzy. "You were the one who wanted to hit your uncle, but you said that." Ji Qingdao looked at the divine being's swollen eyes and laughed out loud. He took a few steps back and looked at the divine being for a while before stopping. He didn't go too far. The divine being's mouth twitched. He finally couldn't stay calm anymore. His eyes were black and blue because of his nephew. Who was he? He was the leader of the god race. Ever since he was born, he had never lost. His talent was unparalleled. Today, he was teased by a little fellow and beaten by his own nephew. It was really infuriating. The divine being wanted to roar. Back then, someone as strong as Ji Haoyue was suppressed by him with a raise of his hand. Now that his nephew was here, there was a counterattack. Chapter 1648. Chung Dao, if you've thought about your parents, why don't you think about your aunt, your uncle, and us? Filial piety is the most important of all virtues. You have to consider everything thoroughly. The Black Emperor wasn't sincere at all, his intentions clear. Either way, he beat up the divine sovereign in Ji Haoyue's name, so he could naturally use Ji Ziyue and their names to beat him up again. Shenlan's almond-shaped eyes were wide open, and her slender and soft waist was trembling. Anger was written all over her beautiful face. How could they teach their children like this? Urging their nephew to hit their uncle. This dog was too unreasonable. Forget it. Regardless, he is still Chung Dao's mother's older brother. Pangbo coughed, trying to smooth things over. However, when she saw Ji Qingdao's eager appearance, the corners of the divine sovereign's mouth twitched. Shenlan rubbed her forehead, feeling a wave of powerlessness. One could well imagine how much this child disliked the God clan, really wanting to give them a few more blows. He is your uncle, Shenlan emphasized, but he locked my mother up, making my father suffer for 300 years. This fist is in my aunt's place. She's also unhappy. With a pung sound, sure enough, this child couldn't hold himself back in the end, giving him another punch in Ji Ziyue's name. The divine sovereign's right eye socket was black, swollen like a spade. Many people in Imperial Pass were petrified, wanting to laugh but didn't dare. This was truly a lamentable divine sovereign. His entire reputation was destroyed by his nephew's 3 fists. With this type of panda, how could he still put on a dignified expression? No matter how strong uncle is, it's still not enough. Nephew's 3 fists will knock him down. The Black Emperor roared with laughter. Even if the Flood Dragon, Great Pung, and the other 9 divine beasts were called over, pulling the carriage together, it would still be hard for him to display his divine might. At the very least, it was impossible right now. The divine sovereign left with a dark expression. The atmosphere in Imperial Pass was a bit tense, everyone paying close attention. What would Yi Fan do? In reality, Yi Fan didn't do much. He made a circle around Imperial Pass, not stopping, directly leaving again. The main reason he came this time was for his disciple and old friends. Now, was there even a need to continue in Imperial Pass? Was there still any meaning in being unmatched? After Yi Fan left, everyone felt a headache. First, the Black Emperor stirred up trouble, and a few pots of foot-washing tea caused the only true path to be in chaos. Then, Yi Fan's powerful return, sweeping away the young kings of the various races, instantly dimming this path. However, Yi Tong and Yang, she still stayed behind. The 2 of them felt like they had to finish what they started, continue down this path. At the very least, the 9 Imperial Passes trials and ancient battlefields were good places for them to sharpen themselves. There were quite a number of people who had the same goal, especially those who felt that they had a lot of room for growth. They still harbored lofty sentiments and lofty aspirations as they rushed over. The gate of this path was always open to all races, and every day there would be peerless heroes rushing over. Di Tian, the great devil god, Fairy Qingshi, and the others all left. Those who were from the same generation as Yi Fan, after witnessing his combat prowess, almost all silently retreated. In the following years, Yi Fan became a legend here, a fierce individual who almost overturned the entire ancient path with his own strength, becoming the target the other supreme experts on this path wanted to surpass and defeat. Yi Fan went to the Flying Deity battlefield once to visit Bai Yi. He left a few spells and cultivation resources for the hardworking young man. Starlight shone resplendently. Yi Fan and the others went on their way. They already obtained the coordinates from Shenlan, heading straight for God Race's ancient star. Along the way, Ji Qingdao was extremely moved and excited. He was finally going to see his mother, tears about to fall. That face full of affection in his memories never faded, even though he was only a few years old when they parted. This was a gentle and beautiful starry sky. Specks of starlight flickered about, gentle silver muslin swirling about, auspicious and peaceful and full of vitality. They arrived at God Race's residence. There was a star there that couldn't be considered large, but it wasn't that small either. Rich life force rushed into the starry sky, a rare pure land. Silver moons circled about, sprinkling down a rain of light. Lawn birds danced under the moonlight, their slender and beautiful figures making this paradise even more mysterious. Yi Fan and the others arrived, descending towards the ancient star. The earth was full of vitality, the trees were very special, giving off a kind of aesthetic feeling. The forest in front of them was completely flickering with blue light, as if it was carved out of blue crystals. As they continued forward, there was a forest that was like a purple diamond, all kinds of vegetation sparkling, beautiful like a work of art. Who dares intrude on my god race's ancestral star? A powerful divine sense probed over, following which an old man wearing feather clothes appeared. This was an old sage, seemingly possessing an otherworldly temperament. Yi Fan and the others were astonished. This god race's ancient land was indeed extraordinary. Every random person they saw was an expert. In just an instant, a dozen or so powerful fluctuations appeared in this region. We came for Shunyu. This is her child. Today, we want to reunite mother and child. Pangbo was very direct. He believed that Shunlan would definitely tell them after returning. In a split second, a dozen or so figures appeared in front of them, all of them extremely powerful. The men were heroic, the women beautiful and moving. Beauty and power were the distinguishing characteristics of the god race. So it's you guys. We can't stop you, let's go. The old man was very calm, shouting at those juniors to back off. This was a very small village, only a dozen or so families, but almost every family could send out an extremely powerful expert. This made Yi Fan, the Black Emperor, and the others very shocked. As expected of the god race, everyone was heaven-defying, their strength astonishing, exceeding common sense, making other races feel that it was inconceivable. Think about it, everyone has a divine body. This is indeed heaven-defying. Even though this saying was a bit exaggerated, it was still close to the truth. Even though not all of the god race were extremely powerful, their average level far surpassed the other races. The only thing restricting them was their population, which was extremely sparse. The entire god race had less than 30,000 people. This was a number that made people dumbstruck. Moreover, quite a few of these 30,000 people had impure blood, and there were only around 2,000 experts with truly flawless divine blood. The number of people was so few that it made one's hair stand on end. They sped along the way, arriving at an ancient land. There were a few great mountains that towered into the clouds, every single one of them shrouded in auspicious energy. All types of divine trees and strange grasses grew here. This was especially true for a broken ancient mountain. It was like a volcanic crater, its interior empty, releasing multicolored smoke outwards. It flowed with brilliant colors, extremely dazzling. Holy body, Yi Fan, you really came. Someone shouted. This was an important place for the god race. As soon as they approached, dozens of people flew over to block their path. The purple orchids took root in the void, their entire bodies fragrant and fragrant. The flame phoenix tree took root in the underground magma, tenaciously pulling out its branches from the great earth. The lingering flames danced like phoenixes. Cloud dragon vines were born in the clouds, descending from the sky like streaks of azure dragons, their auras extraordinary. In this place, all types of plants were strange, like a dream, beautiful and astonishing. This was a strange world. Since you all know who we are and why we came, then we won't waste words. Let him go. The Black Emperor bared his teeth and said, Sure, defeat us, break through my god race's ancient pass, and you can take him away. A middle-aged man said, So old-fashioned. What era is this? You're still carrying out this kind of thing. Don't blame us for not telling you. If you accidentally blow up this star, don't cry. The Black Emperor ridiculed. There was nothing more to be said. It directly took out that blood axe, while Pang Bo struck out the reformed purple gold gourd. Even though it was a damaged quasi-emperor artifact, it still possessed astonishing power. How could these people block it? All of their faces turned pale, decisively retreating. Even if they were god race, Even if their talents were outstanding, when faced with the might of the quasi-emperor level, their legs and feet would still go weak. Yi Fan and the others advanced with irresistible force. The Black Emperor took the vanguard, encountering quite a few formations along the way, but they were all broken by him. It was difficult for him to stop their advance. "Mother, I've grown up. I'll come to save you." Tears flowed out from Ji Qingdao's eyes. Finally, they arrived in front of a few enormous mountains. They weren't far from the central broken mountain, but when they arrived, they felt an enormous pressure and found it difficult to move. A great formation cut off the path ahead. There were symbols everywhere, and as soon as they arrived, they appeared densely. Chaotic energy appeared, and a divine waterfall descended from the sky. That was a river of divine power flowing. What a powerful spirit formation! This was a world-shocking divine formation left behind by a divine lord in the past. It protected God Race's ancient land, and it was difficult for the outside world to break through. Its power was incomparably great. God Race activated this formation, blocking Yi Fan and the others' path. A few divine elders stood on the enormous peak and looked over. Even the Black Emperor frowned. If this wasn't the flawless, most powerful quasi-emperor formation, then it would be a damaged, ancient emperor pattern. It gave it a headache, and it needed time to think about it. It wasn't easy to break through. "I'll go in myself." Yi Fan made this decision. He didn't want the others to take the risk, because he was quasi-emperor. Even if there was danger, he could still face it head-on. This isn't a half-baked formation from the divine court. It was laid down by a divine lord, and it is extremely terrifying. "This emperor will accompany you," said the Black Emperor. "No need. My heaven origin formation wasn't comprehended for nothing, and I know how to break it." Yi Fan entered the formation alone. The stars moved, and heaven and earth changed greatly. Great burning stars flew over one after another, and it was as if the universe was being destroyed as they smashed towards him. Everyone was shocked. That place formed a world of its own. Heaven and earth were split apart, primal chaos spread, and stars were destroyed. It was unstoppable. Yi Fan brandished his celestial emperor fist to resist valiantly. He walked forward step by step, and he didn't shrink back. A divine lord's strike was separated by endless years. It crossed the world and blocked the path ahead. A sea of divine power appeared there, making even Yi Fan's body tremble. He didn't dare to act carelessly. He was trapped for 3 days. In the end, he found a path of survival and crossed it. 100,000 divine swords moved unhindered and slashed apart this world. If there was a path of survival just now, then it was a dead end now. Those who barged in forcefully wouldn't be able to pass unless they blocked the divine Lord's sword radiance. The Black Emperor's expression changed. The formation Dao would usually leave a path of survival for people in a desperate situation. There were only a few formations like this, and they were the most dangerous. Even his heart was beating wildly. A divine lord's weapon is dominated by the inside. If this supreme weapon is struck down, even Quasi-Emperor won't be able to take it. The Black Emperor was uneasy. Yi Fan didn't retreat when facing the 100,000 divine swords. He continued to move forward bravely, and a green light slashed out from his hand. There wasn't any powerful explosion of power, and there weren't any violent waves. However, it blocked the sword radiance that filled the sky. Primal chaos spread out from his hand, and a green lotus trembled when it came into contact with the sword radiance. It only had 3 leaves, and it contained the true meaning of Tao begets 1. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. Green Emperor, it's Green Emperor. Within an ancient cave in the God Race's broken mountains, an old man who had lived for who knew how long suddenly opened his eyes that hadn't been opened for thousands of years. 2 shocking beams of light shot out and pierced through the void. Chapter 1649. Qing Emperor's name trembled, shaking several mountains of the God Race's ancient land. Tens of thousands of trees trembled and hundreds of flowers danced in the air. Outside the Great Formation, the Black Emperor, Peng Bo, Dongfang Yi, Li Heishui, and the others were all stunned. They naturally heard the aged voice and stared at the green lotus in Yi Fan's hand. It wasn't tall and was only half a meter long. It only had 3 leaves. The roots were clear and the leaves were tender. They were verdant and exuberant. It was full of vitality and filled with chaotic energy. They had long heard of the wonders of this lotus. The reason why Yi Fan was able to survive after fighting a supreme being was not only because of the little girl's contribution, but also because of this lotus. This was originally a lotus in Yi Fan's sea of bitterness. It had all kinds of miraculous effects, able to revive the dried-up sea of bitterness of a large success saint body. However, there was no similar lotus in other saint bodies. Yi Fan had also guessed its origins. His target had long been Qing Emperor, but now that he heard it with his own ears, he was still shaken. Transformation and rebirth. In the Great Formation, Yi Fan's eyes were resplendent. He stared at the green lotus in his hand and thought of many things of the past. Qing Emperor had once left behind a heart that had melted away the murderous aura. Only the vigorous essence energy was left behind for his descendants. Back then, he had borrowed the green copper piece to obtain Qing Emperor's essence blood. Later on, as his cultivation gradually increased, a green lotus was born in his sea of bitterness. It was very small, but it was not ordinary. It was shrouded in chaotic mist. At that time, he thought that this was the unique sea of reincarnation of a saint body. Only later on, as his cultivation deepened and he understood more, did he realize that there were many strange things. It can't be the real Qing Emperor, right? Yi Fan said to himself. He really didn't believe it. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to use a great emperor as a weapon. Same bloodline, same origin, same lotus body. In the ancient cave of the god race, the aged voice was full of shock. His face was densely packed with wrinkles. Only a few dozen hairs on his head hadn't fallen off. He was extremely old. Old ancestor, you've awakened. In front of the broken mountain, outside the ancient cave, the people guarding here were all shocked. This old ancestor hadn't moved for thousands of years. Many of the clan's younger generation thought that he had passed away. Who would have thought that not only would he open his eyes today, he would even speak the truth? To the god race, this was a living history. He had lived for too long and knew many things. The light in the cave dimmed, but the pair of eyes did not close. Through the void, they stared at the green lotus in the grand array. Yi Fan's heart stirred for a brief moment, but he soon calmed down. He had long expected this result, and now it was just confirmed by the mouth of an outsider. He continued to break the formation. The green lotus in his hand that was more than half a meter tall did not emit terrifying laws, nor did it have monstrous waves of divine power. However, it could block all the sword lights. It did not bully the weak, nor was it afraid of strong. It would not destroy others, nor would it allow others to attack it. It disintegrated all the sword rays. Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. This was truly heaven-defying, a supreme treasure not only in name, but also in reality. With it here, it could break through all types of divine light, innately undefeated. This is strange. How could a small Emperor Qing grow in his body? Why isn't this emperor so lucky? The Black Emperor was indignant. This is too heaven-defying. This kind of treasure is too rare. I wonder if Emperor Qing still has a spirit. When the time comes, it will be unbearable. Savage's eyes revealed radiance as he sighed. The demonic venerable eye between Pang Bo's brows opened. He looked at the green lotus and produced a special reaction. The demonic Emperor Heart Sutra in his body circulated automatically. He sighed and said, "Could it really be Emperor Qing?" Boom! Yi Fan strode forward. The sword rays, divine force ocean, and divine order chains could not stop him. He continuously broke through the formation, causing the expressions of the god race's experts to change. How many years had it been? No one had been able to break through. Today, the Saint Physique Yi Fan did it. He directly entered the great formation and killed his way into the depths of the god race's ancestral land. This kind of might, this kind of battle prowess, was horrifying and unstoppable. It was clear that the green lotus was extremely useful. The light swept down by the supreme ancestral weapon left by the Divine Lord was blocked by it. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for Yi Fan to pay the price in blood. Boom! Suddenly, a divine force ocean appeared out of nowhere with a dazzling divine sword wrapped around it. Tens of thousands of primal chaos waterfalls poured down, creating a terrifying scene. The majestic aura was as terrifying as the collapse of a starry river. Even the experts outside the Great Formation turned pale. This kind of power was too terrifying. Yi Fan was swaying inside. Will my uncle be all right? Ji Chengdao frowned. Even though he knew that Yi Fan was powerful, he had still lost the power of laws in his body. Don't worry. After the Saint Physique became the body of the Quasi-Emperor, there aren't many divine order chains in this world that can harm him. Moreover, with the Azure Emperor Lotus in hand, he will most likely be able to protect himself even if he encounters an Emperor weapon. Dongfang Yi consoled. However, this time, they were trapped for 7 days. Yi Fan did not move rashly. He felt that the slightest mistake would cause this place to collapse. The Great Formation would burn, and the entire ancient star might be affected. He was here to save people, not to destroy. In addition, Li Heishui and the others were also outside. If something really happened, it would be difficult for everyone to escape. This was a tense confrontation. The Divine Sword and the Divine Force Ocean sensed the existence of the Azure Lotus and poured down tens of thousands of primal chaos waterfalls. However, the Azure Emperor Lotus was extremely terrifying. It absorbed all of it without stopping for 7 days and couldn't cause it to explode. The primal chaos green lotus lives up to its reputation. Are you an immortal seed born from the primal chaos before the world was created, or are you the life force of the green copper cauldron? A voice came from the divine sword. It was obviously the deity of the divine race's ancestral weapon. Boom! In the end, the divine force ocean disappeared. The divine order chains retreated, and the divine sword soared high into the sky, disappearing without a trace. The entire Great Formation opened automatically, no longer blocking Yi Fan's path. This was because the divine weapon had already sensed that Yi Fan's group would not start a massacre. It even understood the cause and effect, and no longer continued to make things difficult for them. The formation patterns disappeared. Yi Fan arrived in front of the giant mountains. The expressions of the people of the divine race changed. Even the Great Formation could not stop Yi Fan's steps. In today's world, there really weren't many who could stop him. He actually came directly to the most important ancestral ground of the divine race. Behind him, Peng Bo, Dongfang Yi, Li Tian, and the others followed with large strides. Ji Chengdao clenched his fists. It would be great if he could find his father again. Then, his family could be reunited. The detestable Divine Sovereign and the Supreme Elder Association should be kicked in the butt. Today, such an outcome was all due to his uncle's forcefulness. If it wasn't for the Quasi-Emperor, the Divine Sovereign definitely wouldn't have paid attention. He would still put on an appearance of being number one under the heavens, and they also wouldn't have been willing to enter the important land of the divine race. You are indeed powerful, so powerful that you are unexpected. An elder walked out with an indifferent expression. Where's my mother? Ji Qingdao asked impatiently. How many years had it been since they parted when they were young? He was finally going to see that loving face again. She's cultivating in the ancestral land of the divine race. However, it won't be so easy for you to meet her. There are a few people from my race who would like to ask for guidance. No problem. Yi Fan nodded in agreement. Hearing him speak, the expressions of the people from the divine race turned ugly. One of them said, "The old ancestor wants to meet you personally and discuss the Tao with you in a while. We, on the other hand, want to spar with the others and fight at the same level." No problem. The Black Emperor was the first to step out. His formation flags instantly filled the air and fluttered in the wind. No problem. Light flickered between Peng Bo's brows. The 9 slashes of the Demon Sovereign were almost fused into one. His entire being could slash through the universe and all living things. Li Tian and Yin Ishi were even more direct. They instantly took out the Empress furnace of the goddess, causing the people from the divine race to roll their eyes. Why were these people so abnormal? Me too. Savage also came. His left hand was as black as ink, while his right hand was blazing like the sun. It was actually the extreme yin and extreme yang divine palms. He had inherited the legacy of the demonic old man. How about little you lend me that green lotus? No matter what, I have to exchange a few blows with them. Li He was a little troubled. Among these people, he was the weakest. No need, it's enough. We don't need so many people. The people from the divine race hurriedly stopped. They felt that these people were all so evil. After 2 battles, the divine race decisively stopped the fierce battle. These people were too unscrupulous. That black dog immediately set up a great formation that actually emitted the aura of an ancient great emperor. How could they still fight against this? They skipped over it. In the end, Pang Bo performed the 9 slashes of the demon sovereign beyond his usual level. His entire body glowed as he summoned a series of complex Great Emperor runes to suppress the area. Obviously, this was caused by the resonance with the green lotus in Yi Fan's hand. This caused the faces of the people from the divine race to turn pale. In the 3rd battle, seeing that the Li Tian brothers were about to use the divine furnace of the quasi-emperor, the person from the divine race naturally turned green and immediately stopped the battle. What kind of people were these? Why were a group of abnormal people gathered together? The people of the divine race cursed silently and felt indignant. However, after 2 battles, Pang Bo and the others were also deeply shocked. The divine race was indeed worthy of their name. Everyone was like a god. Their strength was extremely strong, and there were many experts who could move the heavens and earth. This meant that the strongest main force of the celestial court had come. If it was any other major force, they would only be tortured here. As expected of a group that separated from the strongest human race back then and established themselves as a race. They sighed in their hearts, but they didn't dare to say these words here. The divine race was conceited and proud, and the thing they hated the most was being exposed. An ancient road meandered through a few giant mountains until it reached the front of the broken mountain. It was like an active volcano that spewed out auspicious air and overflowed with colorful lights. It was truly dazzling. There was another ancient cave on the broken mountain. Yi Fan and the others followed the small path up to the cave and saw an old man here. He was really too old. His wrinkles piled up, almost burying his eyes. There were only 50 strands of hair on his head. They were yellow and lusterless, but they grew tenaciously and refused to fall off. As for his lower body, it was even more shocking. It was actually completely petrified. It wasn't a body of flesh and blood, but rather the body of a sacred spirit. Inside the divine cave, primal chaos filled the air. The old man laughed. His face was full of wrinkles and looked extremely frightening. There wasn't a single tooth left in his mouth, and his voice was weak. You all feel strange when you see me, right? There's nothing I can do. In order to live a few more years, a useless cripple is imitating an ancient supreme's longevity method. He was very direct, pointing out the question in the hearts of Yi Fan and the others. This made them all feel greatly shaken. This old man had lived for a very long time, and it was extremely likely that he was very frightening. He actually knew the ancient supreme's longevity method. In this world, perhaps I'm the only one who is still alive who has seen Emperor Qing. His second sentence directly made everyone stagger. It wasn't that they didn't expect him to live for so long, but it was actually this long. It was too shocking. Chapter 1650. Someone who had an audience with the Azure Emperor. How shocking must such a person be? He could be said to be a living history book. How many years had he existed for exactly? It was simply unbelievable. This was simply heaven-defying. This wasn't sealed in the divine origin, but was a supreme expert of the god race who had survived until now. The Azure Emperor had passed away over 10,000 years ago, yet he had paid his respects before. In that case, he should be at least 10,000 years old now. How terrifying. Clearly, ordinary people couldn't meet the Azure Emperor back then. Only those with extremely high statuses could do so. Their cultivation bases had to be extraordinary. This required a certain amount of time to accumulate. This was a true, living fossil. The demeanor of the Demon Emperor was supreme, looking down on the world with disdain. Even now, just thinking about it makes one tremble. The old ancestor of the god race sighed, as a look of reminiscence appeared on his face. However, no matter how powerful a paragon is, there will be a day when he grows old. He shook his head lightly. The supreme Demon Emperor shook the entire universe, but ultimately, he couldn't become an immortal. Everyone opened their mouths, wanting to say something, but no words came out. The passage of time had buried too much. The old ancestor of the god race didn't use the divine origin to seal himself. In truth, he had been cultivating for so many years. Hence, his cultivation base kept increasing, wanting to break through the shackles and ascend. Sadly, he was too old, and his immortal foundation was on the verge of collapse. He couldn't leap from a fish to a dragon and undergo the final transformation. Half of his body was petrified because he was imitating the ancient paragons. This was a type of longevity art. Saint spirits could transform their bodies into flesh and blood, while he did the opposite, allowing the vitality of his body and immortal foundation to enter a dormant state, lowering the consumption of his life force to the lowest. And during this process, he only maintained a single thought to comprehend the Tao and ascend. All other emotions and thoughts were frozen and wouldn't proceed. Naturally, this was also related to the divine pellet he used before. If not, he wouldn't be able to enter such a dormant state and live for so long. However, the disadvantages of doing so were obvious. He was half crippled and didn't have any breakthroughs in his comprehension of the Tao. His body was more or less crippled. According to what the old ancestor of the god race said, different forbidden zones had different longevity arts. It wasn't a true immortal, but it could effectively slow down the aging process. Naturally, the most important thing was to sever his cultivation base and seal himself. Only when he awakened would he use these arts to prolong his life. But he needed to comprehend the Tao and stay awake, so he didn't use the immortal essence to seal himself. To be able to survive from the ancient times until now was truly a bit scary. It was so scary that people were dumbfounded. One had to know that a great perfection saint physique could only live for a little over 10,000 years. Why? Did Emperor Qing not die? Could it be that he has reincarnated? Finally, the god race's old patriarch calmed down and asked Yifan to show him the green lotus. When he received the chaos green lotus with trembling hands, he was shocked, and his hands shook incessantly. He thought back to the unrivaled monster race great emperor from 10,000 years ago and felt a pressure as vast as the starry skies. He couldn't help but want to submit. Azure the Arch. It's Azure the Arch, a true supreme the Arch. This aura is the same. The eyes of the god race's old patriarch were very intimidating. Beams of light tore through the void as he stared at the azure lotus. He did not understand why they were of the same origin and body, so he asked Yifan for the reason. Yifan didn't hide anything and told him the truth because he also wanted to know what was going on and understand what was going on. Could it be that Emperor Qing didn't die and was really reincarnated? The god race's old patriarch felt that the azure lotus in his hands was incomparably hot. He revealed a terrified expression. If this was true, and the monster the Arch thought that they were up to no good and misunderstood, it could lead to the extermination of their race. The god race was indeed valiant and surpassed all the other races. However, in the eyes of true the Arch, they were nothing. Even the supreme formation of a divine master couldn't destroy this little azure lotus. He believed that unless a supreme being appeared, there was no power in this world that could harm this azure lotus. The god race's old patriarch always felt that Emperor Qing's death was a bit strange. There was a period of time when he thought that Emperor Qing was still in this world and had never left. After all, he was the only person to become the Arch after the primordial era. Moreover, there were only 10,000 years left before the road of immortalization opened. How could the monster the Arch not divine it? Perhaps he had some heaven-defying method to hold on until this era. When these guesses came out, it caused the hearts of Yi Fan, the Black Emperor, and the others to tremble violently. They had similar guesses before. Who was Emperor Qing? How could he not be able to calculate it? Especially since he was too close to this era. Even if he was tortured to death, he should be able to hold on until the end to see what was going on. Reincarnated? Emperor Qing is in our hands. Everyone stared at the azure lotus. Unfortunately, it didn't have any spiritual fluctuations. They couldn't find anything when they probed into its body. Emperor Qing might not die so easily, but it might not be this kind of azure lotus, Yi Fan said. It was said that Emperor Qing was born from taking root in the green bronze piece. Then, if his blood was stained by the green bronze piece again, it was possible that a little lotus would be formed. The mystery of Emperor Qing's life and death was unclear. In the end, Yi Fan discussed the Tao with the god race's old patriarch. They talked about many problems in cultivation, and they also mentioned the current experts. The God Court Emperor is very strong and almost achieved the Tao. However, he most likely won't be able to take that step. If he could, he would have succeeded long ago. He wouldn't have sat there for hundreds of years, the god race's old patriarch said. But even so, no one can keep him in check. He is only half a step away from becoming an emperor. How many people can fight him? He has to at least reach the great accomplishment stage. We still have to wait for a period of time, Li Heishui said worriedly. It's not impossible. The Golden Crow race's quasi-emperor was one of the most terrifying people I have ever seen. I should be able to fight him. I don't think he should have died silently. However, there's been no movement for so many years. I can't see through him. It's hard to say if he is still in this world. The Black Emperor, Pang Bo, and the others felt a headache. The Golden Crow race's quasi-emperor definitely wouldn't be friendly with them. If there really was such a person who was destined to become an enemy, it was better not to have him. The universe is vast, and there are many extraordinary people. As long as one doesn't become an emperor, no one dares to say that they are the #1 expert in the universe. In the end, they naturally talked about the life forbidden zone. The god race's old patriarch also sighed. He couldn't see through it and couldn't predict the future. Those places couldn't be conquered by humans. In this world, besides the supreme experts who can see and hear, there are also some ancient organizations that can't be ignored. They might be even more terrifying, the god race's old patriarch kindly reminded, because he saw these people as a force that could support the god race. Through the link of Ji Chengdao, the two sides could finally come together. The purest divine blood flowed in Ji Chengdao's body. Whether he admitted it or not, he was a member of the god race. He could even be cultivated to become a divine master. What other organizations? The underworld doesn't need to be mentioned. The god organization is the descendant of the members of the celestial court. They have many terrifying methods and a deep foundation. The god race's old patriarch directly pointed out the two ancient organizations that were opposing each other. Everyone nodded to show that they understood. In addition, there's an ancient lost clan that you might not know or have overlooked, the old patriarch reminded them. There is more. Yes, the Kunlun lost clan. There used to be a celestial bell there. They were only venerable sovereigns. If it were someone else, could they conquer the Kunlun celestial vein? It's impossible. Those people are too powerful. When everyone heard that, they sucked in a breath of cold air as they recalled those secrets. In this generation, there was indeed a descendant of the Kunlun remnant race who had once possessed an incomplete human emperor's seal, and that was just the tip of the iceberg. Yi Fan and the others walked down the broken mountain. The primal chaos surged in the divine cave. The old patriarch pondered and muttered to himself. The organization from the ancient desolate tower era should be extinct. Mother, I'm coming, Ji Chengdao shouted on the way to the back of the mountain. Tears streamed down his face. It had been more than 300 years since they parted. At that time, he hadn't been able to remember things for long. It was really painful to be separated by life and death. At that time, he lay on the ground and cried. He begged the god race to look after him, but it was useless. This was a world of flowers and birds. There were only a few thatch cottages. It was very simple and belonged to nature. In front of a table, a beautiful woman was painting. The paintings were vivid and told a story. There was a valiant man covered in blood. He stubbornly refused to lower his head. He carried a child on his back and paced back and forth outside the god race, not willing to leave. At this point, the woman cried. She was reminded of the sad past. The protector opened the great formation. The scenery and sounds of the outside world were immediately transmitted in. "Mother!" Ji Qingdao shouted. He recognized his mother at a glance. Shen Yu suddenly raised her head, the brush in her hand falling to the ground. She was completely stupefied. She sensed a familiar aura, and then she immediately knew that this was her own child, the one who had achieved small success in the past. Hot tears immediately flowed down her cheeks. The word child revealed the misery and bitterness she had endured for over 300 years. The mother and son reunited. Yi Fan and the others didn't go over. That night, a few muffled groans rang out. A few elders of the god race were ambushed. They turned into pig heads overnight, and but were almost kicked until they exploded. Only when Yi Fan and the others left with Shun, you did a few angry roars ring out. The seals of the elders were broken at this time. They were restrained by the Black Emperor at night, and left for Ji Qingdao to vent his anger. The little fellow didn't hold back and gave him a round of crazy kicks. After he was done, he sealed them all. There were naturally people in the god race who knew. At the very least, the old patriarch and a few others could see through it thoroughly. However, they turned a blind eye and didn't care. Time passed quickly. Another 10 years passed. The races in the cosmos were prosperous. The Golden Age had developed to its peak. Many new experts emerged. It was also during this year that news came from an ancient battlefield that was difficult for outsiders to explore. It was abnormally mysterious and was believed to be in another cosmos. The Sacred Prince was heavily injured and needed help after winning a bitter victory. Although Brother Monkey won, his enemies might take advantage of his weakness to take his life. He sent people out with great difficulty to deliver this news. The Sacred Prince has been injured. Even with his unyielding character, he can only choose to endure and lie low. This means that he is extremely weak and his injuries are very serious. We need to send help as soon as possible. After the people of the Celestial Court received the news, Yi Fan, the Black Emperor, Pang Bo, and the others decided to move out immediately. A new great battle was about to begin. Perhaps after this battle, there would be no more suspense. The fight for supremacy on the Emperor's Road would also come to an end. Chapter 1651. A warship was moving, passing through the cosmos' starry skies, jumping through void holes, speed fast to the extreme. This ship was something Yi Fan participated in after possessing the Quasi-Emperor's body. He and the Black Emperor laid down a great formation in the starry skies, moving over many great young stars, extracting the most fundamental flame essence, using this to refine it. The materials were extremely particular. Tienda's purple gold gourd was definitely not an issue as the Quasi-Emperor's magical artifact. The formation patterns inside were still there, not destroyed. Yi Fan and the Black Emperor studied them, and then refined them into the ship's body. Then, they borrowed the Great Yang Flame essence, referencing the ancient Great Emperor's killing formation and other things, engraving countless Tao patterns. After 10 years of refinement, countless heavenly tribulations were drawn over. The original Quasi-Emperor artifact was successfully modified, moreover evolving its power even greater. The deities inside were subdued by Yi Fan. That was the most dangerous thing. Now, it was completely used by the Celestial Court. This ship was the best tool to move through the cosmos, immediately breaking into another star domain. At the bow of the ship was a scarlet bloodhammer. It had also been forged many times, the cracks on its surface healing. In the end, it was smelted once more, also clearly evolving. With it here, the warship's offensive power rose sharply. With two Quasi-Emperor magical artifacts working together, any expert would feel a headache. The boundless cosmos was vast and boundless. Even if this quasi-emperor ship possessed divine speed, when traveling through void holes, there was no way they could reach that battlefield in a short amount of time. After that cultivator sent the news, he died a few days later. His immortal foundation crumbled, and he left behind a blurry map. Yi Fan and the others continued to fly at full speed, tearing space apart as they sped towards the battlefield, wanting to save the sacred prince. Why do I feel like we passed through the desolate border, arriving in another cosmos? They were shocked. It was unknown how many star systems they passed through, even more so passing through a primal chaos region. It was as if they broke through the limits of this cosmos, jumping out. Primal chaos pervaded the air. It was as if they were opening up heaven and earth, forcibly opening up a passage. Only after half a month did they see starlight again, entering a new starry sky. What kind of agreement did this group of people make actually coming to this type of ancient realm? What kind of battlefield is that? Was it left behind by the older generation? They found it themselves. After barging into this galaxy, Yi Fan and the Black Emperor worked together once again, and once again began to forge the Quasi-Emperor's ship and Warhammer. It was obvious that that place was very dangerous, and they needed to increase everyone's combat strength. Yi Fan didn't mind, but Black Emperor Dongfang Yi, Peng Bo, Li Tian, Yin Yishi, Li Heishui, Ji Chengdao, and Hua were all here. They needed a sturdy ancient ship to defend and attack. This time, they produced the immortal tier green gold and phoenix blood scarlet gold from the Celestial Quartz collection, separately refining them into the ship and blood hammer, directly making the magical artifacts flourish with radiance. The deities inside trembled with excitement, evolving and rising on their own. He's much stronger than before. It was rare for the Black Emperor to be generous for once. He wasn't greedy, fusing all of the divine gold into the two Quasi-Emperor magical artifacts. And he even passed on Great Emperor Wushu's damaged killing formation to the two deities inside. Of course, it wasn't without reason. In the end, this terrifying warship was named Black Emperor. It's not like it's black. Dongfang Yi objected. Can't we just paint it black? That's too eye-catching. True treasures all return to their natural state, containing the extraordinary within the ordinary. The Black Emperor quickly painted the ship and hammer black. The Black Pearl is still the most reliable. It sounds much better than the Black Emperor, said Peng Bo. Exactly. A resplendent pearl in the cosmic sea. How nice it sounds. Savage agreed. In the end, this ship was called Black Emperor, also known as Black Pearl. Moreover, heaven-deceiving formation patterns were laid down on it, and it sailed into a boundless starry sky, approaching that ancient battlefield. After truly arriving at this region, everyone was petrified. What they saw didn't conform to common sense. In the depths of the sea of stars, there was a boundlessly vast island floating. What sun, moon, stars, what resplendent river of stars. In front of it, they were all too insignificant like specks of dust. How could this be an island? It was clearly a piece of primal chaos that hadn't been processed when the heavens were opened. This is the battlefield of the prince's sons? Isn't it a bit too big? Going up to look for someone is undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Its shape is very strange, like half a body. It was impossible to see the entire appearance with the naked eye, because it was too big. They borrowed the Tao pattern fluctuations of the Quasi-Emperor magical artifact, and only after a long time did they manage to outline the shape of this enormous island. This enormous body was terrifying to the extreme. I know, this is most likely the ruined body of a legendary supreme being. An ancient sovereign passed away in meditation here, becoming the battlefield of the later generations. They guessed the truth. This was clearly an unrivaled expert, and it had died for too long. Even the imperial Tao laws and killing intent had pretty much dissipated. One had to understand that the emperor's body was immortal, existing forever with the world. Now it became like this, completely petrified. Only heaven knew how long it had existed in this world. This history is even longer than what we imagined. Only heaven knows when it began. There was such a matchless expert so early on, terrifying. They speculated that this was at least the celestial being or Tao sovereign of the legendary era, extremely ancient. What a strong, baleful energy. This place is a bit strange, making one horrified. Everyone, do not casually leave the ship. The Black Emperor warned. They ascended this enormous island. As soon as they got closer, they saw a red mist. It was a hazy expanse without end, completely surrounding everything in front of them. The Black Emperor felt a wave of fear even when he reached out his body. This red mist was too terrifying, even making him feel a tremendous pressure, enduring the impact of a hammer. Even though the natural laws and killing intent within the Emperor-level body disappeared, for some reason, there was still a terrifying, baleful energy here that corroded one's flesh, seizing the mind's spleen. It was extremely dangerous. This was a dangerous place. They looked around, confirming that there was no life force here. This type of red fiend was extremely harmful to the human body. Normally, if the great sage walked here for a long time, he would be crippled. Unless one's aptitude was outstanding, bloodline extraordinary, it would be difficult for them to stay here for a long time. They would definitely be turned into pus and blood. This is a battlefield prepared for the Emperor after all. It is difficult for others to endure it, unless their aptitude is exceptional. The warship was dark and swarthy, not all that outstanding. Moreover, there were heaven-deceiving formation patterns laid down, normal people unable to see through the depths of the interior. They advanced carefully, slowing down their speed. After traveling for several tens of thousands of li, the surroundings were deathly still, not a single sound to be heard. This type of mist was extremely terrifying, blocking the heavenly eye's detection, isolating the divine will's search. Even those as powerful as them could only see out several li. This place made one feel as if they were isolated from the rest of the world, entering a sealed-off region. They couldn't see, hear, or sense anything. They were like mortals here, the area they could search limited, unable to look into the distance, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Even though this fiend mist is extremely harmful to the body, if we can endure it, it might be a type of tempering. We can forge an undying body. Dongfang Yi focused on refining the body. The barbarian race's body was astonishingly sturdy, weaker than a saint's body, but far exceeding that of an ordinary person. He was the first to jump out, following the warship to refine his body. The others sat at the bow and opened up the ship's defenses, guiding a portion of the fiend energy to surround their bodies as they tried to temper themselves. Uncle, you can fly now? Ji Qingdao was astonished. His current mental state couldn't be better. Ever since his mother returned, he had become much more radiant. Yi Fan stood in the void, moving along with the ship. He didn't tear apart space to enter, nor did he leap. He floated in the air, flying. Everyone was startled, and then they revealed expressions of joy. Did Yi Fan break through the shackles? It seemed like he had taken a very solid step. I can fly now, but it's not because of the divine chains of order from before. It's an ability I've developed now. This is a type of human instinct, a result of the treasures within the flesh continuously opening, said Yi Fan. At this moment, the origin power within his body was circulating. It was hazy, allowing him to produce a portion of his divine abilities. Everyone was astonished. They felt that he was walking further and further down this path. He hadn't awakened his previous laws and Tao, yet he had made new progress. It wasn't bad either. When the time came, he would attack both sides together, and one day, he would break through the shackles. Careful, there are creatures following us. Suddenly, the Black Emperor warned in a low voice. It was because the Black Pearl had sensed that there was an unknown creature behind them that had activated the ripples spread out by the Quasi-Emperor's magical artifact. Yi Fan naturally sensed it first, and his instincts had long detected it. However, he didn't make a move, fearing that he would alert the enemy. That kind of creature was too close, and everyone on the ship sensed it. Yi Fan disappeared from his original location, tearing apart the void and appearing in the bloody fiend behind them. He immediately attacked. Bow! He shattered it in an instant. That was an ancient beast that was actually condensed from baleful energy. It didn't have a true body, and as his palm and fingers descended, it turned back into baleful energy and dissipated in this place. However, he clearly sensed that this was a creature with saint-level power. So why didn't it have a true body? This isn't a simple place. We need to be careful, Yi Fan reminded. Fortunately, he had refined a quasi-emperor magical ship and armed himself with the Scarlet Blood Iron Hammer. It just so happened that there was a place for him to use them here. The Black Pearl's warships sailed forward. An enormous cliff blocked their path, towering into the starry sky. It was extremely astonishing. The warship increased its altitude, about to cross over. Someone had previously stopped at the summit of this enormous mountain, leaving behind some traces. They discovered that there was a Tao platform that had been cut out by man. It was extremely flat, and someone had meditated on it in recent years. There are even bloodstains. That was a type of emperor blood that flickered with lustrous light. There were fluctuations of Tao laws flowing through it, and it had never dried up. It still had powerful vitality, and even the Red Fiend hadn't completely corroded it. These are bloodstains left behind several years ago. They deduced from the traces left behind by the blood. This was truly astonishing. This was, without a doubt, the blood of an imperial prince, or else there wouldn't be such divinity. Yi Fan lowered his head and looked at it again and again, saying, "It's Huang Shudao's blood. He is who knows how many times more powerful than before." Huang Shudao came from Blood Phoenix Mountain, a man who didn't have any distracting thoughts and only lived for the Tao. He was extremely powerful, and after disappearing for so many years, he also came to this battlefield. He actually shed blood here, his injuries clearly not light. This place really was cruel after all. It was unknown if he was still alive or dead. The one who took action against Monkey Brother shouldn't be him, right? No, there isn't Monkey Brother's aura. Suddenly, Yi Fan's eyes became cold. He sensed something, and so he gave everyone a look. Everyone boarded the ship. Behind them, in a place far away, a pair of green eyes opened, ruthless and cold. Chapter 1652. The warship began to move forward. The surrounding red mist became even denser, and the baleful aura was bone-piercing. The pair of green eyes stared at them from far away. They were cold and detached, and there wasn't a single white in their eyes. Chi! A golden line tore through the air. After Yi Fan had everyone board the ship and make preparations, he suddenly turned around and tore apart space. He was naturally extremely fast. There was no need for him to feel any restraining fear. There really weren't many people in this world who could injure his body. He raised his hand and suppressed forward. His right palm was like rolling thunder as it struck towards the creature's head. An AO roar tore through the silence of this dangerous place. The sound was too intense, as if primal chaos, heavenly lightning had struck down here, shaking everyone's skulls in pain. Streak after streak of green ripples spread outwards. This terrifying colossus was revealed. It moved 3,000 zhong horizontally, and its movements were as fast as lightning. It was simply too fast. Thunder Fiend Beast. This is a world-shocking creature born from the fusion of heavenly lightning and baleful aura. Capture it, and it will be extremely beneficial for refining weapons. The Black Emperor shouted from behind. Yi Fan moved again. He was as fast as flowing light as he broke through space and arrived in front of the Thunder Fiend Beast. He reached out his hand again, but this monster was too fast. Just like its name, it possessed the speed of lightning. Kacha! Yi Fan only brushed against its body, but his palm and fingers were extremely sturdy and powerful. He scraped off a palm-sized green scale that seemed as if it was cast from green lightning. Chila sounds rang out. Roar! The Thunder Fiend Beast roared loudly. Violent winds stirred up, and sand and stones flew everywhere. Red, baleful aura surged, and the mountains and rivers between heaven and earth shook violently, rumbling along with its fury. Yi Fan exerted force, and the scale between his fingers deformed. Then, with a PU sound, it turned into lightning and baleful aura, splashing out with brilliant splendor. What fast speed! Yi Fan had to tear apart space to barely catch up to it. It's truly heaven-defying. He's truly riding on lightning. Yin Ishi sighed in admiration. This Thunder Fiend beast couldn't be considered weak. It had long entered the Great Sage realm, and the most important thing was that its speed surpassed all heroes in this world. An ordinary person definitely couldn't catch it. However, it was now facing Yi Fan, a person who possessed the physical body of the Quasi-Emperor. Although the Xing formula could not be used to its full potential, it was enough to tear space apart. With a buzzing sound, a foot stomped down. This time, the Thunder Fiend beast struggled with all its might, but to no avail. Yi Fan sat on top of it, and its entire body surged with electricity, but couldn't do anything to the enemy. With a light pat from Yi Fan, it fell limply onto the ground. Green lightning interweaved, and its entire body crackled with pi-pa sounds. However, the blazing divine radiance in its eyes didn't decrease in the slightest and instead became even more powerful. It directly attacked out, and two streaks of sharp radiance flew out, piercing towards the space between Yi Fan's brows. This was a type of divine sense attack that surpassed this beast's realm. Pa! Yi Fan raised his hand and placed it in front of his forehead, shattering the two streaks of green light. They turned into mist and dispersed. The Black Emperor flew over, controlling its sea of consciousness, completely suppressing this beast, about to make it his own. This is a pawn. That cold and blazing gaze just now belonged to someone else. A strand of divine were residing in its head. There's someone even more terrifying. Yi Fan and the others speculated that there was an Imperial Prince-level figure who discovered them. Moreover, there was quite a bit of power in this ancient battlefield that actually subdued this type of heaven and earth beast. Hong Long Long. In the distance, the sound of raging waves beating against the shore could be heard. It was deafening, and an extremely oppressive aura assaulted their faces. What is that? It was like a vast body of water covering the sky and covering the earth as it surged over from the distance. It was too vast, scattering the killing intent. It directly overturned and smashed over. His reaction was so fast, immediately taking action, a sea of lightning. This is a sea of heavenly tribulation. I never expected to encounter this type of thing here. Is that Imperial Prince-level figure's great Tao direction to control lightning and heavenly punishment? He wants to compete with the heavens, so he is definitely a powerful figure. In the memories of Yi Fan and the others, there was no such person. Regardless of whether it was Huang Shu Dao, Fire Qilin, Golden Heavenly Girl, or the Dragon Lady of the 10,000 Dragon Nest, none of them had this type of great Tao. There was no time to hesitate. This was a group of lightning waterfalls, covering the sky and covering the earth, vast and boundless. It was as if suns were exploding one after another, terrifying beyond compare. One could see that there were angry waves surging in the sea, forming all types of humanoids and beasts. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, roaring as they rushed over. In the past, Yi Fan often used lightning tribulation to attack great enemies, but now, it was the other way around. Someone used such a boundless heavenly tribulation to wipe them all out. Wiping out a group of great sage isn't an issue. The Black Emperor's expression was serious as he spoke, revealing the cruelty of this ancient battlefield. One needed extraordinary strength to survive here. Yi Fan didn't take action. The Black Pearl shone, especially the blood hammer at the front of the ship. It trembled with a wung-lung sound, smashing heaven and earth, turning everything within 10,000 li into true ruins. Not even chaotic energy existed. What terrifying offensive power! The sea of lightning was pierced through. The Black Pearl's power was astonishing. They advanced with extreme speed, rushing towards their target. Hong! Light erupted between heaven and earth. A void figure flickered. This wasn't his true body, just a transformed body that entered the lightning. His true body was hundreds of millions of li out, not in this region. The Black Pearl immediately slaughtered its way over. There weren't any special natural laws in this place. Emperor's children arranged for battles, unmatched battles. Battle was the foundation, the strong were respected. This time, the warship displayed might, its entire body releasing endless strands of multicolored light. Purple mist submerged everything in front, shattering all lightning as it smashed towards that figure. This was the Quasi-Emperor's magical artifact. It was too fast, not inferior to the speed of lightning. That figure couldn't evade in time, seemingly extremely shocked, not expecting to encounter such a group of powerful individuals. I, Thunder God, will remember you all. After leaving behind these words in the void, his body broke apart, turning into lightning, thus disappearing. In that instant, this place became peaceful again. All of the lightning scattered, red mist surrounding this place again. The world became dusky again, unable to see the distant scenery clearly. What kind of thing is Thunder God? I've never heard of it before. The cosmos is vast and boundless. Only heaven knows what kind of figures have come. If we can come, then others will find a way to enter as well. They became vigilant. This place was extremely complicated, and they might not necessarily recognize all of the Emperor's children. Moreover, there were definitely other exceptional figures who came here to fight as well. The disturbance just now was too great, startling a few creatures. News spread, and a group of powerful individuals arrived. Similarly, Yifan found some useful information from the Thunder Fiend BC of consciousness. Even though there wasn't much information related to Thunder God, there were a few diagrams of this region's layout. There was a city several tens of thousands of li out that had survived from the ancient era. The ancient era mentioned here was extremely distant, at the very least dating back to the archaic era, or perhaps even further back in time. This place was the battlefield of ancient emperors, holy spirits, quasi-emperor, and the other most powerful individuals of the cosmos. Many great battles had taken place here, making this mysterious ancient land spread among the most powerful races. Every time a certain period of time arrived, their disciples would come here to gain experience and cultivate. Such a city was the place where these characters would stay and interact with each other. This vast battlefield definitely wasn't just a dilapidated ancient city. In this era, the princes and princes had agreed to have a grand battle. This place naturally became the first choice. Red mist permeated the air. The speed of the Black Pearl was extremely fast. Several tens of thousands of li to the Quasi-Emperor was merely a foot's distance. Although they didn't pass through space, they arrived in an instant. This city was extremely dilapidated. It was truly too ancient, and it almost couldn't be called a city anymore. The city gates had already collapsed, and a large portion of the city walls had collapsed. The buildings in the city were in a half-destroyed state, and even the streets were almost impassable. Instead of saying this was an ancient city, it would be more accurate to say that it was a ruin. However, there were truly people in the city. There were experts who came here to temper themselves, and there were people who came here to exchange items. Although there weren't many people, there were signs of life. As soon as they neared the city gates, Yifan's brows furrowed. There was a portrait of the sacred prince pasted there. Someone was offering a reward, and as long as one could provide clues, they would be rewarded with an ancient scripture on how to ascend to the peak of immortal foundation. Moreover, it was specially written that the scripture had annotations personally written by the ancient emperor. How generous! Who is this? Which power wants to kill Monkey Bro no matter what? Li Heishui asked. Yifan walked up, directly removing the bounty list. After looking at it again and again, it turned into ashes. Not far away, cries of surprise sounded. It was clear that everyone was shocked by his actions, proving the power of the person who issued the bounty. This is the group of people who made the Thunder God's incarnation suffer a loss. Who are they? The Thunder God came from the life-restricted region and is currently preparing to face the Quasi-Emperor tribulation with all of his strength. At most, he will break through in a few months and has no time to care about anything else. As soon as Yifan and the others arrived, they understood a shocking fact. The Thunder God they encountered before came from the life-restricted region, Divine Ruins. In the past, there were many conjectures about that place. Some believed that it was the gathering place of holy spirits, while others said that it was the ruins of ancient heaven, where their descendants were hidden. Thunder God came from there. The Lord of the Divine Ruins is already dead. I wonder if there are any other Supremes inside. This time, if we meet his child, we will definitely kill them all, Pangbo said coldly. This was the first time he revealed such an expression. The Great War 300 years ago was too tragic. Even the Void Supreme Emperor and Hung Yu Supreme Emperor had died in battle, and Pangbo and the others had lost a few of their best friends. GZ, Jiang Taishu, Senior Guy Jiuyo. All of their fresh faces seemed to still be in front of him, all of them bloody in the Cosmos battlefield. How could he not take revenge? They were unable to flatten the life-restricted region, but Yi Fan could chase after their descendants. Even if those people advanced to the Quasi-Emperor realm, Yi Fan still had the ability to fight and even flatten them. Who is offering a bounty to kill the Sacred Prince? After entering the city, Yi Fan asked for guidance. The people who came here were not all princes who had to fight a decisive battle. Some of the disciples of the strongest races came here with their elders just to gain experience and gain experience. Naturally, there were people who recognized him and were incomparably shocked. They did not hide anything and told him the truth. They said they came from the Phoenix Nest, but I don't know their exact identities. There were people who had seen an enormous phoenix nest fly through the sky, the aura it released shaking this battlefield, making the prince's sons all reveal expressions of shock. At that time, a resplendent blade, radiance tore through the cosmos, appearing in the distance. That phoenix nest chased after it, not stopping. There were only two people who came to issue a bounty to kill the Sacred Prince. Have they finally appeared? Yi Fan's eyes flickered with light. The others felt their scalps go numb, and even the Black Emperor felt a headache. They felt that things were going to be troublesome. There might be a calamity, and endless disasters might descend again. Who did the Sacred Prince defeat? It is rumored that the prince's sons fought fiercely for many years. The Sacred Prince was the first to slaughter a great enemy in the bloody battle. He killed an ancient emperor's son from Origin Ancient Mine. What? Origin Ancient Mine even has an ancient prince sealed? This news left even the Black Emperor shocked. It had always thought that there were only a few emperors there, never expecting there to be others. Yi Fan quickly felt relieved. He had previously gone to the absolute beginning restricted region, and he still remembered that night. There were quite a few figures rising from the starlight, some sealed in the source, some exposed, and some clearly corpses. It was definitely not as simple as just a few people. Chapter 1653. Within the dilapidated city, there weren't many people, but the talents of their races were all extremely powerful. Yi Fan and the others left this place after understanding enough. Not long after, a silver-armored war god descended from the sky. His entire body surged with incomparably resplendent moon-like radiance. He directly arrived before the city, shaking this place. Who was it that destroyed the bounty list? He could actually sense it. He was this powerful, making many people's hearts tremble. They felt as if a violent storm was about to arrive. It's the human race's holy body, Yi Fan. A firebird spoke. After being stared at, he told the truth. What? It's him? He actually came as well. I'll wipe him out along with that monkey. The silver-armored war god rushed into the heavens, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Unfortunately, Yi Fan and the others had long left this region, heading towards the depths of the battlefield. This place was just too vast. The sun, moon, and stars were all insignificant like dust. Hong! A loud sound rang through the void. This battlefield was actually trembling slightly. A mysterious aura was spreading, adding a type of oppressive feeling to this world. What is this? What is this? On the Black Pearl, everyone moved through the blood-colored mist. They sensed this abnormality in the dusky world. Then, the great earth continuously trembled. In the distance, large amounts of stars dimmed, and the supreme and oppressive aura became even stronger. Someone is crossing tribulation, the great tribulation of the quasi-emperor. The Black Emperor's expression was incomparably grave and serious. Even though they were so far away, there were still muffled, thunderous sounds. Some of the stars were even shattered by the Tao laws. This was definitely a rarely seen great heavenly tribulation. According to their speculations, there was someone in the depths of the battlefield who had stepped into the quasi-emperor realm. It could be said that this distance was definitely an astronomical figure, yet they could still sense it. There were fluctuations transmitted over, proving just how terrifying the lightning tribulation was. At this moment, not only did Yi Fan's warship tear through space and quickly fly forward, the others also did the same. The quasi-emperor tribulation was too crucial. A group of people frantically rushed over from all directions. Everyone's goals were different. Some people wanted to personally witness this type of grand occasion. After all, the quasi-emperor's calamity was rarely seen since ancient times. It was definitely one of the world's greatest events, so they wanted to observe and broaden their horizons. There was another group of people who found it hard to understand. Now that an imperial prince-level battle was happening, a great enemy was definitely going to rise up. There were some people who stirred killing intent. The battlefield was very big, and the stars were very small. This was a situation that defied common sense. It was hard to see a single person for tens of millions of miles, but now, everyone was involuntarily gathering in one direction. We're here. We're about to see who will become quasi-emperor. In the guesses of Yi Fan and the others, there was no doubt that it was Huang Shudao, Fire Qilin, Divine Silkworm Taoist, and the other princes. It was because they were extremely strong. After accumulating for so many years, they should have long erupted in this world after the great changes. Breaking through now was much easier than it was a few hundred years ago. Perhaps he's the last person we want to see become quasi-emperor, someone from the Life Forbidden Zone, Pangbo said. This was naturally extremely likely, to the extent where it might even be the lightning god they previously clashed with. Even from far away, everyone saw endless lightning radiance. There were strands of great Tao chains tangling about, covering that place densely, completely sealing it up. The battlefield was barren, not a blade of grass growing, a scene of desolation. The giant mountains below were shaking, some of them even more so blasted flat. One had to understand that this was earth and stone formed from the flesh and blood of ancient supreme beings. Even though there were no great emperor laws contained within, essence blood exhausted, completely turned to dust, long no longer considered emperor bodies, it was still a terrifying substance. Under normal circumstances, when battles were fought here, it was extremely difficult for mountain peaks to collapse. However, in this type of lightning tribulation, within the terrifying lightning radiance, normal reasoning was shattered. A few mountain peaks were uprooted, blasted apart below. Meanwhile, compared to the heavens, this wasn't much at all because there were large amounts of stars that grew dim, directly exploding. The lightning in quasi-emperor tribulation was resplendent and terrifying. The sounds of mountains collapsing and seas roaring made even the great sage tremble in fear. The lightning radiance there was different, carrying a blood color, carrying killing intent. What is that? Who is he? Everyone widened their eyes, hiding in different regions, gazing into the void. Their mouths and tongues were dry, about to become speechless. This was a terrifying scene that left everyone incomparably shaken. A great purple dragon floated in the void, bound by countless chains, restricted there, suffering lightning strikes. It was tens of thousands of li in length, entire body covered in blood, purple scales flickering, but the radiance was gradually dimming, tangled up by many chains, locked in place. Draconic energy was oppressive, but it wasn't as heavy as lightning energy, hacking it until it trembled intensely. It wanted to struggle free, but it was extremely difficult. What is going on? Many people felt that this was inconceivable. How could there be a true dragon tied up here, suffering lightning tribulation? Everyone came to watch the quasi-emperor tribulation, yet when they saw this scene, they were all shocked. Could it be that this wasn't the quasi-emperor tribulation, but rather a transformation into a dragon? Or was it to say that a strange omen descended from the heavens, a dragon entering this world, suffering from heavenly punishment? It's this dragon that is crossing tribulation. Finally, someone spoke of the truth. Only this heavenly punishment was a bit strange, a bit different from what they normally saw. In reality, this was the quasi-emperor tribulation. Those iron chains looked material, but in reality, they weren't. They were all divine chains of order, giant iron chains interweaving from the void. The quasi-emperor tribulation has evolved its own Tao, interweaving body, restricting magical chains. As long as it breaks through the obstruction, breaking the divine chains, it will succeed. Yi Fan and the others arrived. The warship stopped in the void, hiding 100,000 li out through the heaven-deceiving formation patterns, not getting too close. In reality, everyone hid far enough, fearing that they would be affected by the quasi-emperor tribulation. Lightning radiance flickered about here, long scattering the red fiend. The world was bright. There was no need to worry about not being able to see the tribulation. It's a bit familiar. Yi Fan immediately frowned, vaguely having a bad feeling. Suddenly, a terrifying streak of sword radiance shone. It was 100,000 li in length, connecting heaven and earth, striking towards the great dragon in the void, about to kill it. Someone took action, taking advantage of its tribulation to take its life. The battlefield was extremely large, all types of people here. There was no way everyone was upright and upright. A fair confrontation had to be carried out. At the same time, a mountain peak flew up, resplendent and dazzling, smashing towards that great purple dragon. It was clearly a precious imprint, and now it enlarged, turning into a mountain peak. This was fatal. Two great experts took action, seizing the opportunity to take action. This was an extremely crucial moment, not allowing others to disturb them. If they truly struck or interrupted the great purple dragon's transformation process, it might cause its cultivation realm to fall, perhaps even directly die on the spot. This was the most dangerous situation. Suddenly, heaven and earth trembled, bell sounds rang out. Then, another great purple dragon tore through the sky from the distance, immediately shattering the sword radiance and mountain peak. In addition, a wave of tremendous power descended, vast and powerful, as if an ancient emperor was reviving. It really is them, this clan. Yi Fan revealed a serious expression. This was an enemy, someone from the nest of 10,000 dragons. Back then, they had previously fought against them. In the end, they borrowed the power of the human devil elder to almost flatten this clan. The great purple dragon that appeared later didn't enter the sea of lightning. It was the divine mark, purple 10,000 dragon bell, an ancient emperor artifact. In this era, where almost all of the emperor artifacts were destroyed, the appearance of this type of weapon seriously damaged the balance, threatening the safety of many people. Could it be that the dragon girl of the nest of 10,000 dragons is crossing tribulation? The aura isn't right. The others were also shocked, never expecting that there would be an ancient emperor artifact suppressing this place, protecting the one crossing tribulation. Who would dare act recklessly now? That was courting death. In the present world, there were only a few Emperor Path magic treasures that had survived. Many of them had been destroyed in that terrifying upheaval. This was the greatest deterrent in the present world. Alho! Suddenly, a draconic cry shook the 9 heavens. The purple dragon in the lightning tribulation struggled free, breaking all of the divine chains of order. Its entire body was covered in blood, almost hacked into pieces, about to turn into a bloody paste. However, it succeeded. From now on, this world has one more quasi-emperor. Rumble. An earth-shattering aura erupted. The great purple dragon's body erupted with radiance. It had made it through this trial, ending the heavenly tribulation. It began to recover its injured body. Moreover, at this time, it turned into human form. This was actually not a dragon girl, but but rather a slightly stooped old man with purple hair draped over his shoulders. His age was truly great. Even though he was the quasi-emperor, his skin was also loose, his face full of wrinkles. Apart from his purple hair that could be considered lustrous, he could be said to be doddering with age. An old dragon, the nest of 10,000 dragons, still has such a peerless, ferocious person. Everyone was dumbfounded, not daring to believe all of this. It's him. Who would have thought that he would still be in this world, moreover becoming the quasi-emperor? It can't be avoided. We are fated to fight against him. Yifan sighed. This was the father of the nest of 10,000 dragons, the great sage of Qianluan. In the past, the great sage of Qianluan and his terrifyingly old father had taken action together, using imperial magic tools to suppress the human demon, Dongfang Tai. After a long period of time, only the great sage of Qianluan had appeared. His old father had always been in a half-dead state, thought to have passed away in meditation. Who would have thought that today he would become the quasi-emperor? This old fellow had personally sealed the human demon back then. In order to obtain the ancient scriptures of extreme yin and extreme yang to comprehend the Tao, he had temporarily spared the human demon's life. All signs pointed to the fact that this old dragon was ridiculously powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to survive and even pass the tribulation to become the quasi-emperor in his old age. My son, your father has revived. I will take revenge for you. The first thing he mentioned after succeeding was revenge. In the past, the human demon had gone to settle accounts with their race, borrowing Yifan's green copper cauldron to break through the nest of 10,000 dragons, killing the great sage of Qianluan and forcing their entire race to flee from Big Dipper. At that time, the old dragon was in a living dead state and hadn't revived. He was brought away by the dragoness, and now he had truly returned. According to the legends, apart from the time he was sealed in the divine source, this old dragon's true age should be at least 8,000 years old, right? The 8,000-year-old great sage should have died a long time ago. Yet this old dragon defied the heavens and became the quasi-emperor. Breaking through at this age, even if it wasn't said to be the only one in history, it wasn't too far off. A purple figure flew over, and the dragoness appeared. The shrunken string of 10,000 dragon bells hung above her head. Her style was exceptional, and she looked down on the crowd. Step into the starry sky and kill all of the barbarians. I will wait for that human demon to appear. The old dragon roared loudly, and his killing intent surged over 100,000 li. Everyone was shaken. He had just become the quasi-emperor, yet this old dragon was already so violent. His killing intent was so heavy, and this was indeed rarely seen since ancient times. Kill him, the Black Emperor said coldly. That's right, kill him here, Pangbo also said. This was a great disaster that had to be eliminated. As for the barbarians, their eyes flickered with cold light, and they revealed an incomparably serious expression. This involved the safety of their race. This old dragon was extremely dangerous, and he had to be eliminated. Yifan didn't expect that the first battle after coming to this battlefield would actually be against the nest of 10,000 dragons. Moreover, it was an unexpected opponent. You want to wipe out the barbarians? Right this time, an old man walked over from the distant sky. His upper body was bare, and he wore beast skin clothes. He carried a white bone club as he closed in step by step. The old dragon's eyes immediately stood up, and his body trembled with excitement. It's you, human demon. You're actually also on this battlefield. That's even better. Once we settle our grudges, I'll send you on your way. Chapter 1654. The human demon arrived. He was just as valiant as before. His black hair was still messy, and the muscles under his beast skin clothes were as sturdy as a horned dragon's. His bronze flesh was extremely hard, and the white bone club in his hand carried a savage aura. This was a ferocious person. This was everyone's first impression, because they could feel his murderous aura. From that sparkling white bone club, one could vaguely hear the roars of various prehistoric beasts. This weapon was condensed from the essence of Saint's bone. Alho. The old dragon's body was tall and sturdy. His eyebrows were vertical, and each step he took covered 100,000 jong. He was powerful and domineering. As the quasi-emperor, he was in charge of the life and death of the world. He had the confidence to kill the human demon as soon as he arrived. Pung. The human demon didn't seem to care at all. The white bone club in his hand moved horizontally to block his path. The ancient beast's roar shook the world. This bone weapon emitted a wild power that shattered the vacuum. He dared to take action against the quasi-emperor. Everyone was shocked. The human demon was extremely powerful, and the power he released was incomparable. If the great sage went up, he would undoubtedly die. This was not a power they could see through. The old dragon's body was extremely powerful. His body flowed with dragon blood, and now that he was in the quasi-emperor's body, his strength could be considered unrivaled. A pair of sharp and cold purple dragon claws reached out from his body. Dang! The dragon claws collided with the white bone list. Sparks flew in all directions, and the vast sky split open. There were great stars that directly shattered and fell down. Their attacks shocked the heavens and pierced through the heavens and earth. It was like a resplendent river of stars falling down. It was extremely dazzling and shocking. Quasi-emperor. Everyone cried out in their hearts. The human demon was also a quasi-emperor, and his cultivation was even more profound. His physical strength could contend against a quasi-emperor level archaic dragon. That club was a magical artifact of the quasi-emperor. It had been refined to an unknown level, and it seemed even sturdier than the old dragon's claws. This kind of attack caused the old dragon's nails to tremble slightly, releasing the sound of metal and stone. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the two exchanged dozens of blows. However, the demonic human's feet were like nails nailed into the void, unable to move even half a step. On the other hand, the old dragon circled around him and struck out 64 claws. The clanging sounds were deafening, but he was sent flying instead. Both of his claws were bleeding. Everyone's expressions trembled. How powerful were the races with dragon blood flowing through them? They represented a type of supreme evolutionary path, and their original bodies were like this. Moreover, the old dragon was already 8,000 years old. This kind of accumulation was too terrifying. Once he became the quasi-emperor, he would definitely reign supreme for a time. Even so, he was at a disadvantage in the first clash and suffered quite a bit. Blood dripped down from his claws. Ew. Quasi-emperor. A look of shock appeared on his face as he was sent flying. He had thought that he would be able to massacre the berserkers and kill Dongfang Tai, but he never thought that the human devil had already stepped into this realm. Yes, many years earlier than you. The human demon stood there with a beast-like glow in his eyes. He was extremely dangerous as he stared at the old dragon from head to toe. Everyone was shaken. The human demon was like an ancient tribe leader who wanted to hunt down a large, desolate beast. The old dragon's heart immediately sank. No one understood the human demon's terror better than him. Back then, he had gathered quite a few people to subdue Dongfang Tai. Now, he was facing the human demon alone. His expression was grave. "You've just crossed tribulation, so I'll give you some time to consolidate. Go bathe in the essence of the sun and moon as well as the power of the stars. That way, the dragon body will taste better when roasted," said the human demon. Everyone was petrified on the spot. This old man was too savage. He wanted to eat the quasi-emperor? What kind of person was this? He was truly like a primitive man hunting a dragon, ferocious to the point of being a complete mess. "You're courting death." The old dragon was furious. His head of purple hair stood on end, and his purple pupils were like two spear radiance shooting out, sharp and oppressive. "Don't waste time." "I'm hungry," said the human demon. Everyone was stupefied. There was no lack of imperial princes among the experts in this area. They were all stupefied. What kind of enemy was this? If they were defeated, they would be eaten. Within the Black Pearl, the group of people were all excited. Dongfang Yi in particular almost shouted out, "Old ancestor came at the right time, lest this old thing gets cocky." Heh. Now we're in luck. The Black Emperor licked his lips and said. Hua Hua was also drooling. She put her hands together and said, Amitabha on the left, Sakyamuni on the right, and Master on the top. Wine and meat pass through my intestines. The true Buddha's Tao sits in my heart. Some of the formation patterns were restrained, and they were ready to attack at any time. A group of gluttons. When the people nearby saw them, they were all a bit stunned. It was because these people were like starving people waiting for rice to be cooked. Their eyes were all emitting green light, and it was a bit scary. Everyone was a bit stupefied. Why were all the people on the ship like this? It really was passed down from generation to generation. They all wanted to eat the quasi-emperor. The old dragon sneered and directly turned around to leave. He really went to consolidate. He had just crossed tribulation and could increase his strength, so why not? He wasn't afraid of sneak attacks because there was the deterrence of the 10,000 dragon bell not far away. With a hong sound, waterfalls filled the sky. It was unknown just how many stellar streams fell from the cosmos and poured down on his body, filling up his body that was like a bottomless pit and replenishing his energy. His originally shriveled body swelled up a bit, submerged by the essence of the sun and moon. His entire body was filled with an indescribable divine aura. After a long time, the old dragon roared. He was much more powerful than before. He had accumulated for 8,000 years, and after successfully crossing tribulation, the transformation was incomparable. It was extremely berserk, and all of his potential was unlocked. Kill! With a long roar, he slaughtered his way over, rushing towards the human demon. A large purple bell appeared above his head. That was his weapon, and he was going to fight Dongfang Tai to the death. Dang! The white bone club moved through the sky, colliding with that large bell. No one expected that the second clash would be a battle of life and death as soon as it began. There were no signs of a battle of attrition. This was going to decide life and death in an instant, deciding a victor. The methods were bitter. Bell waves spread out, and everyone retreated, not daring to approach. There were ripples of purple light erupting between the two. They fought into the cosmos, and those rays of light were all bell waves, shaking the stars until they fell down like ripe fruits, continuously exploding. This was the unreserved power of the quasi-emperor. It was boundlessly terrifying and impossible to defend against. After an intense collision, bell waves spread through the cosmos. Those purple Tao patterns surged in all directions, shattering all things. However, the human demon was even more ferocious. With the white bone club in hand, he brandished it with incomparable ferocity like a god of thunder. The large club descended, directly striking the old dragon's head. Every time it smashed into the great bell, it would destroy the bell waves and release a hurried metallic sound. The old dragon's eyes were cold as he activated the great bell to face it head-on. The blood of the dragon race flowed through his body, and this bell wasn't refined by him alone. It was a half-emperor magical artifact passed down from his ancestors that had always been nourished within his body. At this time, it completely recovered and was full of divine might. He didn't believe that a trifling bone club from the human demon could have that much power. Dang! The drawn-out sound of the bell resounded through the ages, hurting everyone's soul. All cultivators who heard it, no matter how far away they were, felt that their primordial spirit was about to collapse. Even though they were separated by the starry skies, many people still found it difficult to endure the pain. They had no choice but to seal off their senses and not pay attention to the great battle. Otherwise, their primordial spirits would be destroyed by the repercussions of the old dragon's bell. The hurried great bell rang continuously for a total of 108 times. Then, the sound of a riot could be heard. Honk! Like fireworks. Everyone saw a purple ball of light blossom in the starry skies. It was like a mushroom cloud that covered the sky and submerged the starry skies. What? The old dragon's weapon was shattered by the white bone club. In terms of weapons, the old dragon's weapon was definitely superior, but it was still shattered by the human demon's weak weapon. This was a reflection of his strength. Moreover, The strangest thing was that the fragments of the bell had all shattered, turning into purple light that entered the bone club. This promoted its evolution, and it was truly shocking. This white bone club was unfathomable. It could actually evolve like this. No wonder it could become a quasi-emperor weapon step by step from a white bone. Its terrifying growth rate far surpassed many divine weapons in this world. A bell imprint appeared on the bone club. It stood side by side with the Koin Pung, Azure Dragon, and Blood Phoenix imprints, forming a Tao pattern on the bone. The old dragon's expression changed greatly. This was not a small blow. Even after becoming a quasi-emperor, he was still not the human demon's opponent. Moreover, the disparity was not small. Suddenly, before the human demon could make a move, the aura of an archaic emperor erupted. The dragoness' purple hair danced in the wind, and her eyes were as sharp as sword radiance. Her clothes fluttered in the wind as she flew over like a purple deity. The 10,000 dragon bell turned into a true dragon that suppressed the heaven and earth. The human demon shifted his position and instantly retreated 100,000 li. Although he was ferocious, he did not clash head-on. He knew when to go all out. Everyone on the Black Pearl felt their hearts sink. This was an ancient emperor's magical artifact, the most terrifying object in the present age. Emperor weapons had almost all been destroyed in the darkness, so what else could they use to keep it in check? Yifan stood out with the primal chaos green lotus in hand. He was ready to fight. However, what surprised everyone was that the human demon was very calm. His eyes flickered, and he did not retreat. Instead, he stared at the dragoness with a faint murderous intent. The quasi-emperor was very terrifying. If one did not reach this level, it would be difficult to kill them even if they had an emperor weapon. The dragoness moved forward while the human demon retreated. He did not clash head-on, nor did he retreat from this place. He wanted to find a chance to kill the two from the nest of 10,000 dragons. This was the quasi-emperor's confidence. Even if he could not win, he could still deal with them. His magical power and cultivation were as deep as the sea and unfathomable. The old dragon's expression was ashen. The other party was too arrogant and did not fear the ancient emperor weapon at all. He still did not leave and even planned to eat him. This made him incomparably resentful. However, at this moment, Yifan moved. If the old dragon held the weapon, the human demon would definitely retreat immediately. In that case, he would not be able to clash head-on and could only kill in secret. With a wonglong sound, the heaven and earth trembled violently. Yifan tore open the void and held the primal chaos green lotus between the dragoness and the old dragon, cutting off their connection. Alho! The dragon's cry shook the 9 heavens. The purple 10,000 dragon bell transformed into a great dragon and swooped down. It was terrifying to the extreme, and the ancient emperor's might was vast and shocking. Yifan's heart was not calm at all. After all, he was facing an emperor weapon, but he had to give it a try. He faced it with the green lotus in his hand and erupted with a wave of chaotic energy. What? Haven't the emperor weapons in this world been destroyed? Why is there one more? Many people were shocked. However, the primal chaos green lotus had no offensive power and could only passively block the 10,000 dragon bell. The surrounding starry sky collapsed as the great dragon shattered the heavens. At this moment, the human demon moved. He disappeared in a flash and appeared in front of the old dragon. He raised his bone club and smashed it down in a domineering manner. The old dragon was scared out of his wits. He turned around and quickly evaded. He charged towards the dragoness and sought the protection of the emperor weapon. However, Yifan held the primal chaos green lotus in his hand and blocked the emperor weapon's power. The dragoness had no time to care about him. The human demon's speed was too fast. The great Yin and great Yang divine arts interweaved. His body was half black and half white. Then he erupted with blazing light and caught up to the old dragon in a flash. Pooh! Blood splashed everywhere. The old dragon's bones and tendons were broken and the primordial spirit in his head shattered. Although the quasi-emperor's laws were tyrannical, they were all defeated and his vitality was completely erased. Chapter 1655. Ah! The dragoness screamed. This was a quasi-emperor. Whether it was in the past or in the Golden Age, it was too difficult to cultivate. But now he was dead. This was the death of a nest of 10,000 dragons. He had just become a quasi-emperor, yet the old dragon died immediately. The time was too short, and this was a great loss for the race. She charged forward with the 10,000 dragon bell, wanting to destroy the enemy. However, the Green Lotus was very special. It did not attack and only defended passively. It even broke through the Imperial Tao laws. Everyone revealed strange expressions. This was too strange. There was actually such a weapon. Yifan charged at the dragoness with the primal Chaos Green Lotus in hand. Since things had already come to this, he would go all out. He wanted to get rid of the hope of the nest of 10,000 dragons. The human demon also came over, ready to attack at any time. Being targeted by the powerful quasi-emperor, it was useless even with an Imperial Tao artifact. After all, it could not be activated all the time. Without an ocean of magical power, one could always control this artifact. Boom! The dragoness was quite decisive. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, she shook the 10,000 dragon bell and broke through the void. The dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens. The purple dragon was tens of thousands of kilometers long. The dragoness stood on the dragon's head and entered the void. She shattered the ancient sky and disappeared. The powerful Yifan and the ferocious human demon chased after her. But in the end, they could not catch up. They could not keep up with the Imperial Tao artifact, and thus disappeared into the spatial turbulence. The battlefield was deathly silent. Everyone was incomparably shocked. That was a quasi-emperor, and he had been killed just like that. Before this, everyone thought that the nest of 10,000 dragons was about to rise. That was because the birth of a quasi-emperor was enough to make all the races of the universe feel fear. Add to that the imperial weapon in their hands. Who would dare to go against them? But this was a great irony. The old dragon had just passed the tribulation and was killed. This was most likely the shortest quasi-emperor in history. Everyone was dumbfounded. The old dragon of the nest of 10,000 dragons had created 2 records in one day. He was the oldest in history to become a quasi-emperor, but he had stayed at this realm the shortest in history. This made others not know whether to laugh or cry. They wanted to laugh, but they also felt a type of sorrow for him. This path was difficult to tread after all. The path of cultivation was heartless, but the path of humans was even more heartless. In the distance, the old man was dragging a huge purple dragon over. It was even longer than a mountain range. The mountains rumbled as he dragged it over. In the end, Dongfang Tai used a magic technique to shrink the old dragon down to a few dozen feet in length. Only then did he carry it on his back. His entire body flickered with purple and golden light, incomparably dazzling. Quasi-Emperor's aura pervaded the air, making it impossible for ordinary people to get close. Other than Yifan, who was unharmed, even the Black Emperor found it difficult, let alone Li Heishui and the others. It was because the old dragon suddenly died. When he had just died, the divine chains of order within his body collapsed. The great Tao fragments in his blood rushed about chaotically, able to injure nearby cultivators. This was the terrifying thing about the quasi-emperor. Even though he was dead, he still made people fear him. The demonic old man made his move, wiping away the murderous aura and shattering some of the fragments of the great path in the blood. Only then did Huahua, Ji, Qingdao, and the others feel better. Ha! Ancestor, we finally meet again. Dongfang Yi laughed loudly. He also went up to greet the old man with his upper body bare. The 2 of them were dressed in similar styles. Demon Lord, we are so lucky to have good food thanks to you. Huahua smiled mischievously. The Black Pearl left far away, dragging a dragon body at the level of the quasi-emperor. It truly shocked many people in the dark. No one made a move, and they all had complicated expressions. There was no doubt that what happened today was a huge blow. Now that the conquest of this battlefield had been upgraded, only the quasi-emperor realm could move unhindered. Otherwise, it was simply not enough. The arrival of the human demon and the appearance of Yi Fan broke the peace here. Even though the quasi-emperor level of battle strength had long appeared here and the balance had been broken long ago, it was not as shocking as today. This was the first time someone had killed the quasi-emperor. The starlight was dim, and a red mist covered the sky. However, a mountain peak was in full swing. The Great Dragon Roasting Project was underway. This time, it was presided over by Yi Fan. The dragon meat was golden and glossy, and the fat dripped into the flames of the way, making sizzling sounds. This was the flames of the way of the human demon old man, but his mind was not on the golden dragon meat. It was rare that he was not tempted today. That was because he was tempering his bone rod, making it evolve. That day, for Elder Dongfang Tai, the harvest was too great. The bone rod had shattered the quasi-emperor divine clock and absorbed all of its essence. At this time, the human demon had even pulled out the entire dragon bone. It flowed with sparkling splendor and was tens of thousands of meters long. Of course, this was the result of him refining it. Otherwise, it would have been far more majestic and long. He used the flames of the way to refine it, and Yi Fan used it to roast the meat. He himself was refining his weapon, slowly fusing the entire dragon bone into the bone rod that was less than a meter long. The moment the fusion was completed, a gust of wind blew, sand and stones flew, and waves crashed against the shore. This place was on the verge of exploding. Fortunately, Yi Fan had planted the green lotus of chaos next to it in advance. It swayed with a white mist, stabilizing the situation. Otherwise, the Black Emperor, Dongfang Yi, Li Heishui, Li Tian, and the others would have been blown away. The human demon's weapon was extremely terrifying, but it looked even more crystalline. There were all kinds of bird and beast patterns on it. This was the key to the growth of this quasi-emperor weapon. Haha, this is great. A quasi-emperor has been killed just like that. This is really the beginning of a new era. A brand new era has arrived. Dongfang Yi laughed. It can also be said that the most cruel and tragic era has arrived. In the future, if your cultivation is slightly weaker, you will not have a good life. The Black Emperor held a wine jar and took a big gulp. This was all true. This battlefield had long had a quasi-emperor, and the prince's sons were also close to this level. Some had even entered this level. The battle in the future would be very terrifying. Unfortunately, that girl ran away. Li Tian was full of regret. When she appears again, that woman will definitely be the quasi-emperor. At that time, when she comes with the 10,000 dragon bell, it will definitely be a huge disaster. Pangbo said. Everyone nodded. Right now, and the nest of 10,000 dragons would definitely not rest until one of them was dead. When they met again, it would definitely be a fierce battle, and blood would splatter the sky. If she appears, then think of a way to hunt her down. The old man tore off a large piece of golden dragon meat and stuffed it into his mouth. He began to eat, not caring at all. Everyone sighed. The old man really did not care at all. However, he had the ability to do so. So what if they were the children of the ancient emperor? Their bloodline power was indeed astonishing. But those who could reach the quasi-emperor realm were not easy to deal with. They were all ferocious people among the geniuses, kings among the evildoers. As one's realm increased, the effect of the bloodline power inheritance would become weaker and weaker. This was because people of this level were equally amazing. It was impossible to use the identity of the prince to suppress others. In a sense, those who did not have the bloodline of the great emperor might have a longer road in the future. They had to struggle step by step, and only after countless tempering did they achieve the golden body. Of course, at the beginning of the voyage, the prince's deterrence would still be terrifying. Oh my God, it's so hot. In the middle of the night, Hua Hua cried out miserably. She chanted ghosts and Buddhas as she scurried about on the Black Pearl. After eating too much quasi-emperor meat, his entire body glowed and became extremely hot. The murderous qi and harmful things in the meat had all been refined out by the human demon, but he was still like this. One could imagine just how tyrannical and nutritious the dragon meat was. On the other side, Dongfang Yi and Pangbo were both groaning. There were two large barrels with blood boiling inside. They were buried in them, tempering their bodies and carrying out inhumane cultivation. Yi Fan and the human demons stood to the side and watched carefully, afraid that something would happen to them. This was the blood of the Quasi-Emperor, the blood essence released from the old dragon's body. How could ordinary people endure it? Even these two could not. Their bodies had been smashed to pieces many times. Moreover, this was because the human demon and Yi Fan had refined 90% of the killing intent and great Tao fragments in the blood. The Quasi-Emperor's blood was astonishing. Even though there was only 10% of the killing intent left, the great sage could not endure it at all. He needed the human demon and the human demon to personally protect and take care of him. Although it was painful, their gains were great. Their bodies broke apart several times, and after being baptized by the dragon blood, their flesh gradually became crystalline and tough. It was difficult for swords to injure them. They were the first batch, and the others were waiting anxiously because the two of them were lab rats, treated as experimental subjects. The Black Emperor, Li Tian, Yin Yishi, Ji Qingdao, and Li Heishui also wanted to experience this. After seeing the results, the group was extremely excited. The path of cultivation was endless, and they had to find ways to increase their strength. 3 days later, the group finally broke through. Their bodies had been tempered to a terrifying level, and ordinary Dao soldiers could hardly injure them. Even Li Heishui, who had the worst aptitude, was refined by the old man as a treasure. He wailed like a ghost for 2 whole days before being freed. 5 days later, Yi Fan and the others suffered an ambush. The Quasi-Emperor's power erupted, a powerful Quasi-Emperor suppressing them. The Black Pearl erupted with radiance, blocking the attack. If not for the immortal tears green gold and phoenix blood scarlet gold mixed in, this ship would have been blasted apart. One could well imagine how powerful the one who came was. He wanted to detonate the warship and blood hammer, ignite the 2 Quasi-Emperor artifacts, sacrifice this group of people alive. Yi Fan, in this celestial being battlefield, only one of us can survive. The game of death begins. A cold voice rang through the sky, but this person already left into the distance. Shunming, it's Shunming from the life-restricted region. Immortal Mausoleum. Li Heishui was shocked. Back then, when Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue got married, Shunming had previously come to stir up trouble, incredibly powerful. At that time, Yi Fan, Sacred Prince, and Ji Zi all came out, almost about to face Shunming and Enpu, fighting for supremacy. After all these years passed, they finally met again. When they met again, a great battle was about to unfold. Now, everyone was already sure that not all of the supreme beings in Immortal Mausoleum came out, that it wasn't just the long-life celestial being alone, because he didn't have any heirs. Meanwhile, Shunming came from Immortal Mausoleum, the child of an Emperor Realm expert. The human devil looked towards the void sky, saying to himself, "I've never eaten the flesh of an emperor before. I wonder if their children are truly similar to them." The originally tense atmosphere was washed away by his words. Even Flower and the Black Emperor clenched their teeth. This old man's personality was great, his way of thinking different. He seemed to be extremely direct, going straight to the essence, giving off a bit of the great Tao's simple feeling. Shunming already left. He came to issue a letter of challenge. In the future, when they met on the battlefield, life and death would be decided. "There's still me." A streak of lightning radiance flew over, hacking towards the Black Pearl. However, it was shattered by Yi Fan's finger. This was a divine sense message sent over by Thunder God. The day he became the Quasi-Emperor was the day the bloody battle of life and death would begin. The same day, someone crossed tribulation in the distant great earth depths. News spread that Huang Voidao broke through tribulation, turning into a Quasi-Emperor, shaking up the ancient battlefield. The flames of war swirled everywhere. The day of a bloody, great battle has arrived. Dongfang Ye's eyes revealed radiance. As this place became more and more tense, the increase of Quasi-Emperor would inevitably shatter the heavens. Brat, do you want to know how great Emperor Wu Shi faced it back then? The Black Emperor said. How'd he do it? How was my master going to face it? Flower asked. What could he do? It's just two words, sweep through. Great Emperor Wu Shi swept through everything in his path. On the battlefield, he was truly the enemy of the entire world. The Black Emperor said enticingly, but he himself became excited first. Chapter 1656. It was impossible in this world. Hua firmly believed that in this world, the sons and daughters of all emperors would appear. No one would be able to sweep through everything, viewing the emperor's path as smooth and level. The present world is too difficult. No one can truly transcend above. It is many times more terrifying than great Emperor Wu Shi's era. There are just too many imperial prince-level figures. Yin Ishi also shook his head. The so-called Golden Era wasn't just for show, gathering all of the most powerful bloodlines from ancient times until now, all of them fighting for supremacy in the same era. No one could truly transcend the world, rise above the kings. The Black Emperor bared his teeth and said, Do you all think it was easy for great Emperor Wu Shi to achieve the Tao? He has also experienced many great battles, encountered exceptionally terrifying great enemies. He corrected unhappily. The so-called sweeping through referred to normal situations, but great Emperor Wu Shi had also faced immortal domain's bloodline before, fighting until the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. TCH. Everyone looked at him with disdain. In the past, even immortal domain's existence couldn't be confirmed. So how could there be that type of bloodline? I'm not speaking blindly. If there really is such a great enemy, based on my speculations, even if it isn't an immortal domain bloodline, it is most likely an ancient emperor who severed his own cultivation. Otherwise, it would be a chaotic body or an emperor's sovereign's descendant. Either way, they are the most courageous under the heavens, their potential limitless. Even great Emperor Wu Shi paid the price in blood. The Black Emperor said. Everyone raised their middle fingers at him. This bastard's words were too unreliable. However, there were still some misgivings inwardly. Everyone unanimously believed that no one in this era could sweep through everything. One has to understand that those were the descendants of archaic emperors, all of them gathered in this era, their potential definitely shocking past and present. It isn't as simple as just imperial Dao bloodline. There's another precondition, and that is the one with the greatest potential. Dongfang said. This was a fact. The princes were chosen and sealed. Every single ancient emperor had more than one descendant, leaving behind the children with the greatest potential. There were two reasons for doing this. The first was to become an immortal in this era. The second was to compete against the other ancient supreme beings, carrying out a great decisive battle. It was difficult for great Emperor Wuk to meet, and they couldn't encounter each other. Who exactly was stronger and who was weaker? No one knew. A single person became an emperor in a single era. There were too many restrictions, making those past supreme beings feel regret. Meanwhile, how were they going to compete? Whose Tao was higher and who was lower? It was difficult for them to verify it themselves. They had left behind their children with the greatest potential, so it wasn't as if they didn't have the desire to end the regret in their hearts. The outside world isn't calm at all. Two divine generals have appeared, informing everyone that they want to kill Yi Fan and the Sacred Prince. They really are arrogant. They received a piece of news. At the same time, in an ancient city, a silver-colored war god descended from the sky and patrolled around. The aura of a supreme being was oppressive, and his entire body was flowing with moonlight. You don't need to be afraid. As long as there are clues, build an altar and inform us. We will definitely slaughter our way over and take the head of the divine body. The dignified voice reverberated in the sky, filled with a terrifying aura. The silver war god was like a terrifying monument that stood there, intimidating all those who came after it. Everyone was horrified. This person was too powerful. Fluctuations scattered outwards, almost making the great sage go weak. Just what kind of cultivation did he have exactly? During these past few days, news spread in all directions. The entire battlefield wasn't calm. It was rumored that the experts who wanted to kill the sacred prince and Yi Fan weren't people of the present world, but rather from the archaic era. There were some who were extremely sure that they had previously followed a true imperial, Tao, supreme being. These people's experiences alone already left others horrified. They experienced the most terrifying tribulations, not dying after 100 battles. When they appeared in this world, gods would kill gods, Buddhas would kill Buddhas. It was difficult for them to find opponents. Compared to them, many people felt like they were bean sprouts that grew up in a greenhouse. Those who personally experienced that type of murderous aura would all feel great fear. Sacred Prince, Yi Fan, if you dare appear, you will be killed without exception. Victory is inevitable. Death is inevitable. These were the shouts they released when they appeared, shaking up those ruined cities until they couldn't withstand the great pressure, quite a few of them collapsing. There were two great war gods patrolling the lands, wishing to eliminate Yi Fan and the Sacred Prince. Too fucking arrogant. Are they trying to purge us? They just said they were going to sweep through everything, yet someone really did it. However, it was the other way around, and we became the targets. The Black Emperor was extremely unhappy. They knew the other party's origins, that they came from the Phoenix Nest. In the past, they had some suspicions, but now it was confirmed. That group of people really did appear. There was definitely going to be an endless calamity in this world, a heaven-shocking great battle. The other party's high and mighty attitude angered everyone. So what if you were powerful? In the end, this wasn't the archaic era. Did you still think that you could command the world? Several days later, the Silver War God patrolled the skies, sweeping through many vast battlefields. He shouted the names of Yi Fan and the Sacred Prince, telling them to come and receive their punishment. This kind of attitude, this kind of power, it was as if a celestial dynasty was facing a foreign country. There was a type of indescribable high and mighty attitude. At this point in time, who would dare to act like this? After wasting so much time, we have already finished tempering our bodies, and the Quasi-Emperor's treasures have more or less been digested. Let's take the initiative to kill them. The Black Emperor and the others decided to attack. That's right, take the initiative to kill. The human devil Old Man also spoke. An operation was decided. They didn't like to be passive. Since they were destined to be enemies, there was nothing to hesitate about. They were going to kill them all. By Lee City, in another historical remains. The city was in ruins, and more than half of the city walls had already collapsed. This was the second city Yi Fan and the others encountered. Red mist covered the city. There weren't many cultivators going in and out, but there was enough information to circulate. Every single person who came here was extremely powerful. As expected, there was a bounty notice on the city gate, targeting Yi Fan and the Sacred Prince. As long as someone provided their whereabouts, they would be able to obtain an ancient scripture scroll. The temptation was extremely great. Arrogant, Pang Bo and the others all had unkind expressions. They tore down the bounty notice and tore it into pieces, causing the surrounding people to reveal expressions of reverence. After they left, there were immediately people who built altars and chanted incantations to establish a connection with the two war gods. They wanted to obtain an astonishing bounty. In reality, Yi Fan and the others didn't leave. They were waiting not far away to completely settle things. After the altar was built, strand after strand of strange fluctuations spread out, entering the starry sky. It was as if starlight illuminated everything, like ripples, shocking everyone. The Black Emperor said, "In the ancient times, there were people who used the blood of countless creatures to nourish the altar and summon the ancient sacred ancestor. Perhaps this is the reason. As long as the people of the past haven't passed away, they can sense them and descend." Suddenly, the sky split open. Silver light shone, and it was still that war god, releasing a terrifying radiance that suppressed the universe. Everyone's hearts jumped. This person was definitely the Quasi-Emperor. Moreover, He was someone who had experienced the baptism of countless battles and climbed out from a pile of corpses. That kind of killing intent was even stronger than the human devil old man's. Heavens, just how many creatures has he killed? Li Heishui exclaimed. Even ants are greedy for life. Who would have thought that you guys would come to throw away your lives? It was obvious that he had discovered Yi Fan and the others. His entire body surged with divine multicolored light, like a divine moon shining in the sky. The surroundings were dyed in a layer of white radiance. Against such an opponent, it was useless to hide. He was too powerful, and a single sweep of his divine will covered hundreds of thousands of li. It was as if he had descended from the immortal realm. What are you pretending for? The human devil old man erupted and was the first to attack. With the bone club in hand, he soared into the sky and faced the expert in the sky head-on. At the same time, Yi Fan also ascended into the sky. Meanwhile, Pang Bo, the Black Emperor, and the others entered the Black Pearl and made preparations for battle. This was an extremely powerful quasi-emperor artifact that could unleash tyrannical attacks. Boom! High up in the sky, silver radiance blossomed like an exploding moon. A vast expanse of whiteness scattered over hundreds of thousands of li. Everyone was shocked. The newcomer was too powerful. Even the brute force of a human devil old man seemed to be at a disadvantage. The sky was filled with the other party's Tao patterns. So terrifying, everyone was stupefied. This isn't the newly advanced quasi-emperor. He has a great background. The Black Emperor's expression was unsightly as he said in a deep voice. Boom! Another violent tremor sounded. This time, black and white chi rushed up and transformed into a primal chaos. The human devil old man was furious and used all his strength to attack. The Great Yin and Great Yang complemented each other. Both of his hands struck out, shaking down one after another. As for the white bone club, it hung above his head and condensed the Yin and Yang chi. The two merged into one and attacked forward. The heaven and earth were in an uproar. The resplendent silver radiance dimmed. The newcomer was forced to retreat and revealed a shocked expression. So powerful! Regardless of whether it was the people on the Black Pearl or the other cultivators watching the battle, there wasn't a single person whose expression didn't change. This kind of confrontation far exceeded their imagination. The faces of the cultivators who had just built the altar and summoned the Phoenix Nest troops were pale. They were incomparably frightened and regretful. They were afraid that Yi Fan and the human devil would settle accounts with them. In reality, the people on the Black Pearl didn't care about them at all. Even without these people, they would have built the altar themselves and taken the initiative to summon this person. Suddenly, a cold snort sounded. A golden war god appeared in another direction. His entire body was enveloped in dazzling radiance. This person was like a sun that people couldn't look straight at. The aura of the quasi-emperor erupted and cut off the Black Pearl's path of retreat. Another quasi-emperor? A pincer attack. Everyone was dumbfounded. Since when were there so many experts of this level? It was simply incomprehensible. Moreover, they all came from the Phoenix Nest. What kind of power did the undying Heaven Emperor leave behind? There is no doubt that the undying Heaven Empress was sleeping in the Phoenix Nest. This was an unimaginable opponent. She hated Yi Fan and the Sacred Prince so much that she wanted to eliminate them. Naturally, it was to avenge the Sacred Prince. The Sun and Moon twin quasi-emperor's appearance made everyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice house. One of them could fight against a demon or even someone of a higher rank. They occupied the absolute advantage. Now, another one had appeared. What should they do? The enemy's strength surpassed their expectations. Who would have thought that the war gods that had followed the undying Heaven Emperor would appear again? They were peerless and terrifying. Their killing intent was stronger than anyone else in this world. The war gods that had gone through the baptism of the flames of war and were emitting the splendor of the sun had slaughtered their way over. They wanted to join hands with the experts, shrouded in moonlight, to thoroughly flatten Yi Fan's group. Yi Fan took action. His palms and fingers moved about like short halberds. Every time they vibrated, the void would collapse and the sun, moon, and stars would tremble. The one who came revealed a look of shock, but he didn't seem to mind. With a clear roar, divine chains of order erupted from his body. He was like a golden immortal phoenix, resplendent and dazzling. He immediately used natural laws to suppress Yifan. This was a powerful and tyrannical attack. Normally, an elder would take action with a high stance after seeing the younger generation and carry out an all-round suppression method. Yifan's expression was cold and indifferent. He was neither anxious nor impatient. His palms and fingers were like heavenly blades as they cut through the void of the cosmos. He broke apart all the divine chains of order. His physical body was extremely powerful and could endure the attacks of the Quasi-Emperor's laws. What a powerful body! Compared to the Heaven Emperor's descendant, the difference in strength isn't that great. The newcomer sighed in admiration. He was quite surprised and said, if the prince was still alive, he would have long opened up his body's treasury and would be even stronger than you. You're King pretending again. On the Black Pearl, Huahua was in a bad mood. He released a Buddhist lion roar. His appearance was dignified and his voice rumbled like thunder. This left everyone stunned. This type of Buddhist voice should have been dignified and supreme, yet he used it to curse others. Everyone was stupefied and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Kill him. The Black Emperor was also in a bad mood, because Great Emperor Wu Shi also had half of the divine body's bloodline. How could he allow others to look down on him? Pretending. On the Black Pearl, a group of people used the Buddhist lion roar to shout. Their appearances were dignified and solemn as they cursed in unison. It made everyone stupefied. Chapter 1657. 8 streaks of immortal light burst forth. Yifan was shocked. This was the immortal light of the North Pole, something that could only be captured on the path of immortality. This person actually shot out 8 of them in an instant, and even added other materials to condense them into magical artifacts, worthy of being the Quasi-Emperor with astonishing origins. Before he became famous during the Archaic era, this was most likely a treasure bestowed by the undying Heavenly Emperor. This also proved the methods of the Supreme Being from the legendary era. Yifan resisted. His 5 fingers were like rainbows, and every time he attacked, he moved like lightning. He was fast to the extreme as he used his physical body to face the other party's magical Tao power. Truly astonishing. I want to see just how powerful your physical body is. The two fought until the heavens collapsed and the earth split. The Golden War God's cold words were transmitted over. He was curious and wanted to clash with Yifan's true body. Amidst the sonorous sounds, the golden light around his body burst forth. His body shone as if he was contained within a dazzling sun as he smashed over. The Quasi-Emperor's power increased by a large amount. The power of his bloodline was actually so astonishing that it exceeded Yifan's expectations. He naturally wouldn't be careless and fight this person head-on. Yifan immediately used the Celestial Emperor Fist. As his fist moved, the sun, moon, and stars in the sky actually changed their trajectories and revolved with the fist's power. It was incomparably terrifying. Everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of power was this? The fist's intent was unrivaled, suppressing the will of the universe. It wasn't natural laws, but rather the release of the human body's core. An unrivaled fist intent drove the stars to revolve. This scene shocked the entire battlefield, making the expert surrounded by the sun essence feel incomparably shocked. His gaze was intimidating, and he had no choice but to treat this carefully. This was a collision of physical bodies. Yifan bravely advanced and brandished out a fist that resonated with the heavens and caused the stars to tremble. The Golden War God's body trembled and revealed an expression of disbelief. He released a muffled groan and staggered backwards. Streaks of bloody scars appeared on his body. His expression was complicated. He had once followed the undying Heavenly Emperor and fought bloody battles throughout the universe. What kind of people hadn't he seen before? His body had been tempered in every way and was extremely astonishing. If people knew his true identity, they would definitely be scared out of their wits. Many experts in a universe wouldn't be able to sleep well. He never thought that his body would be injured by such a young descendant and almost split into pieces. This truly left him shocked. If not for his cultivation being powerful enough to prevent this from happening, his body might have been in danger. Next, he no longer used his physical body to fight. Instead, he used his magic power and the divine chains of order to suppress Yifan. Clang! It had been many years since he had fought to his heart's content. Even though this person was very strong, he was not afraid. The more he fought, the more courageous he became. The extreme Yin and extreme Sun divine powers circulated at the same time, and the bone cudgel in his hand flashed. He was like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus, smashing his opponent head-on. Wait, no, they're the same person. Yifan and the human devil noticed the anomaly. The war gods shrouded in moonlight and sunlight shrouded in sunlight. As long as they got close to each other, their battle prowess would soar. Because of this, both Yifan and the human devil were cautious in order to prevent them from merging. There was a special connection between the two of them. As long as the moonlight and sunlight collided, it would erupt with terrifying power, leaving Yifan and the human devil in the battlefield deeply shocked. Did you see it? Huh. The Silver Moon War God coldly said, "Life is cultivation, a boat sailing against the current. I am one of the 8 divine generals under the undying heavenly emperor, the Sun Moon divine general." The Golden War God introduced himself. The Silver Moon War God nodded. Their divine consciousnesses were as vast as the sea. The two resonated and burst forth with an even more terrifying might. This was suffocating. It's really him. Who would have thought that this person is still alive? Didn't they say that the Sun Moon divine general had fallen? The undying heavenly emperor had personally erected a monument for him. How could he still be in this world? Within the red mist, an ancient prince muttered to himself. He was astonished at this result. Even he had not thought that it would be this person. Sun Moon divine general. I think I've heard of him before. The Black Emperor had a square head and big ears. He was quite majestic, but at this moment, he quivered and shivered. In the distant past, it was an ancient era close to deities. The undying heavenly emperor had a total of 8 divine generals under him. They pacified the 8 wastelands of the universe, sweeping through everything before them. No one could stop them. That was a glorious era. Every single one of them had become a deity. They had fought their entire lives and experienced the baptism of blood and fire. They had tempered themselves into the most powerful quasi-emperor body. There were even some who had reached the pinnacle state of their bodies. One more step, and they would have achieved the Tao. The 8 divine generals might shook the universe. They were unrivaled in myriad realms. They had once guarded the 8 extremities and created the most glorious era. The 8 of them were absolutely not something the 8 tribes and their descendants could compare to. The difference was like heaven and earth, and the Sun Moon divine general was one of them. However, it was rumored that he had died young. After pacifying the 8 wastelands, there was a problem with his Tao comprehension. His blood splashed across the desolate ancestral planet, and he died. The undying heavenly emperor's divine abilities were indeed matchless. His methods were heaven-defying. He personally buried the Sun Moon divine general in order to revive him. There were ancient princes who thought of this legend. Now, it seemed like it was true. Otherwise, how could the Sun Moon divine general reappear in this world? The only explanation was that he revived after his death. It was rumored that the undying heavenly emperor seized the fortune and drew upon the endless immortal light on the path to immortality. It flowed into the Sun Moon divine general's tomb and healed his broken body. He then sealed it with an immortal source and left behind a possibility of revival. Now that this person appeared, all of the rumors became clear. This wasn't an ordinary quasi-emperor. He had once reached a high level and shook the cosmos before the archaic times. His hands were covered in bloodstains, and there was no lack of quasi-emperor blood at the same level. Everyone's hearts became heavy. This was the Sun Moon divine general from back then, the leader of one of the 8 divisions. He had long since become a deity. It was actually him who defied the heavens and appeared alive. Forget about the various heroes. Even the ancient princes and the others felt restraining fear. At the very least, before they grew up and reached that realm, this was an extremely dangerous character. If this one truly took action, it would truly be bullying you all. Using the sun and moon thoughts to come here, it would also be considered bullying the weak. However, you all must be killed. They spoke at the same time, shaking the heavens. Everyone became stupefied. This wasn't his true body, but only the incarnations of the sun and moon thoughts. Everyone was horrified. The Black Emperor and Imperial Prince level figures were silent. This was how it should be. If the Sun-Moon Divine General's true body truly descended, then the scene might be completely different. The Quasi-Emperor who had once followed the undying Heavenly Emperor had long become a high-level Quasi-Emperor. If he appeared, then his power would most likely be unstoppable. Right now, the difference between these two incarnations and the legendary deity was too great. If this was his true body, then it would damage his reputation and not match the legends. You two juniors, if you defeat me, I can let you live for a while longer. I'm also a bit interested in you too. The Sun-Moon Divine General said. He was a god from the primordial era, and his name had shaken the ages. He indeed had the qualifications to say such words. However, the human demon was extremely unhappy. I feel that your taste will definitely not be bad. What an interesting fellow. You want to eat me? The Golden War god laughed coldly. I want to cook you and eat you, the human demon said. Old man, that called hot pot, Pang Bo reminded loudly. Everyone felt a bit dizzy, but their fear towards the deity of the 8 divine generals had decreased by quite a bit. This little fellow has quite the character. Kill. The human demon's true age wasn't very old, but he wasn't young either. He was furious after hearing this. He held the white bone club in his hand and rushed forward. His battle prowess began to rise. Everyone felt dizzy. How did the human demon's strength suddenly increase so much when he was angry? Even the Black Emperor and the others were dumbfounded. The immortal energy of extreme yin and extreme yang were rampaging. Following the human demon's rage, they fused and collided within his body. Waves of chaotic light burst out from his palms and fingers. This was a shocking transformation. The fusion of extreme yin and extreme yang could actually produce such a transformation. The Silver Moon War God was astonished. He didn't dare to be careless and fought seriously against the human demon, Dongfang Tai. The battle between Yi Fan and the Golden War God had also reached a climax. This was the first time he had relied on his own strength to fight against a quasi-emperor. The comprehension he gained was extremely important and crucial. Yi Fan was incomparably serious. He didn't dare to relax when facing such a living ancient divine general. Otherwise, he would be in danger of dying. Clang! After fighting for a quarter of an hour, a golden spear appeared in the Sun General's hand. It was as if 100 suns had exploded. It was dazzling and pierced towards Yi Fan. This was an artifact left behind by the quasi-emperor who had died in his hands. It had become the incarnation of the sun and moon, and now it had reappeared in the world. Yi Fan moved his body to the side, avoiding the golden spear piercing his forehead. He attacked with the celestial large fist to meet the quasi-emperor's artifact head-on. This peerlessly tyrannical confrontation made everyone's mouths go dry. That was a quasi-emperor's artifact, and it was clearly an extraordinary divine object. However, Yi Fan relied on a pair of fists to intercept it. The result left everyone shocked. The golden spear released a mournful sound, fine cracks appearing on its surface, almost destroyed. If not for the magical force surging crazily within and the Golden War God quickly withdrawing the spear, this world would have lost a divine artifact. Clang, 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 the Golden War God and the Silver Moon War God approached. The two resonated, and divine chains appeared on each of their bodies like phoenix feathers. The one fighting against Yi Fan had golden chains all over his body. He brandished his spear and swung the boundless laws of the great Tao down once again for the final blow. The other side was just as intense. The demonic old man's messy hair was standing on end. This was the first time he was so serious. He roared at the sky and attacked with his white bone club. Boom! The entire place was flooded. Blood splattered everywhere, and the laws of the world were in chaos. One could vaguely see the golden deity and the silver deity merging together. However, they were blasted away by Yi Fan's Emperor's Fist and the demonic human's bone club. Crack! The sound of something shattering could still be heard. Yi Fan had shattered the golden spear with his Emperor's Fist and destroyed the quasi-Emperor's artifact with his bare hands. All the spectators were shocked, speechless. The demonic old man was even more ferocious. His white bone club had already smashed the silver war god into meat paste. It looked like meat, but it turned into a rain of light. The demonic human D'Enfant Tai was very dissatisfied. The food that was right in his mouth had flown away. In the end, Yi Fan also shattered the golden war god, turning it into a rain of light and ending the battle. The sun and moon war god's body is unwell. Otherwise, even his two divine phantoms would be stronger than this. It seems that even if he is resurrected, there will be a big problem, the Black Emperor said. In the depths of a distant star field, on an ancient planet, under a tombstone, the radiance of the sun and moon rushed up to the sky. All the stars in the sky trembled, and an innumerable amount of light rained down on the tombstone. In the tomb, a godlike young man suddenly opened his eyes. Terrifying beams of light shot out from the universe like bolts of lightning, drowning the entire place. This abnormal scene was too terrifying, and it caused all living beings to tremble. Boundless immortal light surged in the tomb. It was their existence that allowed this young-looking ascendant to come back to life. Divine General, please calm down. Suddenly, a beam of divine light flew over and descended on this ancient planet. However, it couldn't help but tremble, unable to withstand this kind of pressure. What business do you have here? A cold voice came from the tomb. It was very different from the sun and moon war gods' dual phantoms. The Empress has an important matter to invite you over to discuss. Please put aside other matters for the time being, including the prince's vengeance. The newcomer bowed respectfully. Why? The sun and moon divine general was still very cold, and his words were extremely concise. The person who stopped the Empress from descending to the world has appeared. Please go over and lend her a hand. The newcomer's status was not low. He spoke solemnly. Chapter 1658. She knows that I still can't leave this tomb. This is all I can do for now. A cold and emotionless voice came from the tomb. In the sky, stars flickered. Countless great stars poured down boundless silver waterfalls, pouring down on this ancient tombstone, nourishing everything here. This scene was so shocking that it made one's hair stand on end. The revival of an unrivaled divine general actually required such a huge amount of power. The entire star field was quickly dimming. Many stars were eternally cold and extinguished. The emissary's status was very high, but he didn't even dare to breathe loudly here. Facing this peerless general who had once followed the undying heavenly emperor, even his soul was trembling. This was a divine general who would kill at the drop of a hat. In the past, he had founded the golden age of the quasi-emperor. He had a feeling that the 8 great divine generals of the past didn't truly respect the undying Heaven Empress. The Heaven Empress knows of your condition and ordered me to deliver an immortal treasure. This is an unexpected gain, and it will definitely be of great use to you. The Phoenix Nest emissary didn't dare to delay and revealed the hidden reason. Is that so? Is there something useful to me? The divine general indifferently asked. His appearance was very young as he sat cross-legged in the tomb. He was cold and emotionless. It's useful. It's an immortal pill. The emissary hurriedly said. Then, a stone box appeared in his hands. It flowed with a misty radiance as he respectfully held it there. With a chi sound, the stone box disappeared into the catacombs and appeared between the fingers of the sun-moon divine general. He opened it directly, and a sweet fragrance rushed out, causing the vegetation in this area to flourish. Its vitality was too strong. It had a heaven-defying effect. The divine general's cold eyes instantly erupted with two terrifying beams of light. He was greatly moved and revealed a shocked expression for the first time. It's actually the 9 Revolutions Immortal Pill. It was a legendary immortal pill that could only be seen a few times in the mortal world. It required immortal medicine as the main material. After thousands of refinements, it would finally become a heaven-defying pill with unpredictable effects. This thing was known as the #1 pill since ancient times. It could defy the heavens and change one's fate. It was said that with this thing, one couldn't die even if they wanted to. It could even allow a great emperor to live another life. There's only the residue of an immortal pill. There's only about 1/10 of it, but I think it won't be a problem to treat your injuries. The emissary respectfully said, "That's enough. Even if I can't make a full recovery, I'm almost there." The Sun-Moon Divine General's eyes flashed with a terrifying light. All sorts of stars twinkled in the sky, making it even more terrifying. After being nourished by the immortal light, his injuries stabilized, and he was brought back from the pile of corpses. Now, this type of precious medicine should be able to display its effects. Immortal pills could definitely regrow flesh and bones from the brink of death. There was no problem in treating his injuries. The only regretful thing was that this was a pill from the primordial era. Its essence energy had been lost, and it did not have much medicinal power. After obtaining the 9 Revolutions Immortal Pill, the Sun-Moon Divine General's expression softened considerably. He sat in the tomb and inquired about the reason. "Who did the Heaven Empress meet that requires my help?" "We don't know yet. Heaven Empress failed in her pursuit of undying Heaven Blade, but she encountered a great enemy." "Where?" "Behind the 9 Imperial Passes." The messenger said seriously, "If the undying Heaven Empress wanted to reign supreme and rule over the world, she would inevitably have to ascend to that land. She never imagined that that place would also become the battlefield of the decisive battle, provoking a world-shaking enemy. To think that there would be such an expert in this world. This is something to look forward to. You should go back first." The Divine General recovered his coldness. The messenger felt as if he had been granted amnesty. He didn't want to stay here for even a moment longer, turning around to leave. When faced with a deity's sealing existence, his entire body was contorting, wishing to kneel down. Only when the messenger left into the distance did the youngster, sitting in the tomb, spit out a mouthful of blood. His body swayed, but his eyes were like blades, not caring in the slightest. There was a problem with comprehending the Tao. The result is terrible. It really is unendurable. Primal chaos, immortal light swirled in the tomb, submerging him within. There was no longer any sound. In the ancient battlefield, Yi Fan and the human demon smoothly killed the Sun-Moon Divine Generals, subduing a group of people. 2 great quasi-emperors were killed. This was a world-shocking event. As a result, this battlefield became more and more tense. The competition here was intense. Everyone had to rely on cultivation and strength to speak. Without a high enough cultivation realm, everything else was useless. From that day forth, dark clouds covered the battlefield. War drums could erupt like thunder at any time. It was the calm before the storm, making everyone feel like they were suffocating. There was another person who became a quasi-emperor. This time, it was extremely secretive, coming from the depths of the starry skies, not in the battlefield. This person was extremely cautious. When everyone hurried over, everything had already ended. However, they could still find out who this person was through clues. 2 days later, news arrived that this was the restricted region child. A terrifying youngster suspected to have come from the sea of reincarnation officially entered the quasi-emperor realm. For Yi Fan and the others, this wasn't some good news. They now had another enemy. 300 years ago, they fought a bloody battle with their father's generation, and now he was still going to fight against them. Heaven and earth trembled, groups of stars trembling chaotically. There were people fighting a great battle. The curtains were finally drawn, a bloody battle of life and death starting. That day, news spread. The fire Chelan, who had disappeared for several hundred years and traveled to the desolate border of the cosmos, appeared, fighting a great battle against Imperial Prince Dao Yi on the ancient battlefield. The sun and moon shone with dark light, the stars growing dim, and great destruction taking place. The news was extremely sensational. Many people ran over to watch the battle, but in the end, they pounced on empty air. The two tore apart space, jumping out of this place and slaughtering their way to another place. When everyone chased after them, they discovered that there was only blood and remnant traces. They didn't see the two of them. This was a one-on-one life and death battle. Perhaps it would take a long time, but it would also end soon. Only 5 days later did they receive definite news. In the first clash, neither of the two obtained the upper hand. Blood splashed across the cosmos as they both retreated. Yi Fan and the others had already been here for many days, but they still hadn't found the sacred prince's whereabouts. They didn't know if he was alive or in danger, but inwardly, they reckoned that the monkey shouldn't be too much of a problem. All right, the altar has already been constructed. We can return to the Celestial Court at any time and build one there as well. When the time comes, we can communicate with each other. In front of a small-scale, 5-colored altar, the Black Emperor continuously praised his own craftsmanship. It really was a bit like Grandma Wong selling melons and praising herself. The group of people all looked down on him. Come, Melondoll, you go up first. Go back to the Celestial Court to take a look. Don't let anyone raid our nest. The Black Emperor had Hua Hua step forward. Hua Hua tried his best to become bald. He wouldn't be a guinea pig even if he was beaten to death. What a joke. The entire universe knew how unreliable the large black dog was. In this aspect, there had been many people who had gone missing because of him. The most outrageous thing was that he had even lost himself before. Little brat, what do you mean by that? Don't you believe me? The Black Emperor said with a dark expression. No, I believe you. I seriously believe you. This is out of respect for you. Senior Uncle Black, please go up first. There's an order of seniority, and etiquette can't be ignored. Hua Hua said righteously and seriously. The Black Emperor glared at him with his large eyes. Then he nodded and said, all right, Pung. When he approached the small altar, the Black Emperor suddenly smashed the bald Hua Hua onto the altar with a claw, causing him to cry out in pain. Senior Uncle, you can't be so careless. Hua Hua wasn't a kind person either. In an instant, he used the army mantra and restrained the large black dog. He wanted to switch positions with him and pull him in. Unfortunately, the older, the wiser. The Black Emperor had already won this move, and he had already stood up. He used the movement mantra and instantly dodged to the side, causing the army mantra to fail. Little brat, you still want to scheme against me? Why don't you think about who raised you? The Black Emperor had long since activated the formation patterns. Amidst a dazzling multicolored light, a Tai Chi 8 trigrams gate opened up. Hua Hua cried out in pain as he fell in. Before he disappeared, he had a tragic expression on his face as he shouted, Master, if I get lost, you have to find me. I don't want to be alone in a corner of the vast universe for 100 years. Am I so unreliable? How dare you not believe in my attainments in formation patterns? Everyone on Earth knows that you're unreliable. Pangbo, the former victim, stepped out at a timely moment to prove that he had been directly thrown into the middle state from the eastern wilderness and had almost deviated to the moon. Sigh, Hua Hua is destined to disappear. Right now, he should be waving at us from billions of light years away. Crying as he bids farewell, Dongfeng Yi said, How pitiful. Ji Qingdao deeply felt the same way and nodded seriously. I'm scared. Am I as unbearable as you all say? The Black Emperor was furious. Bang! He was ambushed, and a group of people joined hands to throw him up. Moreover, they directly activated the formation patterns, causing him to cry out in pain. F***CK. If I get lost, remember to find me. Everyone was petrified. As expected, he was unreliable. He had already said this about his own formation altar, and thought this way in his heart. How could others be at ease? F***CK. The group of people looked at him in disdain. As expected, this dog's unreliability had reached a whole new level. Even he was crying out in pain. So how bad could he be on the altar? Who would still dare to use it? Hua is so pitiful. Ji Qingdao once again observed a moment of silence for him. Boom! The heavens caved in. A large black hand descended, covering a starry domain. It was just too large, shocking everyone. A phoenix cry sounded, rushing into the heavens. That was a blood-colored divine phoenix. It moved its wings into the sky, facing that large black hand, carrying out a world-shaking resistance. Who was fighting against Huang Shudao? A great battle of the quasi-emperor level suddenly erupted. In the battlefield formed from celestial beings' remains, clouds of war covered everything. The Emperor Path struggle began, this place erupting with commotion. The large black hand covered heaven and earth. Chilly winds roared angrily, ghostly figures appearing one after another. It was as if the 9 netherworlds had appeared in this world, about to turn this entire world into a ghost prison. It's someone from the underworld fighting against Huang Shudao. Chong! A pitch-black great halberd tore through the sky, splitting apart the great earth, hacking towards Yi Fan above the Black Pearl. The Quasi-Emperor's power was astonishing. Shenming appeared again. This time, she was even more powerful, looking for Yi Fan. She had long stated that they wouldn't stop until one of them died, that only one of them could leave the battlefield alive. Slaughter this bastard. Back then, when Yi Fan got married, he already acted so arrogantly, daring to come again now. Li Tian said. Wang Long. Even more terrifying scenes appeared. Golden divine pagodas, great golden bells, resplendent divine swords, endless weapons danced about. This was a brilliant golden world, a type of unmatched secret technique. Golden divine treasury. It was unfolding. The golden heavenly girl came, hatefully taking action to kill Yi Fan and the others. Walala! The 10,000 dragon bell trembled, turning into a great purple dragon as it swooped down, also rushing towards the Black Pearl. The situation was dire. Yi Fan held the primal chaos green lotus in hand, defying the heavens and facing the great enemy. It was originally a single person who attacked, but in the end, it startled all sides, triggering the other two to attack without any hesitation. The great battle came so suddenly. It was fine if it didn't come, but there were 3 of them, moreover with Emperor Dao weapons. It was truly shocking. Without a doubt, if this continued, this would be a bitter and bloody battle. If they are all killed here, the entire battlefield will become peaceful. No one will dare come again. Pangbo said. Everyone felt the same way. Brilliant divine might was obtained through fighting. If 3 great ancient princes were killed in a single day, they believed that no one would dare provoke their might again. However, this battlefield was constantly changing, too many unpredictable things. Would there even be this type of battle? Chapter 1659. With a clang, Yi Fan's fist collided with the black halberd and sent it flying. The purple dragon swooped down. Without a doubt, this was the greatest threat. Who could face it head-on? If Yi Fan didn't have the primal chaos lotus, he would have to escape as well. The 3 ancient emperor's bloodlines appeared at the same time, and together with the emperor's weapon, it was a hopeless situation. No one could stop it. The lotus was green and glistening with chaotic energy. Yi Fan smashed it toward the dragon. The purple dragon was the greatest threat, so he had to stop it first. Buzz! The emperor's weapon rumbled like a boundless waterfall. With a wave of Yi Fan's hand, the primal chaos lotus emitted specks of green light and broke the emperor's laws. There wasn't any world-shaking collision. It was just that simple. This green lotus was extremely mysterious and evil. Its 3 leaves could destroy all techniques, and everything could be swept away. The boundless waves were boundless, but they couldn't get close to Yi Fan. The dragoness couldn't kill them, and she was helpless even with the emperor's weapon in hand. The dragoness felt as if she had punched in a soft mud. Her anger was useless as she couldn't break the lotus. The only fortunate thing was that the lotus had no offensive power and could only defend passively. Otherwise, with its evil nature, it would be quite terrifying. The dragoness withdrew her hand and stood in the sky. Her expression was gloomy and flickering. Buzz! Like stars in the sky, there was divine splendor and blinding radiance everywhere. The golden goddess's divine technique fell like rain, but the raindrops were very special. There were all kinds of golden Tao weapons. Yi Fan brandished his celestial arch fist like a blacksmith hammering on iron. Clanging sounds rang out as he collided with the weapons. The sky was filled with golden fragments formed by laws, but they were no different from the real thing. The golden goddess had suffered a great loss in the battle back then, but she had returned in a powerful manner today. With the three ancient emperors' bloodlines appearing at the same time, anyone would have a serious expression. The human demon also walked out of the warship and stared at the three. He was choosing his target and preparing to start a massacre. Yi Fan had no choice but to keep an eye on Dragon Lady. She had an emperor weapon in her hands, so he had to block it with the primal chaos green lotus. Otherwise, the others would be in grave danger. The atmosphere was so tense that it was suffocating. Dong! Suddenly, at this crucial moment, the void split open and the five-colored altar on the black pearl flickered. The Black Empress and Hua Hua returned, and when they saw the purple imperial dragon in the sky, they were stupefied as if they had seen a ghost. The Black Emperor blinked his large eyes and came back to his senses. He yelled at the golden holy maiden, "Sister, did you bring enough clothes?" Everyone was petrified, a bit stupefied. In the past, Yi Fan had killed the golden heavenly maiden and caused her to run around naked. This was a humiliation that was difficult to erase. Sure enough, the golden heavenly maiden immediately became anxious, flustered, and exasperated. She activated a sea of secret techniques, and like a meteor shower, it shattered heaven and earth as it smashed over. Ah, the dragon race is delivering meat again? However, that old dragon really isn't tasty. The Black Emperor's poisonous mouth really was incurable, making Dragon Lady flip out on the spot, activating the Emperor weapon and slaughtering over. "Hey, that brat who's pretending to be all grown up. What are you acting all cocky for? Your godfather was even killed 300 years ago. What are you jumping about for?" Another sentence that made everyone's expressions change was spoken by the Black Emperor's deception. Shiming's expression immediately fell, brandishing the great halberd again. "Master, don't pay attention to them for now. There are people who have designs on our celestial court, so let's go back and eliminate them first." Hua said. This time, the Black Emperor's five-colored altar didn't make a mistake. They returned, bringing back this type of information. "What?" Yi Fan was shocked. He resisted the attacks in the sky while asking if there were any casualties. "No, that thunder god brat ran to our celestial court to face tribulation, wishing to wipe out everyone in Celestial Court's headquarters. However, he was scared off by little Nan Nan." Hua Hua revealed the truth. Yi Fan's expression immediately became ice cold. They encountered Thunder God as soon as they arrived in this battlefield, never expecting him to be this sinister, running behind them to raid their nest. This person wasn't simple at all. Being able to find the location of the Celestial Court's foundation was astonishing in itself. But if he wanted to face the quasi-emperor tribulation there, then that was a bit vicious. In that battle, 300 years ago, the Lord of Divine Ruins fell. This bloodline's people had great enmity with Yi Fan, GZ, Jiang Taishu, and the others, yet they killed them all, finding trouble with unrelated people in the Celestial Court, using unscrupulous methods to make one furious. There's no choice, we can only get rid of him first. This type of person wasn't particular, leaving behind would definitely be a great disaster. Yi Fan immediately jumped on a quasi-emperor's ship, wishing to hurry to Celestial Court's headquarters. "Where do you think you're going?" Dragoness didn't let things go, activating the Imperial magical artifact to suppress them. Yi Fan didn't pay her any attention, activating the five-colored altar with all of his strength, making it float. Then, the entire quasi-emperor ship entered. He brought up the rear, the last one to enter. He actually left the battlefield. Shun Ming was stupefied, wishing to chase after him, but stopped herself. "So what? Let's go and wipe them all out." The golden heavenly girl said, her head of golden hair burning like a torch, her entire body flowing with sun-like golden essence. Right, kill them all. Dragoness shared a common enemy, the same opinion. They stared at the five-colored altar, earnestly deducing the coordinates. Then, they used the 10,000 dragon bell to blast open the void, directly passing through the void gate. Even though everyone in Celestial Court's headquarters was alarmed, no one was injured. As soon as Thunder God arrived, little Nan sensed something involuntarily flying over, making Thunder God's expression change greatly. He forcibly suppressed the quasi-emperor tribulation, fleeing into the distance. I hope he can suffocate to death. Li Heishui cursed. He successfully crossed the tribulation. Someone in ancient Phaeacian star system saw a sea of lightning radiance, terrifying beyond compare. A creature like the Lord of Heavenly Punishment advanced into Quasi-Emperor. Qi Luo said, I'm going to kill him. Yifan said. He disliked this person. It was one thing if he truly took action against him, but he actually attacked the Celestial Court's troops from the rear. Big brother, little Nan will accompany you. The little girl staggered over, gasping for breath. Her large black, gem-like eyes were sparkling. Yifan naturally wouldn't let her follow. The little fella's great deterrence was the foundation of the Celestial Court's stability. In this chaotic world, only heaven knew how many vicious individuals would appear. I'm also going. The human devil old man revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth. Old man, let's compete to see who can find him first and then kill him. Yifan laughed loudly. All right. The human devil nodded in agreement. As soon as he finished speaking, the two disappeared from where they were. They tore open the space and rushed into the depths of the star system. What a pitiful child. The Black Emperor shook his head and sighed. How could he have a good ending after being hated by these two perverts? Master is really angry this time. He will definitely start a massacre and kill that ruthless thunder god. Hua Hua put her palms together and chanted the name of Buddha with a compassionate expression on her face. The Celestial Court's troops were overwhelmed with shock. That was a prince from the life forbidden zone. Regardless of his origin or cultivation, both were frighteningly terrifying. But these two said they were going to hunt him down so easily. The heavenly soldiers and generals were a little dumbfounded. They were actually going to hunt down the Quasi-Emperor. This was like a legend, with such experts of the Celestial Court protecting them. How could this branch not be powerful? They would definitely shine brightly in the future. The worries in everyone's hearts had completely disappeared. That was because these leaders were too powerful. With the passage of time, they would sooner or later aspire to be the first peak of this universe and stand at the highest point. Perhaps these heavenly soldiers and generals would leave their names in the annals of history and dazzle past and present. It wouldn't be a problem for them to establish an immortal divine dynasty. Recently, all the star fields had become unstable and all the races were restless. This was an era where experts were emerging in large numbers. It was foreseeable that the most glorious era had arrived. It wasn't strange for experts to be as numerous as trees in a forest because everyone already had a premonition. However, with the emergence of the archaic experts, an intense uneasiness surged in everyone's hearts. When the undying Heaven Empress returned, the suspicions and fear in everyone's hearts were completely ignited. The Phoenix Nest has reappeared. The undying Heaven Empress wants to seize the #1 throne under the heavens. This is a terrifying woman. The Phoenix Nest has only awakened a few years ago, and she is already patrolling everywhere. She is gathering the trump cards left behind by the undying Heaven Empress in preparation to rule the world. She could even temporarily put aside her son's vengeance to gather those who were still alive among the 8 divine generals. This woman's desire for power was evident at a glance. It made many people's hair stand on end. The only thing that made people rejoice was that there seemed to be someone who could rival her. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't make such a big fuss and recruit those who had become gods in the past to fight to the death. She felt a sense of urgency. Is it the master of the divine court? He's about to achieve the Tao. Is the undying Heaven Empress worried and wants to seize the time to kill him before he achieves the Tao? This was the guess of the vast majority of people. Apart from this, who else could make the undying Heaven Empress so anxious? She put down everything else and wanted to meet a powerful enemy. The flying immortal ancient star field was a forbidden land where many tyrannical creatures lived. Yi Fan had come to search for the whereabouts of the Thunder God. However, he didn't succeed here. He also didn't enter the sealed area of that brilliant great star. There were many uncertain factors here, and he didn't want to complicate matters. In another region, the demonic old man was also moving in search of the quasi-emperor, the Thunder God. Several days later, news came from another star field. The Thunder God had destroyed a branch of the celestial court and turned a great star into Calamity Earth. He had carried out a complete annihilation without holding anything back. Even though that place was desolate and was the border ruled by the celestial court, and there weren't many heavenly soldiers, it was still a tragedy that made people furious. He feels that the divine ruins are a dragon's pool and tiger's den that no one dares to charge in. That's why he dares to act so unbridled outside. He will flatten it sooner or later. The people of the celestial court were furious. Half a month later, Yi Fan and the demonic human returned. They guarded the various departments of the celestial court and carried out an inspection. Finally, the Thunder God appeared again and used heavenly punishment to carry out another bloodbath. He wanted to wipe out the celestial court's strength. This time, the Black Emperor had made ample preparations. The formation patterns that he had laid down ahead of time were activated, allowing him to locate and send messages. Even though he was hundreds of light years away, the altar beneath Yi Fan lit up, pointing him in the right direction. He tore open the void and left in a flash. On this day, heaven and earth erupted and a star domain was almost sunk. A bloody battle at the level of the quasi-emperor took place. I wanted to give you a pleasant surprise and wipe out all of your troops. I didn't expect that you would also return from the battlefield, so let's settle things here. The Thunder God said coldly. After becoming the quasi-emperor, he was full of confidence. At this point, there was nothing more to say. It was a bloody battle as soon as they arrived. Yi Fan swung his leg and swept away everything. He wanted to break this person's waist. The wrath of Thunder Law carries the will of the heavens to destroy all laws and destroy all living things. Divine Body, only one of us can survive today. The Thunder God roared loudly. His killing intent swept through the ages. He didn't kill the troops of the celestial court purely to vent his personal anger. After truly encountering Yi Fan, he also wanted to carry out a glorious battle. That was because the Emperor's path depended on true strength in the end. How could a conceited person like him shrink back at the beginning of this path when all the princes appeared? He definitely wanted to slaughter out a piece of his own heaven and earth. The reply he received was a fist that shattered the thunder and lightning in the sky. Yi Fan was bathed in lightning radiance. He didn't retreat and instead advanced, slaughtering his way forward. Divine Body. It's rare to encounter so many opponents in such a golden era. This is our fortune, but also our misfortune. Let's fight. The Thunder God roared madly. Lightning radiance flourished even more brilliantly. Great Tao symbols covered the sky and erupted with the great might of the quasi-emperor, shocking the world of mortals. Fortune and misfortune, it's all in this world. Yi Fan didn't underestimate his opponent and fought with all of his strength. Streaks of lightning weaved about, tearing apart the cosmos. Starlight blossomed and then extinguished, as if immortal flowers were blooming and withering. This was the funeral song of life and death, condensing a lonely path of blood and flames. The Thunder God displayed his might, using his true strength to suppress Yi Fan. He wanted to slaughter out a resplendent starry sky to prove his own undying path. This was a contest of strength, a life and death struggle between two emperor-level figures. There were no schemes, no tricks, only an interpretation of the emperor path's cruelty. After a bitter, great battle, blood splashed outwards. Heavenly tribulation's radiance grew dim. The lightning radiance that represented the heaven's divine punishment, even though it was powerful beyond compare, engraved with endless symbols. In the end, it was still blasted apart by Yifan. The thunder god flew outwards, his entire body cracking apart. Blood erupted in that instant, and then his entire body exploded with a pu sound. Blood and sparkling white bone fragments flew outwards. He died under Yifan's heavenly emperor fist. The prince's sons all appeared. The Emperor Path's true decisive battle had just begun, yet it was already this cruel. The human demon stamped his feet. He came a step too late, unable to stop it. He watched as the thunder god exploded and released a sigh. "I won't let you take action next time," the old patriarch said angrily. Hong Long Long. Between the 9 imperial passes, a giant monument slowly appeared from the primal chaos. Yifan's name immediately became much brighter, while the thunder god's name forever dimmed. Many names appeared densely on it. Golden heavenly girl, human demon, sacred prince, Dao Yi, fire unicorn, old lunatic, Huang Shu Dao, and several dozen others' names were also extremely bright. They were all individuals with great potential on the Emperor's path. When Yifan and Thunder God's battle had just ended, this type of great monument appeared between the 9 imperial passes, leaving everyone shocked. Many people were confused, not knowing who it was that set it up. Almost at the same time, an even more widespread, great battle erupted. Undying Heaven Empress and someone fought a bloody battle behind the 9 imperial passes, shaking up the cosmos. Everyone felt a terrifying pressure, as if they returned to the darkness chaos. That type of fluctuation was too great, engulfing the entire world. There was actually a great battle of this level. Everyone was shocked. Was Undying Heaven Empress fighting a decisive battle against Divine Court Lord? This was the suspicion everyone had in their hearts. Yifan sensed it, but he didn't feel any fear. Even if he wasn't a match, now that he reached the Quasi-Emperor realm, if he wanted to escape and hide, it was still something he could do. Dragon Girl and Golden Heavenly Girl slaughtered their way over. Apart from this, Shenming also appeared, killing intent heaven overflowing. She appeared in this cosmos, hurrying over from that battlefield. Yifan sensed them, but he didn't say too much. He knew that from this day forth, he couldn't be lenient even if he wanted to. A blood-soaked Emperor path extended beneath his feet. He had no choice. He had to walk on the corpses of great enemies one after another. Chapter 1660. A great golden age descended, experts as common as clouds. A boundless age full of great battles arrived, making everyone in the cultivation world feel this type of atmosphere. Regardless of whether it was the cultivators on the stars or the sages roaming the cosmos, every single one of them were nervous, not knowing if they would be caught up in the chaos of war. Undying Heaven Empress shook past and present. The natural laws she released engulfed the world, making many people feel her power. Even Quasi-Emperor was horrified. Yifan gazed into the starry sky, remaining silent. The expressions of the celestial court's people weren't all that great. She was too powerful, as if they returned to the dark age of chaos. That type of fluctuation left one in despair, incomparable. This battle affected the minds of every single expert. Everyone was paying close attention, not a single one of them wishing to know the result. After fighting for a day and night, those supreme natural laws all weakened. One could see just how intense the great battle was. Everything was used, fighting to the point where Tao methods and bodies were on the verge of destruction. Everyone trembled inwardly. This was an intense battle that took place behind the 9 imperial passes, heaven and earth resonating, divine chains of order spreading so far. How could one not be alarmed? That was an emperor path originally prepared for countless heroes, a place where hundreds of barges struggled against each other. The final victor standing at the very peak, ascending to the highest peak behind the 9 imperial passes. However, now, that place became a battlefield for only 2 people, making the younger generation in the 9 imperial passes silent, not saying a single word. This was a flourishing age, making one feel joy, but also despair, full of contradictions. Home. The heavens collapsed, and earth split, ghosts wept, and deities howled. In that instant, the fluctuations made everyone in the cosmos tremble, affecting the endless regions of the heavens. In the end, this battle came to an end. No true result transmitted out. A giant phoenix nest covered in blood slowly flew out from behind the 9 imperial passes, scattering blood along the way, heading to an unknown place. No one dared follow it because it was undying Heaven Empress Divine Nest, her dwelling. No one knew if she won or lost, so no one dared disturb her. This world-shocking great battle came to an end. Many people were horrified. There's a great sun and a great moon moving above the phoenix nest, releasing the aura of an exceptional expert. There is a legendary divine general protecting it. Not long after, well-informed people received such news, claiming to have seen it with their own eyes. Everyone's hearts sunk. Of the 8 divine generals that followed the undying heavenly emperor, there were still people alive after all. They were existences that had previously become deities protecting that place. Who in this world dared to barge in? A haze appeared in everyone's hearts. Had the powerhouse that blocked the undying Heaven Empress died? If that was the case, who would be able to stop her footsteps? Even though she was heavily injured today, she would still return in the future. At that time, she would truly rule over the world. Many people were uneasy, especially the Celestial Court. It was impossible for both sides to be friendly. If the undying Empress hadn't encountered a great enemy, then she would have definitely come to wipe out Yi Fan and the Sacred Prince. Just who was the person that could compete with the undying Heaven Empress? At the end of the battle, many speculated, but it also eased the atmosphere a lot. Many people said that the undying Heaven Empress and that person were on the verge of death, and that it would be difficult for them to recover in this lifetime. They were destined to walk down the road of doom, so the world didn't need to worry about them. Later on, someone compared the fluctuations of the battle at the beginning with the Law Dao fragments at the end, and found that the information might be reliable. Both of them had definitely suffered unimaginable damage. When this result appeared, quite a few people released a breath of relief. Was it the Divine Court Emperor Lord who stopped the undying Heaven Empress footsteps? Many people wanted to verify this, but the Divine Court didn't reply. Only after a long time had passed did someone make it out of the 9 imperial passes with great difficulty. Even though he couldn't enter the center of that mysterious region, he still brought back world-shocking news. There were 2 types of blood scattered across the battlefield. The 2 individuals who had previously fought a great battle might not be able to live much longer after this battle. We have obtained accurate information that the Emperor Lord is still alive. Is it really him? He faced the undying Heaven Empress. This type of skill is truly rarely seen since ancient times. Worthy of being someone who will achieve the Tao. Even though we can't be sure that it was him, the Divine Court didn't deny it. Perhaps it really was the Divine Court Lord who faced the female Empress. This is a great merit after all. News flew everywhere. The people of the world praised the Divine Court Emperor Lord for being formidable after all, letting everyone see the style and divine might of an exceptional expert. This was matchless skill. Was it really the Emperor Lord who took action? The Celestial Court's people were also discussing this, all of them frowning. If he had this type of boldness, he wouldn't have holed up like a turtle during the darkness chaos back then. I don't think this was done by him. But the Divine Court didn't deny it. They didn't admit it either, waiting for the best opportunity. If the 2 who fought both died, wouldn't it be better if they silently acknowledged it? The Celestial Court's people believed that it wasn't the Divine Court Emperor Lord who took action. Even if he was someone who would achieve the Tao, that person's domineering display didn't seem like his style. The outside world was abuzz with noise, many people discussing this passionately. Imperceptibly, the Emperor Lord's reputation rose considerably. Even though many people didn't believe it was him, there were many small cultivators who didn't understand the inside story who believed that right now, only he had this type of ability. The effects of this battle were tremendous, ringing alarm bells for all Imperial Prince-level figures, making them all feel a sense of urgency. If they encountered this type of person, They might only be able to run for their lives. They definitely wouldn't be able to win. Dragon Girl and Golden Heavenly Girl both came. Shinming also appeared. They just happened to encounter this battle, their minds greatly shaken as a result. They didn't immediately take action, all of them becoming more cautious. In this golden age, experts were as common as clouds, powerful individuals appearing in large numbers, everyone becoming vigilant. No one dared to claim to be number one under the sky, all of them becoming careful. Meanwhile, Yifan also began to cultivate bitterly. Where there was pressure, there would be motivation. He hoped to break through again. In this great world, strength was the most fundamental guarantee. Everything else was empty. Half a year later, the sacred prince came out of seclusion, shaking up that ancient battlefield, triggering an intense great battle. Without a doubt, he already became quasi-emperor, his strength even greater. 2 years later, Tienda stepped into the emperor-child battlefield, sharpening himself, fighting a great battle against the ancient prince, his aura devouring mountains and rivers, vying for supremacy under the heavens. During these 2 years, the Fire Qilin and Dao Yi's great battle was the most eye-catching, the entire world shocked. They fought from the ancient battlefield to the outside world, fighting in countless star domains, leaving behind many traces and legends. The most miserable battle took place. The Fire Qilin was killed until only a head remained, blood scattering across the cosmos. However, he survived with difficulty, using the primordial spirit sword to hack Dao Yi in half. Both of them were seriously injured, almost dying. This type of bitter battle made their names on the monument between the 9 imperial passes become more and more resplendent, becoming brighter with each passing day. There were some who suspected that their strength was soaring. Soon after, in a mysterious star domain, Central Emperor roared towards the heavens, his head of thick hair fluttering about. Someone heard the 3 words Gai Jiuyo in his voice. The 2 of them from the same era walked 2 different paths. One of them had shaken the world for 9,000 years, his name spreading throughout the world, the entire world respecting him. He was destined to be recorded in the history of cultivation. The other was still young, blood energy exuberant. He had just stepped onto the path of the Emperor path, just starting out. That day, Quasi-Emperor's tribulation descended. Central Emperor powerfully broke through, the stars in the sky trembling, all types of irregular scenes erupting. These were all auspicious scenes that only ancient great emperors faced tribulation at this cultivation realm when they were young. It was extremely shocking. What 9 phoenixes came to pay their respects? What true dragons pulled a carriage to welcome them? What chaotic natural laws bathed in the war body? What great Tao flowers blossoming under the starlight? All of this shook the world. Half a month later, Central Emperor swept through the crowd, his name shaking the starry skies. He stepped onto the Emperor-child battlefield formed from celestial being's body, sweeping through everything before him, killing a quasi-emperor. The starry skies were shaken, the world horrified. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 20 years passed. Battles continued unendingly, experts confronting each other. Quasi-emperor's blood splashed everywhere, news spreading through the world from time to time. The hot-blooded great battles encouraged many later generation experts, wishing to join in. The struggle for supremacy on the emperor's path, this was the most eye-catching place. The entire world was paying attention to it. This might foretell who would become the universe's #1 in the future. During these 20 years, Yifan rarely took action. He had always been in seclusion or walking through the mountains and rivers to comprehend his own Tao. The great Tao fragments within his body were active, revealing a portion of their power, but he still couldn't break through the shackles. This was a terrifying factor that restricted him from going all out and bringing out his peak potential. This shortcoming had always troubled Yifan, and he couldn't find an effective solution to it. It even became a problem for him to break through. During these 20 years, there were ancient princes who made breakthroughs and took great strides in cultivation. Meanwhile, Yifan had always been in deep thought, perfecting his own Tao and methods, evolving them in his heart. Sometimes, those secret techniques, and Tao fruits were clearly within his heart, yet he couldn't display them, couldn't verify them, and this created great trouble for him. Comprehending the Tao, not being able to verify it. Was his path right or wrong? It was the easiest for problems to arise. I have to deal with it. If there is no way, I will fall behind in the end, even wither away on the Emperor's path. A great silver waterfall poured down. Yi Fan found a mountain peak on the other side, starting a difficult battle to break through and comprehend the Tao. During these 20 years, many things happened in the outside world. The human devil attacked, intimidating a group of people. The most important thing was that he had previously made a trip to the 10,000 Dragon Nest's ancestral star. From then on, Dragon Girl didn't dare bring Emperor Tao magical artifacts to suppress him again. Meanwhile, during these years, Yi Fan's name became a bit dimmer in the 9 Imperial Pass giant monuments. Now, it was already certain that the number of battles he fought, as well as the important battle results, greatly affected this monument. During these 20 years, Yi Fan didn't resist much, always trying to break through his own situation. He urgently needed to open up a path. It wasn't only the outside world that was suspicious. Dark clouds even appeared over the minds of the Celestial Court's people, producing a bad premonition. Could it be that Yi Fan really could only become a quasi-emperor with his flesh, his Tao skills forever dried up, the negative influence of an ancient supreme being forever unable to be eliminated? This was especially the case in recent years. The Celestial Court gave up on many territories, quickly shrinking their camps. Many of their troops gathered together, going into hiding. This was a signal that made the outside world even more certain that Yi Fan's quasi-emperor path wasn't peaceful, full of difficulties and frustrations. Many people sympathized with him. Back then, for the sake of fighting a bloody battle against a supreme being, he really paid too great of a price. The Celestial Court might not be able to make it. Another 5 years passed. This was what many people suspected. They hurriedly pulled back, retreating again and again. Headquarters and other important places were nowhere to be seen. Everyone believed that the Celestial Court themselves also sensed something, making preparations for the worst. When all the princes were out and the struggle for supremacy on the Emperor's path was in full swing, one of the leaders of the Celestial Court, Yi Fan, met with a problem. This was absolutely fatal. Today wasn't like the past. Now, they had to have the quasi-emperor overseeing things. Otherwise, they could only endure in a region, unable to become an influential transcendent power in the universe. Now, the Celestial Court's performance indicated that they might fall out of this sequence. The silver waterfall was like a dragon. Yi Fan had already sat on the opposite peak for many years. The first few small mountain beasts he saw were already strong, but he still didn't move. Break through the obstruction and step on my own path. A light shout reverberated in the 9 heavens like a dragon's roar, causing the universe to rumble. His body began to shine, the yin and yang energies of the sea of reincarnation intertwining, forming a Taiji diagram. His 4 limbs reached the sky like the 4 extremities of the universe, world shaking and bursting forth with an aura that could destroy the world. The essence energy of the 5 elements in the Tao Palace boiled, giving birth to 5 deities. In the end, they fused back into one and broke down, turning into the most fundamental energy to replenish his body. Finally, his spine lit up. This corresponded to the secret realm of the quasi-emperor realm. That was a great dragon, raising its head and roaring, shaking the 9 heavens. Chapter 1661. Another 5 years passed. The Clear Green Pass used to be an important city in the universe under the control of the Celestial Court. But now, it had become an ownerless land, causing panic among the people. Some said that the Celestial Court was about to attack. Others said that the dragon race's goddess was coming with imperial weapons. The Celestial Court couldn't face them head-on and could only retreat in advance. There was only one city in the entire ancient planet. The main reason was that there was a 5-color treasure tree here that could produce crystals. It was a divine item used to build the 5-colored altar. Thus, this place became an important place. The Celestial Court really can't hold on any longer. One of their leaders failed to comprehend the Tao and most likely died. That demon has also disappeared. The Celestial Court will definitely suffer a disastrous decline. We should hurry and leave. The world was in a state of panic. Many people lost their confidence and left through the realm gates, fleeing far away. This place is adjacent to the light race. Although their lapis spirit smelting pot was broken, their god survived. Moreover, it is said that there are peerless experts overseeing this place. They are currently expanding. Don't tell me they want to annex this place? People's hearts were wavering. The cultivators were all very uneasy. Moreover, on this day, the experts of the light race really did come and announce that they would take over this place. From now on, the clear green pass would be under their control. Now, all kinds of great powers in the universe were using this opportunity to annex and occupy planets with abundant resources. They were plundering them because everyone had a premonition that chaotic times were coming. They were rapidly accumulating resources. This is the territory of the Celestial Court. Although the troops have temporarily retreated, you can't just annex it like this. Someone was unconvinced. The Celestial Court? No, it's about to collapse. From now on, this place belongs to the light race. Those who don't obey and provoke us will be killed without mercy. The commander who had descended said coldly. His words were merciless. This was only a microcosm. The former territory of the Celestial Court was rapidly being lost in various parts of the universe. Large areas were being invaded and nibbled away. In the past 300 years, the Celestial Court had developed smoothly. The Great Sage had produced many venerables and more than 100,000 heavenly soldiers. Their might shook the 8 desolates and dominated the major star systems. But now everything had changed. With the appearance of the Ancient Prince and the rise of quasi-emperor level figures, if they didn't have this kind of leader to hold down the fort, they wouldn't be able to dominate the world at all. We've lost another important city. These people are getting more and more greedy. Li Tian sneered in the headquarters of the Celestial Court. What else can we do? If we gather our troops now and don't attack, these people will get even more insatiable. Inside the Celestial Court, the people were not calm, but they did not attack. Over the years, the Celestial Court could be considered a colossus, ruling over many stars. But now that the quasi-emperor was in the sky, their former glory seemed to have dimmed. Something had happened to Yi Fan, and the old human demon had gone hunting. There had been no trace of him for several years, and there were even rumors that he had died. Staying dormant for now was probably the best choice. In the past, some of the major powers that had been peaceful and had good relations with them were now ready to make trouble. Some of them had even begun to nibble away at their important cities, which made everyone's expression turn ugly. The situation was stronger than the people. In the current situation, the Celestial Court had not yet launched a large-scale attack, but the other powers were already restless. The Dragoness is here again. She has appeared with an imperial artifact and is looking for the headquarters of the Celestial Court. It is said that she has made a new breakthrough. It seems that she wants to kill us all this time. Inside the Celestial Court, many people frowned. The fairy of a nest of 10,000 dragons had a cold expression. There was a huge purple dragon hovering above her head, flying through the starry sky one after another. Countless stars receded behind her. She had already made arrangements for her clansmen and was on her way with peace of mind. She was not afraid that the human demon would appear again and threaten the safety of her clansmen. This time, she had come to turn the world upside down and wipe out all her enemies. This star used to be one of the important stars of the Celestial Court. It is said that it is rich in copper essence. Most of their heavenly armors are refined from the metal gathered here, a follower explained. The Dragoness did not say anything. She stretched out a finger and pointed. Her imperial blood boiled, and the finger quickly enlarged. It directly struck down and pressed down on this star. Crack! The blue star instantly exploded. Under the powerful attack of the quasi-emperor, it was completely destroyed. Although most of the troops of the Celestial Court had retreated, there were still a few who were mining copper essence. The result was very tragic. They all died. As soon as the news spread, the entire region was immediately thrown into chaos. The Dragoness had come again, and she was so powerful. It made people feel as if a storm was coming, and the final battle was about to begin. Whether the human demon had really died in battle or not, he had not appeared for such a long time. This caused many people to have suspicions. Now, there were even more such rumors. Almost on the same day, the other important towns in this region were quickly divided up by the various races. They plundered and mined, seizing godly metal, source ores, and so on. I didn't expect the celestial court to decline so quickly. It seems like everything in this world is empty except for the quasi-emperor. It won't do without someone of this level overseeing things. Right now, there are several large organizations like the Celestial Court, the Underworld, and the Celestial Court. In order to rank first, they needed the quasi-emperor. Otherwise, they would not be able to defend against the enemy's attacks. The other region was also very bad. The golden heavenly maiden had come. She had no interest in destroying the stars, but she threatened to eliminate all the troops of the Celestial Court. She carried out a threat and told the heavenly generals to leave the Celestial Court as soon as possible. Otherwise, once she attacked, she would definitely sweep through them and exterminate all of their tribes. There were some clans that were originally on good terms with the Celestial Court, previously using the name of the Celestial Court, but now they all kept quiet out of fear, withdrawing one after another. There were even some who turned against them, going to kill the other members of the Celestial Court. Of course, these were just the outer members. The true members of the Celestial Court had long withdrawn. Despite this, it still gave one a type of feeling that the Celestial Court was going to collapse. This type of disintegration was becoming faster and faster, as if it already couldn't be stopped. In the outside world, there was chaos everywhere, everyone panicking. Shiming also came. He was like a specter, his methods domineering, destroying an ancient path the Celestial Court established, blood purging this place, making everyone shiver inwardly. While there were internal and external troubles, the Celestial Court also sent back news. The Emperor Lord's second son appeared, saying that they were going to take action soon, start a war against the Celestial Court, seize back the territory that originally belonged to them. In reality, this was naturally an excuse. The Celestial Court still hadn't attacked them, always in a passive position. They just wanted to find an excuse to wipe out the Celestial Court. This was naturally a major event. Many people were guessing whether or not the Undying Heaven Empress had been stopped for the Divine Court Emperor. Now that his second son appeared, a great battle would be stirred up, another great storm stirring up. The Divine Court Emperor had a total of 9 sons, all of them extremely powerful. Now that his second son appeared, if he didn't have his approval, no one would believe it even if they were beaten to death. The situation was collapsing. The human demon Dongfang Tai had mistakenly slaughtered his way to the desolate edge of the cosmos and was trapped in a vast array formation. He encountered a dangerous race that had been exiled, and a long and intense battle to break through the array began. Qi Luo tossed the Divine Court's declaration of war onto the table, his complexion gloomy. The situation was worsening, developing in an increasingly bad direction. The great enemy was right before them, and the quasi-emperor was attacking. If headquarters were exposed, everyone would inevitably be in danger. There's no need to be afraid. With my darling here, even if they can find this place, they'll still be scared back. Flower said. With a slap, the Black Emperor slapped his bald head and said, "When have we ever been so aggrieved? Being protected by a little girl? Don't you think it's embarrassing? Aren't I preparing for the worst?" Huahua complained. Everyone's expressions were very unsightly. Several powerful enemies were attacking aggressively, and the Divine Court was making things difficult for them. This was an unprecedented crisis. "You're forcing me to go crazy," the large black dog said with an unfriendly expression. "Prepare all the materials. I'll carve them all into great emperor killing formations. 1 or 2 broken corners of the formation won't be able to harm the quasi-emperor, so let's use thousands or tens of thousands of them. Isn't it just burning godly materials? At worst, we'll just be penniless, and we'll go back to how we were before." The Black Emperor was determined and prepared to squander all the resources he had accumulated over many years, carving them all into a broken Great Emperor killing formation platform. At that time, every celestial soldier and celestial general would have a portion, and they would be able to crush their great enemy alive. That's more than 300 years of accumulation. Many resource stars have been mined, and it'll all be destroyed in a single battle. Someone felt their heart ache. Let's do that. Aren't they arrogant? Let's show them what it means to be a nouveau riche. Burn godly materials and crush them alive. The Black Emperor said viciously, I've already sent people to the Thousand Screen Island, the tomb of ancient times, the Myth Mound, and other galaxies that are said to have ancient tombs. I believe we'll be able to find Duan soon and borrow the heaven-devouring lid, Li Heishui said. In the battle in the past, almost all of the Emperor tools have been destroyed. However, the heaven-devouring devil jar was special, and it was extremely sturdy and strong. It was not damaged, and it had survived. The jar was in the hands of Tu Tian. As a small bandit, Li Heishui could naturally borrow it from the hands of a big bandit. He only lacked Duan's half. Uncle Saint Prince should be back soon. At that time, we'll teach them a lesson, Ji Chengdao said. While the troops of the Celestial Court were preparing for war, on a distant star, Yi Fan was still sitting cross-legged in front of the silver waterfall. Ji Ziyue was quietly guarding him not far away, building a hut and living there. Yi Fan was transforming. It had been 5 whole years. The scriptures in his body rang non-stop, and every inch of his skin was imprinted with runes. There were traces of ancient supreme beings and also his own laws. They entangled together and then turned into divine chains of order. These were corporeal curses that were like iron chains, binding him in a cage. During these 5 years of transformation, he constantly resisted, wanting to break free. Ziyue should go back. I feel that it's time. On this day, Yi Fan transmitted his voice. All right. Ji Ziyue nodded. She didn't say anything else. Without wasting any time, she walked into the realm gate and disappeared from this place. What? Master is going to break through? When the people of the Celestial Court received this news, Hua was shocked. Then, the troops of the Celestial Court immediately became excited. I didn't come too late, did I? I'll beat them until their faces blossomed. Lama, the golden-winged Great Peng, and the others returned. These years, they had gone to explore an ancient region from the legendary era, and now, they had finally returned. It's not too late. We have to prepare some backup plans. When Yi Fan is breaking through, don't let anyone disturb him. The Black Emperor said. In reality, there was already no time to make any preparations. On this day, a muffled sound exploded in the depths of the distant star region. At first, the people in the outside world didn't know, but this heavenly tribulation was too terrifying. It actually lasted for several days. The time was terrifyingly long. Moreover, the violent fluctuations spread outwards, shocking the ancient sages who passed by. Although the Black Emperor and the others came, they didn't have time to prepare backup plans. They couldn't stop the fluctuations from spreading here at all. All of you leave quickly. Don't worry about me. Yi Fan, whose entire body was bound by the divine chains of order, roared loudly. He gave a death order not to let them approach, and then immediately disappear. The troops of the Celestial Court hesitated slightly. Then, the army entered the Stargate like a tide and retreated just like that. It's him. He actually crossed the tribulation again. Could it be that he has escaped from his predicament? Unfortunately, there's no more chance. Someone rushed over quickly, preparing to ruin Yi Fan's great tribulation. It's not that easy. Does he want to break free from the shadow of the past and step on his own path? No, it's time to end it. Chapter 1662. These were quasi-emperor level fluctuations, startling all directions. All experts were trembling. There were people who quickly closed in, not wishing to give Yi Fan the chance to truly become powerful and rise up. Divine lightning destroyed the world. The boundless star domain was submerged in lightning radiance. Stars could no longer be seen here, all of them blasted apart by lightning. It was difficult to imagine just how great this lightning tribulation was. Yi Fan left this place of life, entering the desolate and still star system. Otherwise, not a single creature would be left alive, all of them turning into ashes. Lightning interweaved, every single streak like a stellar stream. The silver radiance was extremely long, streaking across the dark cosmos, brilliant to a shocking degree. This was rarely seen in this world. In the past, no one had ever seen such an enormous, vast sea of lightning. This was simply crossing star domains, inconceivable. It could be said to have exceeded normal reasoning. A streak of lightning radiance tore through the sky. After leaving this region, it still destroyed great stars one after another, as if flowers were blooming one after another, dazzling and beautiful. This type of scene left everyone speechless. It was too intense, too terrifying, too powerful. Was this still the quasi-emperor tribulation? Everyone almost suspected that this was a great emperor crossing tribulation. Of course, no one had seen an emperor tribulation before. This was just everyone's speculation, because the current quasi-emperor didn't seem to have produced such a great disturbance. Yi Fan roared angrily, rising and falling in the sea of lightning. He encountered great trouble, fighting for life and death, fighting for survival. This is the complete quasi-emperor tribulation. Compared to last time, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth, terrifying to the point where even Yi Fan himself was alarmed. The danger he faced exceeded his expectations. 9 deaths and 1 life was already an understatement, simply facing a hopeless situation. Several days passed. He hid in the desolate and silent star system. Originally, it should have ended a long time ago, but because of the many tribulations, his heavenly punishment was different. Even now, lightning radiance was still erupting, exposed to the outside world. The thunderstorm was like a sea. Yi Fan was like a small boat, tossing and turning there, about to be overturned at any time, buried within this vast sea of lightning. Right now, his entire body was dripping with blood. He was fighting against great emperors, fighting against ancient emperors. Those were supreme beings one after another, exceptional magnificence, matchless and unmatched. Last time, these people didn't appear because the quasi-emperor tribulation wasn't complete, lacking. Today, they all erupted, the sea striking the heavens, shattering the starry sky. The destruction of the world was nothing more than this. Yi Fan slaughtered. He didn't know how many people he had fought against, but his body had been crippled. White bones flew everywhere, and golden blood ignited the sea of lightning. Great Tao symbols flickered within the red blood, covering the sky. The little golden figure between his brows also rushed out. It was unknown just how many times it was hacked apart, but it all reassembled, fighting against the streaks of Emperor shadows. Kill! Yi Fan had fought for several days and nights. He was exhausted, but he was still roaring, tenacious and unyielding, unwilling to give up. Because he knew that once he retreated, once he closed his eyes, then he would fall into an eternal slumber, never to wake up again. Buzz! On the other side, a battle-axe-wielding individual slaughtered over like a great demon king. His eyes were golden, blazing with incomparable brilliance, killing intent overflowing into the heavens. Ancient chaos. Yi Fan was extremely tired, but he had no choice but to raise his spirits. Another young great emperor slaughtered over, an axe hacking over, heaven and earth shattering, axe radiance like a sea. When faced with the first strike, he didn't evade, instead taking it head-on, using the young great emperor's natural laws to blast at his own shackles, using this to break through his shackles, free himself from his prison. Pooh! Yi Fan's hands clamped down on that battle axe. The cold radiance flickered with directly extending into his body, making all of his bones break, his flesh tremble, body almost explode to pieces. This was almost self-harming, but it was necessary. It was because during these 300 years, the remnant Tao laws of the Stone Emperor, Lord of the Divine Ruins, Lord of Light and Darkness, Lord of Samsara, and others interweaved within his body, forming a cocoon, more like a cage, burying his laws and Tao. Now, Yifan bathed in the tribulation of Quasi-Emperor, borrowing the ancient Great Emperor's Tao laws to temper his body, allowing him to break free. This was like sharp battle, swords stabbing into the cage, helping him break free. Of course, doing this was also harming his own body. This was the price he had to pay. During these past few days, he had always been enduring this kind of pain. This was the reason why the lightning punishment didn't end. He struggled in the sea of lightning, and every time he was about to sink into oblivion, he would roar in anger, thinking of the past, present, and future, turning the stubbornness in his heart into a ball of flame, burning his soul, allowing him to maintain clarity. The painful struggle, the continuation of the tribulation. For Yifan, this was a type of unimaginable suffering, but it was also an opportunity. If he charged through, the sea and sky would be boundless. But if he failed, he would forever fall into hell. Great emperors appeared one after another. Ancient emperors stood tall one after another, waiting to fight. Yifan shed too much blood, and even his bones were shattered. Fortunately, his recovery ability was astonishing, and the lightning tribulation split apart his body, temporarily breaking the cage of laws, allowing his laws and Tao to become active, allowing him to use the secret character to heal himself. Otherwise, even if he had 10 lives, he would have died. What a terrifying heavenly punishment. I've never seen it before. This exceeds the limit. We can't give him this chance. A cold and trembling voice rang out. A giant bronze coffin floated in the air. On top of it carved an underworld diagram. Malicious spirits howled, ghost energy drowning out heaven and earth. A person sat up inside. Even though it wasn't Quasi-Emperor, he was extremely dangerous. A gloomy and cold aura covered heaven and earth, originating from a painting scroll in his hands. The underworld diagram has been passed down from generation to generation, and today, it has finally been used up. However, using it on the divine body is worth it. This was a Quasi-Emperor forbidden artifact. From a certain perspective, it was even more terrifying than a Quasi-Emperor artifact. It was because this was a one-time eruption, and after using it, this artifact would become useless. The divine might was astonishing. 1. The ancient diagram stretched across the sky, flickering like a sea of stars. Inside, stellar streams curled up one after another, surrounding a lifeless underworld world. At this moment it erupted. It was clear that the person who came was well prepared. The forbidden artifact broke through the lightning radiance and directly entered, not being destroyed in advance. In addition, underworld energy overflowed into the heavens, shaking this starry sky. Woo! This is tribulation crossing pattern, temporarily avoiding the heavens' punishment, melting apart the lightning tribulation to forge a path. Wasn't this type of supreme formation pattern long lost? It actually appeared again. This is the formation pattern created by the tribulation celestial being back then. I never expected it to fall into the underworld. It was clear that there was more than one person who came. They were all paying close attention, all of their eyes flickering with ruthless and cold radiance. Yifan was extremely weak, his body about to run out of strength. After facing ancient chaos, he faced the divine Silkworm Emperor. At this time, an ancient diagram tore through the heavens, entering the lightning tribulation to crush him. Underworld. Yifan saw the stellar streams in the diagram, as well as the ghostly energy in Azura Hall at the center. His eyebrows stood vertically. He bit the tip of his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood to forcefully raise his spirit. The army symbol art was effective. He wanted to seize control of the forbidden artifact and use it to attack the divine emperor, wishing for the two to collide. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to do as he wished. The forbidden artifact connected heaven and earth. With his current weak state, he couldn't seize it. The underworld diagram was as steady as a boulder, suppressing towards him without changing direction. Then come. I already have enough supreme being traces on my body. So what if I add you? Yifan's body released Kong Chong sounds. Thick divine chains of order flew out streak after streak. He was like a 10,000 hands demonic god. The magical chains turned into enormous hands, grabbing towards that diagram. The underworld diagram collapsed, turning into a vast sea that swept towards Yifan. This was a precious diagram that could kill the Quasi-Emperor, eradicating experts of this generation. At this time, its power was finally displayed. Brilliant light flickered. Yifan broke apart on his own. The Supreme Being, Tao patterns, and other things in his blood all rushed forward, colliding with the boundless sea of forbidden artifact laws and order. His flesh and Tao bones were all burning. This was a great battle where both sides would suffer. He had to endure it with his own body. However, during this period of time, his primordial spirit didn't come into contact with underworld energy. It was collected by the all-life energy cauldron, tightly protected. A heaven-shocking great collision. Resplendent light flickered, even making the light of the heavenly tribulation grow a bit dimmer. The Divine Emperor stood to the side, not taking action and watching coldly. It was as if his divine senses truly entered the main body. Yifan's body was blasted to pieces. His blood was burning, his bones were cracking, almost turning into a wave of light. The remnant divine chains left in his body by the ancient Supreme Being exploded at the same time as that diagram. This almost made him walk towards self-destruction. Is it over? A cold snort was heard. The person in the bronze coffin laughed, as if he was admiring the blossoming and scattering of a rain of flowers. I'm immortal. In the boundless sea of lightning, Yifan's cold and frightening voice came out. The burning flesh and blood were extinguished, the shattered bones reassembled, and the body reappeared with difficulty. This time, the suppression broke through the seal of the Supreme Being's remnant, allowing him to use more laws and Tao. He could use them with ease. Yifan's primordial spirit didn't immediately return to his body. After rushing out from the cauldron, his hands moved, summoning the ghost energy and the underworld's flames to temper his primordial spirit. His physical body had already experienced it, so he wanted his primordial spirit to experience it as well. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was simply heaven-defying. They would never have thought that the remnant of the ancient Supreme Being would be so terrifying. It was sealed in Yifan's body for more than 300 years. The two coexisted, and their attacks were equivalent to helping Yifan break out of the cage. What other methods do you have? Yifan released a roar. He took a step out, the rose symbol art reaching great heights. Time stopped, and then it was as if it flowed in reverse. He immediately arrived in front of the bronze coffin, stopping the heavenly tribulation, not letting it descend. The expression of the one in the coffin froze, inwardly trembling. Yifan's speed was too fast, to the point where he couldn't react in time. When he saw the lightning radiance erupt above his head, Quasi-Emperor's tribulation royal, his face became deathly white. Even if Yifan didn't take action, he would still undoubtedly die. The lightning would definitely turn him into scattered ashes. Why? He trembled inwardly, full of confusion. That forbidden artifact could definitely kill the Quasi-Emperor, one of the underworld's most precious immortal treasures. It had been stored for endless years, only brought out today, never expecting that it would be ineffective. The result exceeded normal reasoning. Yifan picked him up, coldly looking at him. Then, with a pu sound, he directly tore him apart. Blood splashed out, and then with a shake of his hand, he tossed him into the sea of lightning. Pooh! Only a wisp of green smoke rose. Even the bronze coffin turned into ashes. Yifan released a long roar. Lightning erupted, and the entire starry domain rumbled and trembled. The stars had long disappeared, and only the void and chaotic lightning remained. He's about to succeed. He's at the final juncture of the tribulation. One could see that the figures of the great emperors standing in the void were all fading away. The lightning tribulation that had lasted for several days was about to end. This indicated that Yifan was about to break through the shackles of the magical Tao and truly rise up, This kind of scene, this kind of lightning punishment, how many people under the heavens could block it? Chapter 1663. The ferocious tiger roared, shattering the sea of lightning and sky. A huge divine tiger appeared, its body covered in stripes, stone scales, flesh, and blood. Its appearance was quite ferocious. The quasi-emperor had arrived. This was a powerful quasi-emperor from an unknown place. Its eyes were like red lanterns, blood red and frightening. It stared at Yi Fan, its entire body emitting Tao laws. Waves of black mist pervaded the air, ready to pounce at any time. This was a rock spirit, its cultivation level powerful to this level. It was shocking. Its arrival was not surprising. Yi Fan and the Holy Spirit lineage were mortal enemies. He had killed too many, and it just happened to be passing through this area. Naturally, it would cause trouble. A familiar aura. Yi Fan's heart shook. He suddenly recalled that back then, a Holy Spirit had placed a curse on him, causing him to be shrouded in the dark blood divine ring for a very long time. In the end, it was destroyed with great difficulty. At that time, he did not see this stone tiger. It was cursed because it was isolated from the stars. Today was the first time he had seen it. It was obvious that although the stone tiger was extremely powerful at that time, it was not a true quasi-emperor. It was only a step short and had only broken through in the last 300 years. Although Yi Fan was in the sea of lightning, he was also greatly shaken. This stone tiger was extraordinary. Holy spirits, due to all kinds of uncontrollable reasons, would come into being in advance. It was very difficult to reach perfection. Unless there was an extraordinary opportunity, it would be difficult to break through. This was a Haute Eon cultivator who had broken through to the quasi-emperor realm. It was absolutely shocking. I understand now. The stone order from back then has fallen into your hands. Although he was in the sea of lightning, Yi Fan felt a wave of danger. This tiger was very terrifying, especially the ocean-like fluctuations in its body. In the past, the seal of the Great Moon Slope's demonic well had been broken, and the entire ancient road had collapsed. That place was a divine cellar left behind by the Tao Sovereign. The body of a supreme Holy Spirit from the legendary era was sealed there. In addition, there was also a stone order inside, which recorded the supreme technique of the stone spirit lineage. It could allow them to continue breaking through with their damaged bodies. In the battle that day, the light race, the feather race, and the human race had fought fiercely. In the end, they had all obtained something. However, the stone badge had disappeared. No one knew who had it. Only today did the truth surface. It was actually this divine tiger. Back then, it was like the old flying serpent, almost a quasi-emperor. After obtaining the heaven-mending technique from the stone token, it naturally broke through quickly. Black mist surged around the divine tiger. Its eyes were as big as a basin of blood, and its fangs were sharper than a long knife. It was shockingly white. Since it had met, how could it not attack? Roar. The roar of a tiger caused the entire universe to tremble. This was a type of world-shocking might. The sound waves of the ferocious tiger's roar shook the world, shattering all living things and sweeping forward like a black tide. Even the sea of lightning was blasted into nothingness. The ferocious tiger roar was a world-shocking divine ability. It was naturally peerless and incomparable when it was used by a quasi-emperor. Not to mention anything else, if the great sage were here, he would definitely fall to the ground like boiled dumplings. They would all be roared to death. The destructive power of this secret technique was too great. Seeing this, although Yi Fan was exhausted, he still let out a roar. His voice was clear and cold, like a dragon roaring in the sky, resounding throughout the universe. This was a secret technique born from the supreme Buddhist technique, the swoosh sound. It was extremely powerful. The ripples of the ferocious tiger roar were blocked. The two collided fiercely. The tiger pattern could not advance, so it did not cause any damage. You kill my people. If I let you become the quasi-emperor today, how would you have the face to see your descendants? Today, we have encountered each other. This is the will of the heavens. The divine tiger's words were like muffled thunder. Its eyes shot out a frightening bloody light. A stone tool appeared on its head. It was the stone badge from back then. All of a sudden, an extremely powerful aura erupted. It vaguely had the majesty of an imperial instrument. Although it was flawed, it was still so powerful. Roar! The tiger roared into the sky. A large rain of light appeared in its surroundings, as if it was a flying immortal. In addition, a terrifying white tiger descended from the sky. It released the aura of the immortal domain, making everyone tremble. The people in the distance all trembled inwardly. They quickly retreated. That white tiger wasn't a physical entity, but rather one formed from the interweaving great Tao of heaven and earth. It was the most terrifying type of stone Tao law. It reached the heavens and moved the gods, resonating with the immortal domain white tiger. This was like borrowing a technique, but also like an immortal's reaction. The Tao that the white tiger left in the human world resonated with it, imitating and controlling it. Now, it wanted to borrow it to become one with its own body. Everyone's expressions changed. This white tiger was ridiculously powerful. It actually grasped this type of secret technique, and with the help of this stone tool, it made everyone feel restraining fear. The lightning tribulation erupted. Yifan's tribulation hadn't ended yet. At this time, a new change appeared. Countless chaotic divine chains of order descended from the sea of lightning, binding him up. Not good. His mind sunk. Why did it have to happen now? Even the quasi-emperor tribulation was like this, bound by the heavens for a period of time. Only after struggling free could the great tribulation be considered complete. Now that it appeared at this time, wasn't this just making him a target? This divine tiger was definitely extremely powerful and not easy to deal with. Now that he was in the sea of lightning, how many of those who could become the quasi-emperor were easy to deal with? They would definitely be able to think of a way to pass through the sea of lightning. Those who could become the quasi-emperor were all geniuses in cultivation, transcending above all living things. Now, it wasn't too possible to rely on heavenly tribulation to kill the other party. Walala! Within the lightning, divine chains of order interweaved, binding Yifan tightly. The densely packed natural laws wrapped around him, making him look like a dumpling. I'm going to risk it all. Yifan clenched his teeth. At this moment, he could only fight it out. The only thing that made him feel at ease was that the remnants left behind by Stone Emperor, Lord of the Divine Ruins, and the others hadn't been completely broken yet. It was still like a cage that sealed his body. If he was attacked now, he could borrow strength to continue breaking through the restrictions. However, the heavens weren't interested in him. A vast, desolate world descended from the lightning punishment. There were true dragons coiling about, immortal phoenixes dancing in the sky, and vermilion birds bringing with them heaven overflowing fiery light. This was extremely similar to an immortal domain world. It suppressed downwards, crushing Yifan. It was truly a matter of internal and external troubles, making even Yifan's heart feel heavy. He didn't know if he could make it through. Even the heavens hate you. This is a decree, borrowing my hand to destroy you. The divine tiger sneered. The opponent was tied up like a dumpling, waiting for it to kill him. This result was too unexpected, making him want to laugh out loud. In the distance, everyone was dumbstruck. Not good. The Black Emperor was anxious. Is he going to die? It seems like we don't need to take action. A few people watched coldly in the darkness. You dare take advantage of my brother's tribulation to bully him. You don't know the difference between life and death. At this crucial moment, a loud shout rang out. A monkey with a thunderous mouth, fiery eyes, and a body covered in flickering golden fur appeared. It tore apart the void and slaughtered its way towards the divine tiger. The sacred prince had arrived. Not long ago, he received a message and learned that the celestial court was in trouble. He hurried back from the battlefield, but he didn't expect to run into Yifan's tribulation. Monkey, stop meddling in other people's business. The divine tiger was extremely ferocious. Even though it said this, it had already taken action. That white tiger merged with it, making it much more terrifying. The stone order on its head shone with immortal light as it attacked towards the sacred prince. "Careful!" Yi Fan shouted loudly. He was deeply aware of how terrifying that stone order was. Back then, it was a divine weapon that could block the smelting god pot's attack. If it truly struck the sacred prince, then he would be in danger. Pong! The sacred prince released a loud shout. An expanse of auspicious multicolored light rushed out from the crown of his head. Immortal light shone brilliantly, and a broken black iron rod appeared, smashing forward. This was the Emperor of Fighting's weapon. It was broken during the darkness chaos and suffered great damage. However, there was still half of it left, and it returned to the sacred prince's side. Normally, the sacred prince would carefully nourish it and search for immortal materials, hoping that there would be a day when it could be repaired. Since the other party used a great killing weapon, he naturally wouldn't just watch on. He directly raised the rod and smashed it down. Even though the power of the Imperial Tao couldn't be compared to before, it could definitely suppress the other party. This battle erupted. Within the sea of lightning, Yi Fan was floating up and down, bound within the divine chains. His entire body was trembling, but he wasn't in a hurry to break free from the magical chains. Instead, he gathered all of the power of his flesh and divine senses to attack, wanting to destroy the final traces left behind by the supreme being in his body. In the outside world, the immortal domain suppressed downwards, about to swallow him up. The true dragon, immortal phoenix, vermilion bird, white tiger, and others all rushed over murderously. Yi Fan released a great roar. He guided all of the power into his body to resist those traces. Truly powerful. Even I was given a fright. This type of flesh, this type of divine core, isn't it precisely the cauldron I need? Shunming appeared, standing in the void. Her face was full of cruelty and ruthlessness, the coldness in her eyes penetrating deep into one's bones. Originally, I wanted to fight a fair battle against you, but I fear that I won't have this chance. Someone else will destroy you first. If that happens, wouldn't this divine core be impossible to obtain? Shunming was cold, her head of hair fluttering about. She was like a matchless king, looking down on all under the heavens, walking into the sea of lightning step by step. For the sake of obtaining the divine core, I'm sorry, but I have to take action ahead of time, cut down your primordial spirit, obtain your flesh, build my Tao foundation. Shunming's voice was cold. When one's strength reached the quasi-emperor realm, they were definitely outstanding cultivation geniuses who were above all. Moreover, he came from a mortal mausoleum, having secret treasures on him that could block the lightning radiance, so he didn't go through tribulation. "Master!" Flower cried out, wishing to rush over. Li Tian and the others were also nervous. However, they still didn't become quasi-emperor, unable to help much. Don't be in such a rush. The Black Emperor could still remain calm. Even though the situation was critical, he instead calmed down, saying, "Thousands of great Emperor damage formations have been prepared, ready to crush them to death at any time." These damage formations had a weakness, which was that they were suitable for defensive retaliation. Right now, the other party was tangling with Yi Fan, so if they were used like this, they might accidentally injure him. "Brother Yi, it truly is regretful. I never expected that we would meet like this." Shunming's dark gold battle clothes flickered about, her hair fluttering about. Her face carried an indifferent smile as she said, "I always wanted to fight against you, but it is a pity. Don't worry, I will make good use of your flesh. It will become the most powerful furnace. Help me achieve the Tao." "You speak too much," Yi Fan said coldly. "Is that so? I hope you can rest in peace, chat a bit more with you, to prevent your body from turning into a malicious spirit because of its instinctive reaction. That isn't a furnace I need," Shunming said in a carefree manner, carrying a faint sneer. Yi Fan took action. Even though he was trapped, moreover at the most difficult moment, attacking the final supreme being imprints in his body, he still fought powerfully. Every inch of his flesh could be used, erupting with endless radiance. Now that he could temporarily use Tao laws, He vented it out to his heart's content. How long? Shunming suppressed down, her power domineering heaven and earth. Kacha. Yifan broke many divine chains, shifting positions. At the same time, the cauldron shook, all life source energy descending, suppressing toward Shunming. Good stuff. After today's great calamity, this cauldron will become divine. In this world, apart from Emperor Dao magical artifacts, there aren't many weapons that can compare to it. Brother Yi, I will take good care of it in your place. Please go on your way in peace. When she finished speaking, Shunming put away her smile, no longer treating this like a big deal. Her expression was incomparably cold, possessing a type of great dignity, as if she was an ancient emperor overlooking the world. As soon as she took action, 10,000 Dao resonated. The pagoda descended, wishing to cut down Yi Fan's primordial spirit, collect his flesh. Chapter 1664. Shunming was vicious enough, immediately releasing the cry of 10,000 Dao. Her 10 middle fingers were sparkling, releasing 100,000 heavenly sword radiance. These sword radiances were extremely special, every single one of them having their own life. There was even an ancient beast behind them that released immortal light. They held the sword radiance in their mouths, incomparably terrifying as they hacked down. Everyone's expression changed. This was an ancient technique from the mythological era, Myriad Beasts' immortal sword. It's been lost for a long time, but it's actually reappeared in this world. Heavens, such a powerful inheritance. I thought that it had been sealed for a long time, but it has finally seen the light of day again. In the distance, waves of cries of alarm sounded. Everyone was extremely shocked. Shunming's cultivation method was terrifying after all, her first move already this world-defying. Yifan's expression changed. His body was bound by the divine chains of order, and he was like a bug in a spider's web. It was extremely inconvenient for him to move. He released a shout from his mouth. The all-life source energy cauldron spun, chaotic light flickering within the cauldron, suppressing toward Shunming. Since he couldn't move, he could only use his divine sense to control the cauldron to fight against the enemy. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere like a silver waterfall. 100,000 celestial swords slashed wildly. The myriad chi cauldron was under great pressure and shook violently. What a powerful cauldron! It isn't even completely perfect, yet it is already this formidable. It can be considered rarely seen among Quasi-Emperor's magical artifacts. Shunming said with a sigh of admiration. However, her expression was extremely cold, the light in her eyes even more so bone-chilling. Shunming released a light shout. The dark gold armor on her body flowed with brilliant colors, sparkling and brilliant. Meanwhile, her aura was like that of a great wasteland vicious beast, her body becoming dark. This was a terrifying transformation. His body became strange and powerful. There was a type of prehistoric vicious beast aura that erupted, but it became dim. But the battle armor formed a divine ring, dazzling and resplendent. The 10,000 beast immortal sword trembled, beast roars shaking the heavens. The most powerful bloodlines of the legendary era all appeared, all of them revealing their ferocious true bodies, holding the immortal sword in their mouths as they slaughtered over. Stepping through the void, beasts galloping, the heavens collapsing and the earth caving. This kind of aura was too astonishing. The spectators couldn't help but tremble. Shunming's methods were heaven-defying. Once this 10,000 beast immortal sword was displayed, how many people in this world could face it head-on? Even if they were both in the realm of Quasi-Emperor, they would still have to bear a grudge. Clank, clank, clank. The sword chi shattered the universe and slashed down randomly. The myriad chi cauldron was like a paper boat in a storm. It seemed like it would rot and be destroyed at any time. It turned into 100,000 zhang tall, blocking Yi Fan below, resisting all of the attacks. All types of symbols flickered on its surface, obliterating these attacks. At the same time, strand after strand of source energy poured down from the mouth of the cauldron like a shocking waterfall. They turned into divine radiance that resisted the sword energy extremely powerful and divine. He blocked it. The Tao patterns on the myriad Qi cauldron were revived, and it obliterated many sword Qi attacks. Its defensive power was astonishing, and this made many people envious. This treasure was worth nurturing and refining with painstaking effort. Shenming's body was dim, but the battle clothes shone resplendently and dazzlingly, as if it was a black hole surrounded by dozens to over 100 great yang stars. Right now, he became more and more powerful. He spoke softly, chanting a type of ancient incantation. The world was in turmoil, and even the lightning seemed to have stopped. The sun, moon, and stars in the depths of the universe were frozen, and space-time was confined. Even though that sword radiance shattered, the 10,000 beasts didn't stop, instead becoming more and more real, crazily rushing over. Those were condensed from great Tao symbols, attacking the all-life source energy cauldron. Hong Yifan fought viciously. The space between his brows flickered with brilliance. At the same time, the precious cauldron's aura surged, having its own life. All creatures on its surface revived, all of them ancient totems. They walked out from the cauldron walls one after another. The vermilion bird carried immortal flames, crossing 3,000 realms to fight. Primal chaos deities split heaven and earth, roaring as they slaughtered their way into the 9 heavens. With a shake of the Kuan Peng's wings, many great stars in the cosmos shattered. The 10,000 spirits on the cauldron walls revived, walking out alive, resisting the 10,000 beasts. Both sides rushed together, clashing intensely. This place was filled with dragon cries and tiger roars. Great pungs rushed into the heavens, divine light tearing through the everlasting. So powerful, the spectators all sucked in a cold breath of air. Shenming's shocking combat skill was one thing, but even though Yi Fan was trapped, he still had this type of method. It was beyond everyone's expectations. Shenming's expression was cold. The other party was bound by divine chains of order, basically like meat on a chopping board, yet he was still putting up a desperate struggle, moreover, truly stopping her attacks. This was extremely bad for her. Suddenly, the all-life source energy cauldron sunk, quickly shrinking, becoming only the size of a fist. Even though there were true dragons that rose, immortal phoenixes that spread their wings, all types of totems rushed into the heavens. They all retreated to the space between Yi Fan's brows, protecting his frontal bone. Shenming is going to succeed. Many people's eyes released radiance. Shenming was like a deity that spurred on all beasts, pressing over step by step, controlling all types of great wasteland vicious beasts to suppress down. Every single vicious beast was like a sword, releasing chong-chong noises. Not good. The Black Emperor's face fell. The 10,000 beast immortal sword's taboo domain appeared. Every single ancient beast was an immortal sword, but they didn't have sword forms. They were roaring, as if long swords were splitting the heavens. Endless sword intent turned into great Tao symbols, directly acting on Yi Fan's flesh and primordial spirit. This type of thing couldn't be stopped even if you wanted to. Pervasive. It could be said that this type of unmatched sword intent wasn't something material weapons could stop. With a single thought, it would reach everywhere. One could see that Yi Fan's body that was bound by the divine chains of order was shaking, his entire body shining with endless symbols. This was the 10,000 beast immortal sword's killing intent, acting on his body through the roar of 10,000 beasts. Yi Fan. Li Heishui's face was filled with shock and anger. Master. Huahua's face was pale, no longer smiling mischievously, now full of fear. The 10,000 beast immortal sword is too powerful. The Black Emperor's face fell. All of these changes happened too quickly, impossible to stop. That was but a quasi-emperor displaying the restricted region Lord's taboo secret method. When this type of attack landed on the bound Yi Fan's body, he had no way of adapting, powerless to stop it. The result could be predicted. Wang. The sacred prince who was fighting had fiery eyes, the half-immortal iron rod in his hands surging with dark light, hacking out diagonally, aiming at Shunming, wishing to stop everything. However, at this moment, the divine tiger went crazy. Its body that was made of stone and flesh erupted with dazzling radiance, tiger patterns everywhere. The stone artifact on its head released undying immortal light, attacking the sacred prince. At the same time, someone moved in the dark. A purple true dragon swooped over, blocking the black gold rod, opening its mouth to devour it. Dragon Girl took action, her eyes deep and cold, sharp like cold arrows when they opened and closed. She stopped the sacred prince's assistance, wishing to see the result of Yi Fan being killed by Shunming. Becoming my furnace cauldron isn't a bad choice. Live long with me. Share the undying. Sooner or later, you will rule over immortal domain. Shunming said coldly. She took a step forward, reaching out her hand towards the space between Yi Fan's brows, wishing to kill his primordial spirit, only leave behind this powerful body. The all-life source energy cauldron trembled. With a honglong noise, Shunming released a cry of alarm. She was actually sent flying, unable to move away, the cauldron blocking in front of Yi Fan's frontal bone. What was going on? He revealed a strange expression. It was clear that Yi Fan was struck by the 10,000 beast immortal sword's sword intent. 10,000 beasts roared, over 10,000 types of great Tao symbols shining on his body, currently enduring the pain of having his body and soul destroyed. However, how could he still retaliate? One had to understand that when one was bound by magical chains, it was equivalent to losing all resistance, definitely being destroyed by the sword intent. I'm not as unbearable as you imagine me to be, Yi Fan said coldly. Not only was he not unbearable, he was also ridiculously strong, leaving even Shunming shocked. Yi Fan was actually borrowing his power, purposely making the all-life source energy cauldron withdraw, waiting for the 10,000 beast sword intent to approach his body. Now, over 10,000 types of great Tao symbols all turned into flames, tempering his body, fighting against the supreme being remnant scars within him. Using the enemy's power to refine his own body? How many people dare do this? One had to understand that this was a battle on the level of Quasi-Emperor. A single mistake, and the result would be the destruction of body and soul. Moreover, Yi Fan wasn't fighting a fair battle. He was currently trapped, yet he still dared do this. He really was ridiculously valiant. Shunming's expression was ice cold. She didn't like this type of feeling that exceeded her control. With her way of doing things, everything should be within her control. Ho! Shunming opened her mouth and spat out, black flames overflowing into the heavens. A black demonic furnace appeared, quickly enlarging, directly about to suck Yi Fan inside, completely refine him. How long? However, at this time, a wave of boundless power descended, exceeding his control. The connection to the heavenly tribulation that was originally cut off reappeared, not enough even if he had a secret artifact on him. This was a boundless world, as if the immortal realm was connected to the human world, connected together. There were all types of auspicious beasts inside, the primordial scenes terrifying. With a wonglong noise, Shunming was sucked in together with her black furnace, possibly facing tribulation inside. No one expected Yi Fan to be this heaven-defying. Not only did he resist the heavenly tribulation, now, he even controlled it, using this immortal domain void image realm to trap the enemy. It was clear that Shunming couldn't come out in a short period of time. He was in a dangerous situation where he was about to cross tribulation. When faced with the attacks of the true dragon, vermilion bird, and other immortal beasts, it was extremely strenuous for him. This sudden change exceeded everyone's expectations. Everyone thought that Yi Fan was in danger, never expecting the situation to reverse in an instant, the powerful deity instead being trapped. A streak of golden light hacked apart the lightning radiance. A woman with a head of golden hair fluttered about appeared, directly entering the sea of lightning, slaughtering her way towards Yi Fan, immediately dealing the fatal blow. Her eyes carried fiendish radiance, entire body surging with golden flames. It was precisely the golden heavenly girl. Golden divine treasures immediately appeared, all types of Tao weapons and magical artifacts flying about, golden light blazing, making it hard for one to open their eyes. Right now, there was no fairness to speak of, and she didn't come to fight a decisive battle either, only to kill, not allow Yi Fan to smoothly cross tribulation, wishing to take his life while he was in danger. Everyone trembled inwardly. This was the third quasi-emperor, two of them the children of ancient supreme beings, powerful to the point of making one tremble. Yi Fan's tribulation could be said to be full of disasters and difficulties. Now that he was exposed, too many people would stop him, not allowing him to succeed. Chong! The space between Yi Fan's brows erupted with brilliance, using the army symbol art to control all types of golden magical artifacts, making all types of golden weapons that were about to land on his body turn around, suppress, and kill the golden heavenly girl. It was clear that the golden heavenly girl understood him well enough. In that instant, all of the magical artifacts turned into nothingness, resplendent suns appearing in their original locations, exploding together. Pooh! Even someone as powerful as Yi Fan's body, under this situation where he couldn't move and was passively attacked, blood still erupted. He was almost blasted apart by this type of explosive power. Truly vicious. Everyone sighed with admiration. Those golden magical artifacts were all forged from this woman's own great Tao symbols. When they exploded like this, even she herself released a muffled groan. Strands of blood flowed out from the corners of her lips, and all of this was for the sake of quickly killing Yi Fan to prevent any unforeseen events from happening. Yi Fan's body shone from front to back. If it wasn't for the divine chains of order binding him, he might have already been blasted into pieces. A lot of blood spilled out from that area. Holy body Yi Fan, today is the day of your death. My clansmen's deaths, as well as the grudges between us, will all be settled here. The golden heavenly girl said coldly, "Do you dare fight against him after my brother crosses the tribulation?" The sacred prince roared. All of the golden hair on his body shone, his anger surging into the heavens. Unfortunately, he couldn't get away. On one side, the divine tiger controlled the stone tool to attack, and on the other side, the dragon girl used the 10,000 dragon bell to cut off his path of reinforcements, entangling him in place. Huh! The golden heavenly girl laughed loudly, her head of hair flying about. She attacked fiercely, saying, "You still want to become the quasi-emperor? Keep dreaming. I won't give him this chance. I'll crush his chance to break out of his cocoon and become a butterfly."